Yeah.
So those are the odds of the globe being true. Got it.
Look, wait. What we're talking about, okay, it's being taught in school and it's true. Okay, so you have to tell us, hey, it's a ball or it's not a ball. That's it. No
I like the
philosophy required.
conversations that we're having.
Dude, all right. Since
They're
motion,
fun.
I know. I want maybe you're gonna learn something. I'm not sure. I was gonna tell you about Lagrange, whatever,
Oh
because
my
your
God.
baseball you're about to throw, right? So your prediction, bro, it's gonna fall. Okay. Now, why is
Probably.
it moving? That's
Probably.
interesting. It's
Not 100%. It's
No,
probably
check
going
this
to
out.
fall.
Check this out. No, we have figured this out because you're studying Narnia. You stare through telescopes and you work out math. I study engineering. We have to take your horse shit and we have to make something out of it. And if it's absolute garbage, we don't even look at it because it's not tangible, right? So Lagrange, right?
Do you
Nice to
want
meet
to
you. You
mine
have a ball.
asteroids?
Listen. You picked up this ball from its place of equilibrium on the ground. So he modeled instead of Newton, like there's another sets of mechanics called Lagrangian mechanics, and it takes kinetic energy and potential energy instead of F equals ma. And it's an entire system that we don't learn in school because they chose to teach us the Newtonian mechanics system. Not even though like mathematics, they teach us like Lagrangian transforms and whatnot, but they don't get into like Lagrangian
No.
mechanics.
I do know.
So, anyways, the ball, because you put energy in it, potential energy, by picking it up from the ball, by actually kinetic energy through, of course, chemical energy, thermochemical energy from fuel, that's food that you ate, that went through your arm, that your arm put in the ball, of course. That's
You
how it
change its position in space, correct?
yeah,
Yeah.
correct. So it's you change its place of equilibrium, thus you put charge in it. You actually heat charge. You did.
Yeah.
We can quantify this shit, right? We did already. You know, joules.
I do agree with you that
Mr. Joule.
the
Thank
school.
Mr. Joule for that shit. Called a joule.
One thing, one of
Yeah.
the things I do agree
What
with
did I
you
get? Yeah.
is that the school system teaches a lot of stupid stuff that are not true at any way, and it's annoying. And the school system doesn't prepare you for stuff. I don't like the school system, but it does. But not all the things they teach are wrong. Some of the
No,
things are.
they don't tell you that there's another way and that's an easier way to do it. They just teach you this method and that's it.
Something I don't like about school that isn't. It's not about what we're having, but tell me if you also think that. Let's say they're telling you if you have this problem, do this. But a lot of times they're not even in high school and middle school and stuff like that. Not in college. They're telling you stuff like, if there's a problem, do this. But they're not even teaching you why to do this. Like
Yeah,
they're
it's
saying, do
indoctrinating
this.
you and
Yeah,
preparing you to be a
do
good
this
worker.
because it works.
Worker.
Like it's
Yeah, because they
stupid.
want you to be a worker and not a thinker. They want you to put your head down, so they teach you the skills you need to do the work. It's labor. It's called human resources, and they're teaching, indoctrinating you into a model so that you do keep your head down. You struggle when you go to work. A lot of people struggle to survive. This keeps them busy. That's why people don't think. That's what school is designed to do.
Yeah, so I
It's
don't like
routine.
the high school, middle school, elementary school system.
Even in college, it's the same thing, man. They don't
No,
want you to
it's
read other
in,
stuff. You know?
College is designed to put you into debt. College is designed for you to get
I'm
a
not in
house
debt.
loan, a car loan, a family, and get a job to pay
I
off
am
that
not in
debt.
debt.
The house look, the college debt, right? The Sally Mae
No,
debt is the only
I
thing.
don't have a debt.
Listen. A lot of people who go to college, right, end up in debt because that's the only debt that cannot be removed, even if you claim bankruptcy. So it's designed to put people into debt. Money is debt. Debt is money.
Cyrus, what is your academic level? I'm just interested.
Why?
No, I'm just
Why
interested.
does it matter? It could be
No,
whatever.
I just want to know. I'm just interested.
And
What does
mechanics.
academia have to do with it?
His academic level is nerd level. Why?
It is.
He's got a pocket protector for his pocket protector, okay?
Yeah. I just want to know.
I keep
I'm
it hidden,
interested.
man. I
It
obviously,
doesn't take nerd level education to know the Earth is not a ball and that we're being lied to. And, bullshit.
I've studied a lot more stuff outside of college than what I took in college. Right, it's the stuff that I like that I'm like. I don't know shit. Like, well, I do. About
Wait, then how
chemistry.
old are you?
Why?
No,
How old? How old do you think? Let's see. 55.
26.
Close, 30.
Ah,
Not that close.
He's
how old do you
29.
think? How old do you think I am?
Um, 19 or 20.
15.
17.
17.
17. Got him.
Yeah, I was giving you 15 a lot less.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's a 17-year-old boy or a 17-year-old girl.
You're smart for a 15-year-old. Not
So
smart enough.
just Koi for right now.
Not enough base to be a 19-year-old.
No, quantum mechanics states.
Well, it's the French.
You
Right?
want to go into quantum mechanics? Proves God. Or you're going to have to say that photons are living. You want to go down that route? There's one experiment, and it's empirical, that is just shredding. He shreds everything else. And you
my
tell me what's going
fun
on.
in life is trying to prove unprovable things.
Your what? Your phone? I'm sorry?
My
Do you know
fun.
what that is? Hey, listen.
Gonna be at it a while.
Curvature? Koi kid. The curvature is one of those things. That's why we're all here. It's unprovable.
Don't you think it's fun to try to prove unprovable things?
Bro, quantum mechanics is about that.
Exactly. The curvature of the Earth is one of those unprovable
Have you
things.
heard about
Ultimate.
For now.
Well, it
To
should have been
prove the
proven when the model
curvature
was
is
created.
like trying to prove that you are the father of your own father.
Dude, have you heard about an
I'm
experiment?
my own grandpa. Yes, I'm my own grandpa.
Holy shit.
I was also I was always fascinated that someone can be your grandchild and your child.
It's a time travel joke / mind, like.
And your child can be your brother. So
You want to
that's
know
not-
what else is
Time
crazy?
travel, so not really worth
So
it.
we're just talking
This is what's crazy, right? With Einstein's work with relativity, right? States
special
that everything
relativity
is
or general
states that
relativity?
just with relativity in
No,
general.
those are two
Relativity
different
in general. I know, because special relativity means there's a special circumstance for
Yes,
certain
I hate
causes.
special relativity. Special relativity.
Now,
is
regular relativity, right? It's all relative to the perspective, right? So you could either be in a point in space observing the rotation of the Earth, or you could be on the Earth observing no rotation and observing the heavens rotating.
You like general
The math works
relativity?
both ways.
I like general. I don't like special
What's
relativity.
the energy momentum tensor in Einstein's tensor equation?
You're really like.
Okay, one more time. What's the energy momentum tensor in the Einstein field equation? Since you said you like general relativity.
No, I like the idea of general relativity.
The idea. Oh, I don't like idea.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like mathematics.
Memes,
Yeah.
ideas are memes.
I am not special to
No.
general relativity.
They're
Koi
fleeting.
kid, you like Koi kid? Do you like the idea that your feet are older than your head?
No, that's special
Yeah, he does.
relativity. That is
He likes
special
that.
relativity,
Huh?
not general relativity. Two different.
Special.
Special relativity is stupid.
Ideas are good if they're grounded in reality and we can manifest
Special
it into the
relativity
real
is
world.
stupid.
Koi kid, ideas are good if they're real and we can make it happen for real. What good is it?
That's just because it kills the
General
force of
relativity.
gravity.
General
Manifest.
relativity is all
The
about
force.
general relativity is about the gravity and space time,
The gravity.
and special relativity is also about it, but it's also about how time is dependent
Flows.
on your
You just-
movement.
Time is an idea. Hold on.
How
Stop.
time
is
contracts and dilates.
Yes.
Have you guys?
I don't like special relativity.
A concept
Let me say something about time real quick, please.
Have,
Time
you guys
time is a
already asked
measurement.
about gas pressure?
Time is a measurement. The way
I tried flat Earth.
and because we live in because there's a sun moving around the sky, we develop this way to measure this length that we're alive. So time is just think about it. Time doesn't exist. It's just how humans measure how long things are based on the sun, right? So
How we choose to
No,
slice
not
it.
based on the sun, based on things. Second is not based
no
on the
no no no
sun.
no 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 no. Listen. The millisecond, right? It comes from what? From the second. The second comes from what? The minute, the hour comes from
No,
the
no.
sun.
Second
Okay.
come from
No,
a time
Comes from a
from
cycle.
twice the time. No,
It
second
comes from a
time.
cycle.
What?
Cycle. Do you
Yes.
agree or yes? That's it.
it, it,
Cycle.
it,
No, no.
yeah.
Okay.
Cycle of what?
Wait, wait.
That's it. Fill in the
Yeah,
blank.
Time does not
It's called
exist.
this. It's the
it's a
sidereal
frequency.
day. The
It's a
sidereal day is
frequency.
from sunup to sunup, and then that is
Time and
considered a
space.
day length. And then that day length is divided into hours and then divided into minutes. That's the point Bong is trying to make. A sidereal
Right,
day is sunrise to sunrise. That's your
right.
day length. And then you
Yes, but
divide
a
that into
second
whatever
isn't.
segments.
It's
You can
a
call it
second
pico,
isn't
you can call
connected.
it picoseconds or nanoseconds or milliseconds. You can choose how you slice that up.
Planck-
But the
The
day
Planck
length
second
is set by the sun.
is
Or
the
centisecond.
smallest time. The Planck second is the smallest. But look, what the point is, it's a measurement. It's just like the inch. Like it's a human concept that we use to try to
Yes.
measure
So
things and
exactly. So
understand things.
it's,
It's measurement for the
here
rhythm,
there is
a
something called
repeating cycle.
size, and we made up a measurement to
Right.
see like meters and centimeters
But
and so
but the
and
events that happen during
Cubits,
these
fathoms.
measurements, during these days, during this time that we call time, the events that happen, we are concerned with these events. So it's not a thing that you can manipulate, like the way Einstein says
there
space
is
time.
there is
Oh, listen. Time cannot be
Oh, yeah.
affected. That when space time is explained, it's not a
yeah,
thing that can be manipulated
that's why
that
I
way.
think special
They're
relativity
made
is
up
stupid.
concepts. They're made up
Right.
concepts. Both
That's why I
space
think
and
special
time are
relativity is
concepts.
stupid.
They're
But do you
constructs. Are made
understand?
up.
It's a measurement,
Einstein
right?
is pretty stupid. That's why you're right.
Yeah, it's just
Einstein's
a
dumb.
way we measure something. Just like we measure distance, we also measure time, right? How long something takes to get
Yeah,
from
but
A to B.
Can you
Like
show
you
me
said,
a
how does
fabric?
one something go from here to there, right? See,
I want to see a fabric woven out of space and time strings. Show me that shit. Where's where's that? Show
Time
it.
is considered a control variable. We measure
I
reactions
have a question.
against
I have a
time.
question here.
So wait, I'm just mid sentence. Hold on a sec,
Okay.
and it's relevant to the time aspect. Time is a control variable or a constant variable. So when I measure how quickly the reaction happens over time, time is on the base of my graph. Time is not a causal effect. So I cannot say if I wait 2 minutes, nothing will suddenly become something. Time is not a variable that actually changes something. Time is just something that we measure against to see how quickly
Yes.
or how
Oh,
slowly something occurred. And that's why
Repeat.
it's
Yeah.
conceptual.
okay. I forgot something. Right? I said that the one-way speed of light isn't measurable. Sorry, it isn't measurable in the special relativity model. It is measurable in any other model. Sorry, forgot to
Yeah,
say that.
I don't go by any models. That's the problem.
No,
Huh?
but this kid's in his mind. It's all conceptual and it can be a simulation. So trying to identify that a concept is not reality. The concept is just our description of what we think reality is doing. And then that concept has no value. So the same way that
Exactly.
space and time, or the idea of a space-time continuum, if I ask you how many kilometers are there in a second, or how many hours are there in 1 mile, does that make sense?
No, it does not.
But I'm linking space and time into
Yeah.
one concept. How many miles are there in a second, and how many hours are there in a meter?
3 mile seconds.
There are
Wasn't it 15 arc
4.2
seconds per
miles
hour?
in 1 second.
4.2 miles in 1 second. Okay,
No,
so
actually, this
so do you
fabric is
understand?
Superman's cape.
Yes. So yeah. So
If you say a space-time continuum, or you talk about space-time, you're talking about miles in a second or seconds in a
yeah,
mile,
that's
which
really
is
weird.
retarded.
Yeah, it's like saying that I don't know, a color of something can be like
Dude,
changed by the
it
size.
gets worse. You
Yeah, it's
can't weigh
stupid.
things in terms of force now. It's the curvature of this fabric that's made out of space-time
You
string.
know, in one
No, no,
yellow.
don't cut me off. No, I don't know. I don't want to know. You should know this from Einstein. Okay, so it's actually the gravity is measured in the curvature of the fabric of space-time due to the mass warping it. So it's the rate of curvature of the continuum that determines why things fall down to the ground. So there you go. There's gravity for you.
Okay. Oh yeah, but
Go with that
listen.
shit.
The thing that I said, we did general relativity didn't wasn't but it was made more plausible when they saw that light is bent by
It doesn't. Yeah, it
gravity.
doesn't address what I'm talking about at all.
So you
You mean
can
a fairy tale? If a fairy tale becomes more believable, the fairy tale becomes truth.
no, it's not truth, but it's more
Modified.
believable.
Yes, it becomes modified fairy tale solar.
Yes, that
Yeah.
exactly.
Yes,
A modified thing.
fairy tale improved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cosmology is fairy tales.
And
What like
You know.
they're science based fairy tales. What
Okay, at least you admit that shit. Nice, dude.
so science, the word science or the scientific method is a very specific method, including experimentation.
yes.
Now, no one has experimented on the bending of a space-time due to the uneven distribution of mass, causing gravity wells where objects now sink into the center of a gravity
So
well.
you're trying to say it's not scientific, right?
It's not experimented on, therefore cannot be termed scientific.
Yes, that is
It
true.
falls, if you go and look at the definition of pseudoscience, pseudoscience
Yes,
means
I know.
not conforming to a scientific method.
Yes, I
And the
know that all.
scientific method, step 4, is experiment.
Yes, I
So if
know
it
that
doesn't
string
conform to an
theory
experiment,
and special relativity and general relativity is pseudoscience.
are not scientific. They
Yes,
fall
I
into
know.
pseudoscience, you know.
Yes, I know that. Yes,
You gotta stop cutting
Okay, great.
off, man.
I think
All right, so
everyone
that
in the scientific
but
community knows that.
Koi kid, but you just said the opposite when you were saying these things like general relativity, which are scientific. Now
Scientific
you've just
community.
conceded that they're not scientific,
Really?
and they're
You
actually
said that?
falling into pseudoscience.
No, yes, they are.
What's a scientific community, man? So I have a
In
bachelor's of science, so I'm a
all of
scientist.
the
There you go.
most
By community standards, there. But that's not what a scientist is, though.
in the,
Scientist is a person who uses the scientific method. So,
exact,
what is this community of science? What's that?
physicists mostly, because other things can be scientific and not be physics. But so a lot of
Such as
physicists,
what?
most
Such as what?
neuroscience.
What can be non-physical and still be scientific?
Narnia.
Neuroscience.
Neuroscience, you think that they don't conduct any experiments by
Yeah, so
plugging
that is
electrodes into the
scientific.
brain
It is
and
scientific.
stimulating the brain to
Yeah.
cause an effect
Yes, it is
and thereby
scientific, but it's not
prove
physics.
Quite empirical, you know.
I said it is scientific.
it
it's
it
not
is scientific because
Yeah.
there's experimentation, and it
that's
is
what-
physical because you're physically working on the brain.
Yeah, but it's physical, but it's not physicsy.
Physicsy? No, it is very physicsy.
Why
It's
is it
physically
Physicsy?
squared.
Physics
squared?
is the root word for
Science.
physical,
Physics is square.
and it's the
squared is
study of the
physics
natural
of a
and
second.
physical. Okay, Koi kid, this is where you're wrong, and this is where you need to just listen for 1 second.
Okay.
If they are experimenting, they are conducting science. If I have a human brain and I experiment on the human brain,
Yes,
I
that
am
is science.
conducting
I
science.
never said it
If I
wasn't
look up
science.
at the sky, wait, I'm not finished. You'll know I'm finished because I'll stop speaking. When someone is looking up at the sky and not doing experiment, such as Einstein with either general relativity or special relativity, there was never an experiment to support the hypothesis from the man claiming the hypothesis. That's not called science. That's called pseudoscience because it's not conforming to an experiment-based scientific method. Do you understand that?
Yes, all the things that you just said, I knew, and you're not telling me anything new. What I'm trying to say, yes, neuroscience is science, but it's not physics. So all the, let's call it physics community, not all of it, but most of it, knows that string theory and special relativity and general relativity is pseudoscience.
Yo, kiddo, can you take a break for a second? Let's talk to this new guy, just for a minute. Give you a
Okay.
break. GYG. Can you?
Oh yeah, what's up?
Yeah, how do you say your name, man?
Just call me Gig. That's fine.
Gig. All right. What's happening?
Not much. I'm just listening. It's good old fashioned
All right. Enjoying the convo.
Yeah, sure.
Do you wanna? You got any? You want to say something about it or whatever? Go for it.
So the poor kid, right? He was just talking about. He meant physics, right? And that's the branch of science that deals with the structure of matter and how fundamental constituents of the universe interact. And you guys meant something physical, so I just wanted to clear that up. But I also wanted to say that general and special relativity are actually very well tested in terms of actually how they their properties.
What's tested
How?
about this? Yeah.
There was
Can
an
you
experiment
post?
where a satellite that was launched into space was actually at a hyperbolic orbit, so they could see the difference in time on the clocks in the satellite between when it was at its low point in the orbit, so deeper into the.
That's general. That's special relativity, not general relativity.
No. Listen, because it was closer to the Earth, like the gravitation of the Earth made it go.
Dilated the time.
Part of space time, right? So when it's closer to the Earth, they actually saw that time ticked, I believe, slower relative to the Earth than when it was further away from the Earth. And that was actually tested. You can
really, I didn't know about this experiment, but if you say so, that I'm going to see it, and I'm going to see it, and that's an interesting experiment. But it's special relativity, not general relativity that you're talking about.
No, that was general relativity because it's the curvature of the space-time causing it, not the relative motion between the satellite and the Earth.
Yeah.
No,
exactly. It's the curvature of space-time.
This is where, Gig, this is where the misunderstanding of an experiment comes in. Because the true nature of an experiment is for you to isolate an independent variable, and then you manipulate that independent variable to prove cause and effect. So, for example, if you claim the cause of this clock being different is space-time, you would then need to manipulate space-time, either turning it on or off, to demonstrate through experimentation that you've isolated the independent variable from the dependent variable, which is the effect, and all your other control variables are set constant to prove the cause of the effect.
Yeah,
so what we're saying is that this region of space considered a vacuum adjacent to a high pressure gas, firstly, that can't exist. They say that they sent something to that place. How do you corroborate that they actually send something to that place? Secondly, there's two pieces of instruments, two clocks. So if you've ever owned two watches in your life, has one ever run fast or one ever run slow? And could that be in the apparatus itself? Yes, that is a possibility. Secondly, once you place these two at a distance from one another, how could that logically affect any time variation between these two pieces of equipment?
Exactly.
How could you haven't manipulated time. So all you've done is you said on this clock it's fast and on this clock it's slow.
Yes,
Therefore, some fairy tale is true.
You observed.
But
You
I
didn't
can show
conduct
you
an experiment.
100 clocks, and all 100 clocks will be running at a slightly different speed due to how precise the mechanism is made inside the clock. I know that this claim is atomic clocks, so it goes to like the 12th decimal place, and they're claiming that the decimal places are changing, thereby everything about this relativity idea is true because it was claimed that if you could demonstrate this, it would then support it. You've got two pieces of clock, so two pieces of hardware, and then there's a magic trick going on with that piece of apparatus. In the same way that when I put a rabbit in a hat and then I turn the hat over and the rabbit's gone, that piece of apparatus was designed with that purpose in mind. So how have you manipulated time or space-time to prove that space-time is the cause of what you just claimed it does?
All right.
Yes, like I said, you didn't
No,
conduct
No,
an
that's to gig. That's to gig.
Be quiet.
Oh, okay.
So, space-time, in a way, the experiment doesn't prove the existence of space-time. Space-time is basically just a very effective way that we have of explaining the results of that experiment. And so far, mathematically speaking, those
No, I thought you said that was supporting the space-time. You can't have space-time supporting the experiment and the experiment supporting space-time. That's circular reasoning.
Why can't you?
It's called circular. I'm not talking to you, Koi Kid. It's called circular reasoning. Write it down. Read the definition and you'll understand. Gig, you cannot use one thing to be the cause of something. And then conversely, it's also the backward cause of something else. That's circular reasoning. So either space-time is true, and then we do this experiment to try and measure it, or this measurement is true, and then we're trying now to prove space-time. It cannot go both ways.
I'm sorry. It was my bad saying that this explains space-time, because Einstein actually came up with space-time a fair bit before that experiment took place.
Your precise claim was there is plenty of experiments proving this correct. When you asked for one said experiment, you then proposed this idea as solid proof. This was your silver bullet. This proves special relativity or general relativity, whichever one you guys think that a change in a clock is proving, when I can show you 1,000 clocks all running at different speeds.
Okay, flat Earth solar. Can you give me the globe Earth thing?
For you?
Yeah, but look, you guys are talking about the fruit on a tree that doesn't exist. You can't really talk about all that if there's no curvature to the earth. So kind of like, you know what I mean?
What?
Correct.
No. If the Earth is a globe, it's not flat.
Maybe take Gig through the three questions.
The Earth is a globe. It's not flat.
Wait, let me finish what I'm saying first. Because you're saying that the mass of this ball, right, is bending the space-time. That's gravity. So there you go. There's your ball again. So now let's get back to the ball.
All right.
To proving that.
All right. Fuck space time.
No, like I said,
wrong sound.
Okay.
Quick kid. Hey, how about this? Watch this.
No.
You're getting muted. Nope. Boom. Done. Just be quiet. We're talking to Gig for now, and then we'll get back to you. Okay? Just listen. All right, Bong. Take it.
I was just saying, maybe we should talk about the curvature first. Because if we can agree that it's not curving, then we don't have to argue about space-time and all that craziness. Just walking the dog.
All right.
You got to prove a curvature, man.
Oh, me? Is it my go? All right.
Oh yeah, it's all you. Yeah, I put the other guy on mute because he's too excited. We've been talking to him for like 5 hours.
There have also been experiments where clocks on top of a mountain have ticked faster than clocks that are at sea level, and that would suggest that
thus curvature
is
thus.
Yeah, so it curves.
Thus, you have two different clocks that tick at different times. That's all you demonstrated. If I've got two vehicles and one drives faster, does that mean that's space-time? because
So
my
why
one
do you
vehicle
think
drives
they
faster than another one.
Why do you think they tick differently if not for space time?
Do you know
Elevation.
the mechanism designed inside a clock?
Yeah, the
You
atomic
get different grades of mechanism. You get what do they call them? Chronoscope, or something like that, where it doesn't lose 10 milliseconds in a year, but it will lose 10 milliseconds in a year because the mechanism inside it cannot be as precise as it needs to be. So then they go up to the atomic clock scale, where it then becomes digital, and it's about sending and receiving light and the measurement of that to deduce what time is. Now, even on atomic clock scale, you're going to find that there's a calibration required. Why do you think calibration is required? Because there might be variance. Okay, so what you've said is that there's variance in two clocks, therefore proof of space-time. And I'm telling you that clocks have variance. Do you understand that point?
Yeah. But the
Okay,
variance in the
so do you still think that variances in clock readings proves anything?
But the variance in the atomic clock isn't nearly a large enough variance to justify the sort of difference in measurement that they found. They found a difference in the measurement that was outside of the actual uncertainty that comes with an atomic clock. Now, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I remember
It doesn't matter magnitude. Listen to what I said. If there's variance, big or small, there can be variance in the apparatus. And you said, yep, you agreed with that, correct?
There is a small degree.
That's why there's a calibration required, because there can be variance. Now, when you go and look at these measurements, the one that you claimed was about orbital distances, like 250 miles away, supposedly. And then that can start to make sense.
So it was a lot further away from the Earth's orbit.
But listen, that could start to make sense. Telling me that you can measure a difference at the top of a mountain versus at sea level indicates that this is like a constant difference, and that if I were to be that precise, that I take the same clock up to different levels and I start measuring different speeds, that to me would be very definitive. But if I had two clocks, I would still question, are those two clocks running at the same speed inherently if there's a calibration aspect to the clock?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, so you have to be
okay. So now, but listen, like Bong said rightfully so, normally when someone enters this room, we generally ask them 3 foundational questions just to try and identify if what you think you know is a real that you know it, or whether it's mostly just that you don't know it, but you believe it to be true.
All right.
So I'll just highlight the 3 questions very quickly. This is not a gotcha. It's not trying to trap anyone. It really is just about ascertaining your understanding the difference between knowing versus belief.
They
So
are the same.
The very first question is, who measured, so this can go back through history or it can be up until today, who physically measured that there is curvature to the earth that you're standing on top of? And there's a difference between calculation, where you take a pen and paper, and measurement, as in going out and shooting a laser or using a tape measure or using some device to truly measure the curvature. Who's measured curvature all the way from past to now? What was their name and what was their method?
Well, for that one, I can see to the horizon, right? And that's because the Earth curves away from my line of vision, and that's why I can't see beyond the horizon. So that's my sort of like, I could say I've sort of experimented with the curvature of the Earth because it curves away from my line of sight, my field of vision. Okay,
so that's preposterous because you're saying I can look with my eyes and therefore measurement. No, a measuring tool or something to actually determine a measurement has to be done physically and not simply through observation. Observation is correlation. Observation is not causation. You have to go and manipulate or test something to prove causation. Observation is just merely looking at it. So, I'm asking, this should be as famous as anything. Here's this guy. He built this 3-mile stretch of something. The Earth curved away from that object, that horizontal object, by this much, proving that the Earth curves underneath this object at exactly the rate that it should do. What year was it done? What was the actual thing? So you've got one or two answers. The answer is, this is his name and this was the way he did it. Or you can say, I don't know. But I believe it was done. And that's the point of these questions. Either you know this, so tell me his full name and the experiment that he did to prove it, or the answer is, I don't know, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember anyone's full name that did any experiment in particular. But
To measure. Now, there are two guys who claim to have calculated it. The one is Eratosthenes, and the other one is Al-Biruni. So later on, when you want to go and read up about them, you'll see that they also used observations, like you were saying. And those then use observation and calculation, assuming the Earth is a sphere in the first place, to then come to some derived idea. Whereas measurement is tangible, you actually go measure it. Second question, axial rotation. So we're told that day and night is caused because we spin.
Yeah.
So the sun is stationary and we're actually spinning on our axis. So who in history, from all the way previous that you can think of, all the way up until today, what was his full name? What was the test that he did to prove that we have axial rotation of this place?
You could look at satellites, for example, that are orbiting the Earth. You could probably see that.
So
relative
that's not
motion-
what he asked, right? You have difficulties answering questions, I've noticed. It's not what he asked.
Is he asking for a person? Because I don't know any
Yes.
person who
Oh,
feels like
so then
we're in the same
Flatter
group, right?
Solar said, well, it's perfectly fine to say, I don't know. Okay?
All right.
Yeah.
But none of this would contradict a globe Earth. Like,
So I asked for rotation. So I asked, we'll get there. I asked for what was his name, and what was his scientific method to prove that the ground below your feet is spinning. And you again said, look up and imagine there's a satellite up there in orbit. So I'm asking for the man and the experiment he did to prove that this Earth globe that you think it is spinning to cause day and night. The answer is you give me his name and the experiment, or you say, I don't know.
So I have a video here of the Arctic midnight 24-hour time lapse, and that's
Is that an observation or an experiment? Is that an observation or an experiment?
It's a video. It's an experiment which shows.
All right, listen to my question. Is that an observation or is that an experiment?
So far, it's an observation, but
which is not an experiment, which means not proof, not scientific evidence.
You can observe anything, theory, according to you. If you're saying a video isn't concrete proof, or you're saying a video is just an observation, then how do we know not everything is just an observation?
Yeah, I can show you a video of Bigfoot. Is then Bigfoot real?
Well, no, but
no. So there you go. There you go.
So then video alone, an observation alone, is not sufficient. Otherwise, they would say the scientific method is go and observe and declare. And then that's all you would need for the scientific method, and you'd never have to experiment.
I could go to Antarctica, and then I could...
Okay, so like I asked again, who proved, and I'll give you the answers after you say, I don't know. I'll give you the answers. But I'm asking you, do you know who and how he proved that the ground below his feet, so you're going to be looking down at the ground, and proving that the ground below your feet is spinning? Who and how did he prove that?
I don't know anyone's full name, but with a bit of research, I think I could find.
Thank you for that honesty. I appreciate that.
Would be able to come back and explain.
All right. Well, now I'm going to give it to you. So the only person who's ever claimed it is Leon Foucault. They call it the Foucault pendulum. And they hang this little pendulum in a room, and supposedly the bottom of the room rotates underneath the top of the ceiling, which is quite amazing because they claim that the floor is moving, but the ceiling is not. So, amazing demonstration that the ground below your feet is moving. So, if the ground was moving below your feet, you'd be able to release a balloon and you would watch the earth slowly move away from the balloon going up, and you would start to see the balloon moving in an arced fashion, and we call that the Coriolis effect. So this thing should be demonstrable. You should know the name of the person and how he proved it, but there wasn't, throughout all your education so far, they didn't teach you the name of the person who proved curvature, and they didn't teach you the name of the person who proved that it spins. Now we go on to the third question. Gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum.
Yeah.
So the very first requirement to achieve a gas pressure is containment. If I want to pump up my car tire, I need a rubber tire to start putting the air pressure into. If the tire has a hole, I cannot achieve increasing the pressure in that system. When you look up the definition of gas pressure, you will see it's the pressure applied to the walls of its container, because gas wants to expand in all directions to fill the available volume.
Yeah.
Now, space is a volume that air would want to fill. Now, you can't show me a demonstration on the Earth of a vacuum chamber next to a high pressure and then open up the vacuum chamber, and that the vacuum stays the vacuum, and that the high pressure stays where it is, and that it doesn't find equilibrium. In fact, so much so that they call it the second law of thermodynamics. Hot always goes to cold, high pressure always goes to low pressure, seeking equilibrium always, unless there's a barrier or a divider or a container separating the high pressure from the low pressure. So the question, number 3, is, can you demonstrate high pressure gas without a container? And if you can, please tell us who was the person what was his name and what was his demonstration to show that you can have a ball of gas, it's higher pressure gas just floating in the middle of the air, or that I can have a gas pressure without container.
Well, it's being pulled, like, I can't give you a name of someone, but I could explain it. But it's being pulled down just like us by gravity to the Earth. And that's
So the question is, can you say the person's name and the scientific method where he can show gas pressure without a container, like the Earth is supposed to be in the vacuum?
I can't say anyone's name that's fair enough. Not from my
Thank you.
off the top of my head.
All right, so now these are like the 3 fundamental pillars of your religion. So imagine a little stool, a little like table in your lounge or bedroom, wherever, and this table has 3 legs. If you're on a ball, it has to curve. If you're on a spinning ball, it has to spin. And if you're breathing high pressure air and there's this vacuum, infinite vacuum of space just above your head, then there has to be some way to show high pressure adjacent to a vacuum without any kind of divider. And if gravity is your only idea for that, then we should be able to do a collimated air so that the air at ground level can't move upwards because gravity's holding it down. And we can put my vacuum cleaner facing straight down at the ground and suck that thing up, or create the low pressure inside the vacuum that the high pressure air wants to rush into to fill and make equilibrium. And that if I'm pointing it downwards, that gravity holds the air so that the air can't go into the vacuum cleaner. The idea of these 3, these are your foundational pillars. So if you don't have curvature and you don't know who did it, and you don't have axial rotation, and you can't demonstrate gas pressure next to a vacuum, the point of these 3 questions is for you to realize those are now just beliefs. You believe it's curved because someone somewhere must have done it. You believe it's rotating because somewhere someone must have done it. And you believe you're breathing high pressure gas next to a vacuum. You just believe someone has done it somewhere. And without those three pieces of evidence, the globe idea should actually be starting off with a question mark. And that those three would need to be proved prior to going ahead and assuming that men shooting a little rocket up in the sky is placing satellites at various distances, which I work in solar technology, and a solar panel cannot operate above 55 degrees Celsius. And the thermosphere is said to be 1,000 to 2,000 degrees Celsius, which means that my aluminium panel would turn to liquid at about 600 degrees. So solar panels would not, solar panels would be liquefied. The crystalline wafers would also be liquefied at about 1,200 degrees. So there is no way to send an object up there with solar panels and power it with a technology which I work with daily. So this isn't about...
Also, the glass on the solar panel will be boiling.
Melted, liquefied at about 300, 400 degrees. So there's not a lack of evidence, and we haven't even got to that point yet. But do you find it interesting that those three questions, you didn't have an answer like a Newton or an Einstein that you were taught through school? Don't you find it interesting that you didn't have their names offhand?
Well, I don't remember every single thing. That's my bad. I don't have the greatest memory. But if you give me
there aren't, but there aren't. This is the point. You're welcome. Go test everything I said. Don't believe a single thing I said. Go and prove this to yourself, because when you go and look for the evidence and find it's not there, that's when the question marks start to stack up. And then you will get to a point where you'll say, that is peculiar. I believe I'm on a sphere, but no one's ever proven it. I believe I'm spinning, but actually all scientific experiments like the Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, the Sagnac, the Aries failure, all of these scientific experiments prove the Earth is stationary. So axial rotation has never been proven. And gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum has never been proven. So you'll find that there aren't answers for these things, which you just have to believe to continue with your religion of believing you're an evolved monkey on a spinning space rock with high pressure air adjacent to the infinite vacuum.
I'm sorry.
So to underline all this, these three questions established that you do not have knowledge about the heliocentric model. You do not know it. And what you have is actually a blind belief, which is known as fanaticism. But don't take it as an insult. This is something like someone trying to pull your hand, and point you to this matter issue.
Well, that was refreshing, at least to hear him concede on two of the three that they were unknown to him. And all the greats we know, we were taught them. Your Newton, your Einstein, your Faradays, your Maxwells, the guys that were noteworthy were definitely taught to you.
Yeah.
Someone who proved the curvature and rotation and this amazing gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum they would be taught. It could be proven.
Yeah, what proof or scientific experiment did Maxwell had for correcting Ampere's laws, claiming that we do have a positive charge coming from the heavens out from nothing, from a perfect vacuum, near perfect vacuum. And in his times, actually, he had no clue that there is a vacuum in the heavens.
Mass Demas, are you there? Mass Demas? Is that how you say your name? You're unmuted. Hello? Hello? All right, then.
Black Swan.
I just love it when the guy comes in all hot and he's, wants to talk about his space time. And like Bong rightly said, take it back to something tangible like the ground you're standing on. And very quickly, their imaginations sort of stop running off up into the sky. And when they're confronted with the ground, they're quiet because there is no proof of this. And we see too far.
Yeah, I enjoy the space-time talk. That's why. It's always I like to take it there. Big Bang.
I enjoy more realistic stuff, and our technological advancements, linear encoders, infrared cameras, all this stuff, laser rangefinders, and even infrared laser rangefinders, which are top state-of-the-art measuring instruments. Those are the most cool devices that you can own, and actually that technology is military grade, but it's not like you can't own it. You can still buy from China some of these, which are military grade.
What's the maximum distance that you've seen on those, Get?
Well, these infrared cameras I was looking at, they can detect a human or car at 22 kilometers far away, and they can identify a man or a car at 6 kilometers far away. So they can face recognize you 6 kilometers far away. And
22 kilometers,
it tells you,
15,
that's a human there.
about 15 miles.
Yeah, about something like that. Yeah.
1.6 kilos to a mile. So just
12 or 13 miles, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah. But it's quite a lot of distance, And the laser rangefinders, for example.
What about refraction?
Well,
where the globe is saying that's not accurate. You can't use that piece of equipment because light is bendy and it's curving around a sphere.
Yeah,
actually,
sorry. No, you can't talk about that when you talk about infrared light.
Well,
infrared light is the least refractive.
Well, gravity is acting like a catapult, sending it above the horizon, so it meets the camera. Yes.
What actually infrared comes in different wavelengths as well for penetrating different types of atmosphere. So that each type of infrared is still going to be affected to some degree by some level of refraction or interference with molecules in the air or the opaqueness of the atmosphere. But I was thinking more in terms of like the military grade stuff. The military will target something at 100 miles. Now, how can they paint the target at 100 miles if, but once again, consumer grade shit, they only give us 20 kilometers, 22 kilometers. But for themselves, they probably have what, 170 kilometers plus?
Yeah. And yeah, this camera I was looking is, you can see it 30 kilometers far away in infrared, but it's quite small. It's like a back in the days camera, which you hold it on your shoulder. Kind of that size. But when we are talking about these U.S. Navy airship carriers and battle cruisers, they have a lot bigger cameras. And those cameras can see actually a lot further. They don't even give us the true technical details, and we can see this in a lot of information that's posted on the internet officially by the US Army about their cruisers and aircrafts. It's not real technical details. It's just very, very approximate. When they say a ship can travel this certain speed, they actually are capable of traveling 5 times faster.
Hey, AT. Yo. ET. I was gonna ask you why were you muted, so I could, keep you unmuted, but if you're not gonna tell me, I'm gonna mute you. Because I don't know who muted you.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Now I can. What's up, man?
Oh, cool. Not much, man, just chilling out. Yeah, I couldn't even hear for a while. That's like a new level mute when you can't even hear the conversation.
Well, that's deafened. You weren't deafened. You were just muted. Maybe you were hot micing. I'm not sure. Before, I don't know.
I don't know. I just popped in for the first time in a couple of months, and I just wanted to see what you guys were talking about.
Okay, it's probably from last time then. All right, then. Cool, man. I'll keep
Probably.
you muted from my end.
Cool, thank
Welcome
you.
back.
I will control myself. No worries.
All right, cool. Awesome, man.
Do you have any questions?
Like I said, I haven't been here in a couple months. Are you guys chatting about anything in particular at the moment?
Well, we always talk about flat Earth. Do you believe you live on a spinning wet ball?
Is it me or is get somehow not being heard?
Oh, you can't hear me? Mic
Or is
check.
it me again?
Oh, funny. Mic check. Can you hear me now? Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you just fine. The whole time.
Thank you.
I don't think there's been a problem with yours.
I
Okay,
had
cool.
some
We're talking
apps
audio,
open.
right? We're all good?
Yeah. Good. So,
Like
do you
there's a
have any
problem
questions
somewhere
for
here.
us? Do you believe that you live on a spinning wet ball? E.T.
So yeah, what's been guys, it's good to talk to you again. I haven't been here in a couple months. Any recent new topics been popping up and lately?
Yeah, a new topic will be like sextant navigation. Have you ever heard of that?
Hey guys, I'm gonna sign out and come back in. I can't hear anyone.
I don't think you could hear. He can't hear
Okay.
you, Bigat.
Yeah, that's funny.
Or anyone, maybe. I'm not sure. So, Pess. Yo, Pess.
Oh, that's going to be fun. He's in the lobby saying God is gravity. I believe God is the earth.
Yeah, sorry about that one. The goddess gravity is more of a joke than actually legitimate.
It is going to be fun, Roger.
Oh, it's a joke.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah, we know the globe is a joke. Yeah.
If space is expanding, that means there must be an edge of space. So what happens when we reach the edge of space? Will we fall off of space? This is addressed to the globe.
Reaching the edge of space would mean falling off of space.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happens when we reach the edge of space?
But with the assumption
Will we
space
fall
is
off?
we're assuming space is expanding in a spherical direction, though, in all directions. How do you fall off something that isn't just two-dimensional? There's no edge to it. You can't fall off something.
But there is an edge if it's expanding.
Then which way would you fall?
It's just like a balloon inflating.
I'm asking,
so
would
from
you
the
fall?
middle of the balloon, when you reach the wall of the balloon, the rubber, yeah, and when you go outside that rubber balloon, what will happen?
You'd fall down to the ground using gravity.
Fall down to the ground.
When you reach the end of
ground?
space, there's a sign that says "Turn back."
Well, using the balloon metaphor, that's quite easy to prove. Get a balloon, put a marble inside, pop the balloon. What happens to the marble?
That's so funny.
Yeah, that's just
Is it funny?
imagination. Imagination. Yeah, Pez, I just want to God is gravity, which is actually true in your model, right? Because gravity formed everything, and it's something you cannot prove, right? So basically, you're right. In your model, God is gravity. Gravity is God.
I will just put out the disclaimer that I did not really mean that. That was just kind of me making fun of the sense where people.
Yeah, but it is
talking
true,
against gravity
right?
existing.
It
If
is
you're
true.
using that mindset, then yes, you could see God being gravity as true, because the entire idea of God is that there's no proof and you have to be faithful.
And
Yeah,
so
but
is
there's no
gravity.
gravity.
And so is for gravity, right? It's a faith-based religion where you believe stuff is being formed into balls, which has never been proven, never been shown. It's just a religion, a faith-based system in a concept that has never been proven.
Okay, that is a fair point. We do not have any technical proof, but can I just ask the simple question of if it doesn't exist, then why are we not floating? Why are we
Why would you float? Why would you think you would float?
If you put something in a vacuum without gravity in space, people float. But then again, I see
That's not
the
what.
assumption of going to space.
Yeah, so that's just you imagining, right? Imagining going to Narnia and tell us how Narnia works in comparison to how Earth works, right?
Well, then I would ask that if you throw a rock in the air, we know through physics that we are applying a force that is going upwards. So how does that force suddenly turn into a force going downwards?
Well, there's no force in your model, so I don't know what you're talking about. There's no force pulling you down.
Well, if gravity doesn't exist, then why does something we throw up come back down at all?
So why would you think that would float? Why would you think that? Because you believe in Narnia, where they show you on your screen that people are falling in a tin can? That is why you
jump
think.
off my house, I will hit the ground. It's pretty
Yes,
obvious
that is what we all observe, right? That denser, that an object that is denser than the medium that is surrounding it, right, will find its equilibrium. That is what we all observe, right? So you thinking that you would float is just ridiculous because you think, right, because your screen showed you Narnia, people falling around in a tin can, right? That is what you think would happen, but that would never happen. So why would you think you would float again? Because your screen showed you people in Narnia?
No, because according to vector physics, if there's no force applying in any direction, you will not move. So you would stay in your position and just float there.
Again, right? This is something you have never observed. You have never observed something floating. So it's just your imagination.
My teacher told me that too in school.
Yeah, how did they made in the movie Gravity? How did they made those water bubbles and supposed those are actors in the movie Gravity? How did they make them float exactly like on the ISS?
Using special effects. That's how
Special effects. So if they look the same like
What he
NASA
was trying to say,
videos,
why when you
then
drop something, why does it go towards your feet rather than your face?
Exactly. That's all I'm trying to ask. Why does it go down?
Some things do go towards your face, man. Depends on the object.
well,
Most
I
things
can
go towards your
explain
feet
to
though when you let
you.
go of them.
I
No,
can
it depends
explain
on
to
the
you
thing.
the down vector.
I know it depends. A helium balloon
Uh,
obviously wouldn't do that,
Well,
but
there you go then.
yeah.
most objects, yeah, we can think of examples, but most objects fall downwards towards your feet when you let go of them.
Well, it's not about the object; it's about why, right? The object
Yeah,
is
like
moving
why
up,
would anything
or
fall
down. Well, up or down.
Yeah.
Well, there you go then. It's not just down; it goes up and down.
But the upward force is assuming that the upward force is greater than the force of gravity, which is assuming gravity is still there.
No, I don't. I don't assume that it's there.
Then why would anything? Then why do things go in different directions? What
Again,
causes
you have no
something
force in your
going
model.
up
So
and something going down?
Only
It's also
gas
interesting
is
to note that things
omnidirectional.
don't randomly go left or right. There always seems
Yeah.
to be an up and down kind of thing going on, right?
There
Really
isn't
weird, yeah.
due to energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
that
Energy.
answers that then.
Yes.
That makes
Do
so
you
much
know?
sense.
Trying to find homeostasis, and it's energy strata. You can call it that if you want.
Yes. Do you know what a capacitor is?
Yes, I do know what a capacitor is.
How do they work?
They store charge as they're getting charged to a specific point, and then they disperse it
Yeah.
over time.
What do you have inside the capacitor?
I do not know the chemical makeup of a capacitor.
Not chemical. You need to have certain things.
I do not know
Elements.
exactly the makeup. That is a chemical gas.
So you need to have two Gaussian planes. positive and negative plane, correct? So you can
Yeah,
have an
imagine if
electric
things
field.
just like
You can establish an electric
randomly
field.
flew to your left
Yeah.
side
Well, let him
automatically.
finish talking. Let him finish talking about the capacitors. I'm curious about
Yeah.
this.
Are you
Now,
in text chat?
ET, no. Can you hear Get Beget talk, ET?
No, for some reason I can't hear that guy talk. I see his
Ah.
light is flashing up, but I
Okay.
can't see him talk.
Get
Yeah,
Beget, you want to
give
hop
him a
out?
second. He is talking.
I think he muted me or whatever. Yeah.
No, drop out and come back in real quick. Maybe.
Oh, okay. I'll try. Okay.
Get did that already. Guy, just click on Get's name, the new guy. Just click on Get's name and check if the little volume button, if you accidentally slid it to the left.
That probably happened in the past. Maybe I muted him, but he's gone now. He's disappeared.
He's rejoining, I think.
So do you think I maybe accidentally slid his volume down?
You're checking
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, here we go. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. I turned it up now.
All right, then.
Okay, I'm
That was
back.
bothering me. I was like, God damn it, why can't I hear this guy talk?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
Mic
you now.
check?
Sorry about that.
Okay,
I'm
good.
sorry.
Good.
I'm sorry.
You're cool, man.
So, yeah, we need those two Gaussian planes so we can establish an electric field where these charges will be moving with the electric field or against the electric field according to their charge, positive or negative. It's pretty much the same in the world, that reality which we experience. And vast majority of the elements that make this world belong to the negative plane, and there are a small part of these elements which belong to the positive. Because this positive Gaussian plane would also have, it requires to be made of something. And yeah, we have helium, hydrogen elements, which we call them lighter. They rise in the air because they say they are lighter than the air. Yeah, so that's why they are rising. This is the official narrative that they give us, and we have to believe it. Now, the problem with this is that, yeah, we see helium rising, but what if it's the element which makes up the positive plane? This means it will be attracted upwards, and when we are talking about helium rising above the so-called atmosphere, above the air that we breathe, we will reach a certain areas where this gas starts accelerating, and we are going directly into quantum mechanics of highly charged particles. So this gas, when it reaches certain velocities, it is called highly charged particles. Yeah, this is one way of explaining with things that we can experiment in laboratories. We can test these things. We see them happening like that. But none of us.
You brought up
None
quantum
of
mechanics, though, and that's still highly
yeah.
theoretical.
Quantum mechanics, no, it's not highly theoretical. Quantum mechanics started pretty early. After you could say it started in the 1918 or 1920s. That's where the birth of quantum mechanics is, and it's the thing which actually frightened Einstein, you know, and made him say that no instrument, which no optical device or setup can be used to actually measure the velocity of the world. Which is more of a saying which it forbids us to even think, to use this kind of optical devices like interferometers, which are one of the most precise measuring instruments that we use in precision metalworking and optical lenses manufacturing and microchips and quite a lot of stuff. And when you perform a measurement with these instruments, with these interferometers, if you put them on a table which is in motion or on a table inside the train and that train is moving, you cannot actually perform any kind of measurements because they will give you very different kind of readings. They will tell you the velocity of the train. So to use them to measure stuff, we need to have them fixed to the ground very still so that they do not move.
With the exception of a gyroscope, which is designed to be make readings off movement.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question? I just really quick here. I saw this funny little, internet meme things, images where people post like a picture with a little phrase underneath it. It was one of these. And it was like a picture of the SR-71 Blackbird, right? And that thing went at like, it's got a maximum speed of like 2,000 or 3,000 miles per hour. I can't remember the number right now off the top of my head, but it's really fast. And it's that this thing would have to be pointing downwards constantly as to not fly out into space. What do you guys think about that?
It's correct. A plane would have to stay with the sphere to fly around the sphere to stay turning down around the rim of that sphere if it was to go from point A to point B. But it does not. As pilots, if you
but I don't think they're not trained to constantly fly downwards, nor is that technology, as far as I know, developed like in that idea of having to always be flying in a constant downward motion, especially in those high-speed planes.
I've asked a lot of Globers this, and most of the Globers say that it doesn't actually dip the nose, that it just flies flat and somehow gets around the sphere without dipping. So they have that wrapped in their mind.
Well, I mean, I'm just curious. Like, okay, so it just naturally does that then?
They say gravity does it for them.
Huh. Well, you would imagine, if that's true, you would imagine that the designers and the engineers would have like taken that into account and designed the plane to be weighted at least one way or another, or with its weight or density or whatever you want to call it, so that it would naturally go around. said
It's the
sphere.
same thing you would think the people that build bridges would take into account that bridges would have to curve down at some point, but they don't. Not in the designs. They don't.
Yeah, if you fly east to west or west to east at the equator, you will be flying in a straight line if you are flying over a ball. Correct?
Eventually, you're gonna.
But I think you have to curve.
What I mean, you don't need to make any corrections left, right to maintain your position towards the east. If you're flying towards east or towards the west.
Here we go again with the east to west thing. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So now, when you have a compass inside your airplane, you will be flying on a straight line, relative straight line. You will not be required to make any left or right adjustments, you know. And your compass will show you the north to be on your pointed at the right side. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, but in reality, the thing that's happening, uh, whenever you are moving, even with a car or boat or airplane, yeah, when you go on a straight line, yeah, you will see the compass deflecting. The north will be north position will be changing as you are moving. So you will always need to make adjustments, corrections to maintain a circular path
That's different,
navigation.
though, in my opinion. That's different than going down into the Earth versus the North Pole.
No,
There's a
I'm not
difference
saying
there.
going down in the earth. I'm talking about flying over it. At the equator, yeah,
Okay.
the north is at your right side when you're facing towards the west, and at your back is the east. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got
And
it.
for you, the east is straight forward in front of you. And you have to move. When you move straight forward in front of you, you are heading towards the east, from the west to the east.
Yeah, but you're
And
using a
and
compass.
the compass, as you move, it will always show the north, and it will be always 90 degrees to your right, pointed towards the north,
You're
while
talking
you're
about.
moving straight
ET,
forward.
ET is talking about up and down, not left and right.
Yeah. But now, when you are on a flat earth, on a plane, yeah, and this north is the center of the world, yeah, and you are at a distance which they call the equator, yeah, you will have now to be moving in a circular path on a plane. You will be orbiting around that north. So if you move in a straight line, you will be going tangentially off away from that circular path, which is east and west. And your compass will show you
That's
that
right. If you
deflection.
run
So when we move in a car or airplane at the equator in these countries where you have the equator line crossing right above them, if you do that, yeah, when you move on a straight direction, you will see the compass, it will be deflecting. So you will always have to adjust, turn a little bit right to keep yourself on that circular path. Orbit around the north.
Okay, let me repeat what I said.
When
Though.
it was on a
He's
ball,
talking about
you were
up and
not
down,
you were
planes,
not supposed to
curvature,
do
not
that kind
compass.
of correction on a ball.
You should have
On
to
a
have some kind of correction, though, whether or not it's built into
no,
the
no.
plane.
On a ball, it should be a straight line forward.
So why again don't you fly out into space?
Because planes do not
Listen,
account for curvature. Planes do not dip. They follow the artificial horizon, level,
yeah.
airplane.
So does like gravity like keep them parallel to
Listen,
No, it's
listen,
built on a flat
the
listen.
curve.
curve?
When you are flying in an airplane, you are flying at an altitude of 30,000 feet, approximately.
Yeah.
10 kilometers, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Whether it's a ball or flat earth, airplanes fly at this altitude, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Now, if it's a ball, yeah, it means they are flying at this distance above the ball, but around it, yeah, and you will perceive that motion as flying straight,
right,
over over a flat plane. That's how you perceive it. That's how Globers claim. Yeah.
I
Now,
think I pretty much agree with that. Yeah.
yeah. Now, at the equator line of that ball, yeah, when you fly from east to west, that has to be for you a straightforward direction. You are not supposed to make any right turn corrections to keep yourself on the equator circle.
Okay, I'm with you.
Around the north. Yeah. So whenever you are deflecting from this circle around the north, yeah, the compass will start deflecting. The needle will be moving. It shows you that you are going tangentially off from the equator line.
Maybe, but why do we have to be at the equator? Can I be flying across Canada?
You're talking about two different things. He's talking about left and right. You're talking about altitude. So it's two different things you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I don't like this whole like compass thing either. Like,
and then there's left and right. So
yeah, I'm talking straight up altitude, and I only brought that up because you guys were talking about things falling down and going back up.
The planes that don't dip
east
is
and
a proof
west, I'm
of
not
flat Earth.
concerned about right now.
Well, on a flat in the flat Earth, yeah, airplanes are flying around the North Pole in a circular path. When you fly from east to west, it means that you are flying, you are orbiting around the north, flying in a circular path. And that is what we are doing. Ask any air pilot, yeah. They
Well,
will
I'm
always
actually
make, when they fly from east to west, yeah.
I'm actually supporting the idea of flat Earth by asking how could the SR-71 Blackbird fly so quickly across the world without accounting for a supposed dip around.
Because it doesn't account for any dip.
Yeah,
I know,
Doesn't
that's what
count.
tripped me up. That's why I brought it up.
He's talking about the compass adjusting for when you're going left to right, east to west. He's talking about something completely different for some reason.
Yeah.
I know. We don't seem to be having a very good conversation.
ET is talking about up and down, and Get is talking about compass
left to right.
left to right, compass, east to west.
So I mean this, I guess, in favor of flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth proof that the planes do not dip in altitude.
That's something
to the South Pole, for example. So that is an important point.
Yeah, if that point is landed, then when you actually go and look at aircraft,
it's tripping me the fuck up. That's for sure.
No, it's a question mark, and this is how you start to find truth: is you find things that don't make logical sense, and then you go and dig a little bit further. When you go and look at how planes actually achieve lift, is that they fly with their nose slightly up, so that the air making contact with the wing surface maintains the lift or the altitude. Then when you go and you look at flight radars where they track the planes and their altitudes and they project it on a graph, you'll see that the plane gains altitude till it reaches its desired traveling altitude, then flattens off and planes through the air, because it is a plane flying on a plane, a flat plane towards its destination, and then it descends. The moment that it actually levels off its nose. So the first time that the plane is truly flying level, it starts to descend and actually lose altitude. So this is the peculiar thing, is that the plane would have to fly with its nose angled down to correct for miles of altitude every minute. And if a plane flew with its nose down to try and account for miles of elevation, when remember, the plane is only flying at about 5 miles altitude in the first place. So if it were trying to fly around a surface, it would have to point its nose down and could not just plane through the air.
Yeah, those are the kind of explanations that I respect. I'm like, hell yeah, that makes sense. And I'd like to think that the engineers who designed that craft had that in mind. And I hope that's true, because that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they designed it for a flat, motionless plane.
The plane would have to continually reorientate.
You could argue that. You could argue that towards either side, though. Literally,
no, but it's good that you got this, ET, because I would say that at least 50 to 60% of people that come in here can't even grasp that point. Now, I don't know. Have you ever stood next to a treadmill that's at full speed and tried to jump onto it from the side?
Yeah, bad idea.
Bad idea, correct. All right. Now, how fast was that treadmill going? Like 10 miles, 8 miles?
80 kilometers a mile, maybe faster. Who knows?
You set your thing to 80 miles, all right? Go ahead. Now, if that treadmill was going at 80 miles and you try to jump onto it and you would completely wipe out because you wouldn't be at that same speed. Mm-hmm. Now, speed the Earth up. The Earth is supposedly going at 1,000 miles per hour eastward. So imagine a plane trying to land northward. So the runway is north-south. The whole ground is shifting to the right at 1,000 miles per hour.
I'm so freaking glad you brought that up. Yeah, I know you're going to say.
This plane would need to come in at a 45-degree angle, and then its wheels would also be like, they would have to pivot on a 45-degree angle. They couldn't be rigid like they are.
That's why I'm here tonight, because I know I've heard this argument before, and I can't get it out of my head. It's so insane. You're right.
Or what we would do is, if I wanted to get anywhere, I would just calculate how much time I have to be off the ground. So if I want to go to the continent next to me, I just have to go up in the air for an hour. The Earth would turn underneath, and then I'd come straight back down and I'd land at my new destination.
Yeah, guess what? When an airplane touches the ground at supersonic speed, that's not called landing.
It is. Okay.
It's a crash.
But do you get
E.T.
yeah?
Does
But
Earth rotate underneath a helicopter?
Yeah.
You tell me, yeah. Can it just hover there for an hour and you go across the world? I don't know. Why doesn't that happen? I guess you get sucked into the world atmosphere and you
Oh,
float with the Earth. I guess.
then you would have no wind. If
the
the air
question
was attached to the spinning rock, you wouldn't have winds that come from the south or the east or the north or the west. You get a breeze at a gentle gust, or you get gale force winds. If the air was attached to the rock, you wouldn't have such varied patterns and directions of winds. It would all be pretty constant. So no, we can't be stuck in an atmosphere bubble that just moves with this incredible spin.
Yeah, if you
Well,
say
I mean,
conservation of momentum, you're claiming no drift, and then we welcome you to flat Earth.
well, all that physics stuff is incredibly interesting, and that's why I keep coming back here. But I mean,
Yeah.
one thing what has really been bothering me lately is, especially in the United States, which is decades old now, like since like who knows when, but their space projects that they have, like their secret space programs and all that, that would mean that whole thing isn't even real. And I have a big problem with that because I've been studying that for a lot of
Yeah, they
years.
print money out of thin air, and there's tons of psyops constantly.
Well, man,
Yeah.
flat
Well, then
Earth science is a way bigger psyop than all that stuff, man. Because like, this stuff has been
Science,
going on way
science is a
before
method. It has nothing
anyone
to do
was
with.
talking about flat Earth. This shit was already going on, man. Back in like the
But
60s.
Consider
We're
it like
talking like
this. Why
80
do you think they created a space hoax in the first place was only to get a supposed picture of a bald planet? That's the only purpose
But they
for
figured
that
out
entire thing.
Figured out how to do it in their computers eventually anyway. So
All right. So I don't know if when you decide to actually look at the evidence for the moon landing, that in 1969, we shot a rocket 250,000 miles away. Then in the same rocket, came back 250,000 miles with multiple astronauts and equipment, then have never repeated that feat again. So much so that Elon Musk and SpaceX in 2020
can't even do it again.
are shooting one rocket up that lands on a barge once. It doesn't then take off again with people in it on a foreign body and then fly back. Then when you go and look what technology was available at that time, the motor vehicle was like, the 40s and 50s vehicles. They were pretty basic. They didn't have all the features that we have today.
I'm with you. I think we went to
when you look at the actual electronics, they had the equivalent of a washing machine brain that supposedly, I think it's an 8 megabit drive. So they had 8 megs of hard drive space to run this entire mission to the moon and back.
We didn't go there. We didn't go there in 1969.
When you actually look at the film would have been overexposed due to the background radiation found in space. That's why only digital has been used since, because taking a piece of film that reacts to exposure to light and placing it in an environment where infrared travels straight through the object means even a closed camera is going to get overexposed through the radiation that it's exposed to. But yet they come back with all their photos in focus. And also they had a manual adjusting camera. They didn't have autofocus back then. So they would have had to manually adjust So as you start digging down this little rabbit hole,
Plus, all the cameras were just on their chest, and they had to press a button to take a picture, basically.
Yeah, which means they could never look through the viewfinder to see if they were in focus or not. This was very well documented in a documentary called "The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon."
Yeah, we've all
where they
seen
said
it.
with the Hasselblad, you would have had to at least take 3 shots at 3 different exposure settings and hope that one of them was accurate, because you wouldn't be able to know with certainty that your first shot got what you were actually trying to photograph. Then The killer is bubbles in space. If you Google bubbles in space, or maybe not Google,
I know about that.
DuckDuckGo, because Google is heavily censored. So rather use DuckDuckGo, type in bubbles in space, and you'll see 1,000 videos of bubbles in space.
And I'm starting to wonder if sorry to cut you off. No, I won't cut you off. Keep going. Keep going, sorry.
So why I say that this is really interesting is that when you start to study the flat earth truth, you'll see that this debate has never stopped. Since the late 1800s through the early 1900s, there were always scientists coming forward with credible evidence suggesting the earth is stationary and that it's not a sphere, and that this debate was ongoing, and that people said that they were starting to lose trust in this idea. So they said, let's go to the moon. And when they went to the moon, they supposedly took this picture of the blue marble. And then once we had the blue marble, it went in every textbook. And at that point, people stopped questioning if we lived on a sphere, because look here, my textbook. Here's a picture that they took on the way to the moon. So if that moon trip never occurred, that blue marble picture is also touted as the only photograph ever taken of the whole sphere. Until late in I think it was 2017 or 2016, where they said they went up and now took the second full, complete picture of the globe. But once again, if that entire mission was just to get a picture of a sphere, you'll see how intrinsically these two topics are linked. But like you rightfully started in the beginning, you said you've spent a lot of time studying this, and it would be really hard for you to let it go.
Let go of zero glow proof. That's pretty easy.
Let the data stand for itself. Let the data lead you where it does. Don't take your preset assumptions and only search for data that fits your preset assumption. Look at all data. Then form your conclusion. E.T., did you catch that?
Yeah, I'm listening to everything. I'm just thinking.
Excellent.
How do self-leveling concrete floors work on a spinning globe?
I would just say, how do you see Chicago from 60 miles away on a spinning globe? And then when you say refraction, that means you just debunked Al-Biruni. Which means nobody measured the radius, which means your globe is over.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
I have a
seems
question
like
to ask you guys.
Hold on a sec. You know, you caught the whole Coriolis thing, so I'm really intrigued that you did manage to understand that. Another thing that also makes it realize how nonsensical it is
didn't
that,
answer.
for example, if you take he
didn't
said that
answer. No, he said he didn't know. It's a yes or no. Does Earth rotate underneath a helicopter? He said he didn't know. So it's a yes or no.
What's a trippy question?
No, it's very easy. It's very easy.
Well, yeah, if you believe one thing, it's very easy. But I mean, like, if you consider both sides of the situation, it's not that simple, man.
Well, you have to decide: is Earth rotating underneath the helicopter? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, if you've already made that up in your mind, yeah, it's a very simple equation then.
No, so this is what you're missing. In real life, nothing rotates under the helicopter. The helicopter goes up and it hovers, for however many hours at once, and then comes back down to exactly the same place that it took off from. But in your imagination of a spinning space,
Why wouldn't it be in like Africa though when it took off in America?
correct. Well, that's the crux, is that if the Earth were spinning, that would be the case.
Mm-hmm.
And the point that I wanted to say to you was, like, if you took a flight from the USA to, let's say, India, if I'm looking at my little sphere on my desk, they're directly opposite ends of the sphere. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
America's on this side, India's on the back of it, directly at the back of it. So say I'm going to travel north over the North Pole, and that flight's going to take 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
While I'm in the air for 12 hours, the USA should have moved 12 hours away from where I took off. And 12 hours is half of a day. So that's why I chose India, which is on the backside, which means that while you're in the air and the Earth is spinning underneath you, you'll land back in the USA after traveling 12 hours, because the USA would have moved from where you took off to exactly halfway of a rotation.
Totally.
You would have traveled for 12 hours to that point. So you would have taken off from USA, traveled north for 12 hours, and landed back in the USA, because the Earth would have turned.
I haven't checked out those numbers, but I definitely get your concept. You would think. Yeah. I would think.
The concept would be a flight from Charlotte to Los Angeles and Los Angeles to Charlotte, 4.5 hours, but one direction's only 1.5 hours. Or it should be only 1.5 hours, but they're both the exact same time.
Well, then, like, now that your brain, like the cogs are really causing a bit of smoke in there, take it one step even further. The Earth is supposed to be spinning eastward. So if my destination is coming towards me while I travel towards it, add those two forces or those two speeds together, and you would get there in a quicker time than when your destination is traveling away from you and you're trying to catch up to it. Kind of like traveling towards oncoming traffic versus traveling with traffic. Taking over when you're driving with the traffic is much slower than oncoming traffic. You add your two velocities together and you guys are arriving at a quicker time. Now, when you look at eastward flights and westward flights, logically, like common sense says, if I'm traveling west while west travels east towards me, I should get there sooner than when I'm traveling east and east is moving further east away from me, and I actually have to catch up to it. And when you go look at flights from LA to New York or New York to LA,
it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
LA to New York is faster. So when you travel eastward, so your destination is moving away from you. When your destination is moving away from you, you get there quicker than when your destination is moving towards you.
I've taken the same flight 2 times, and one time the pilot was like, "We're going to get here a little quicker today because the wind is working in our favor."
Correct. Called a tailwind, and the tailwinds fly eastward faster than the rotation is said to be. So the jet streams which travel eastward are outrunning. Listen, yeah. That the jet stream is outrunning the floor. Now, the floor is said to be spinning at 1,000. So if the jet stream is going 300 miles faster than the floor, that means that jet stream is traveling 1,500 miles per hour, which means what can make air travel faster? What could make the air travel faster than the actual object which is spinning that it's meant to be attached to?
Imagination.
So there would always be a drag force. If I spin a bucket with water in it, the water that's in contact with the bucket, there'll be a bit of friction, and it won't travel as fast as the bucket which is causing the motion in the first place. So if
Well,
the
here,
Earth is causing the motion in the first place, the wind cannot exceed that. I cannot
man,
spin a bucket.
I have
I
to
cannot
ask you a
spin a bucket
question.
and the water spins faster than the spinning bucket.
I have to ask you on that front, and I realized this when I was researching 9/11 and the
Wait,
airplanes and the speed
just
they came
before
in.
just before your question, did you hear the point I was saying? Like, just
Oh yeah,
acknowledge it
I'm
and then we'll go.
listening. I
So,
completely acknowledge it, and I listen to every word.
so does it make sense that the air, the wind, could travel faster than the ground in the
Wow,
direction of the spin?
it is strange, and I'll have to sit down and think about it for a second. But
All right.
I heard
Thank
every
you.
word you said. Yeah, I'm just okay, and I just want to bring up this quick little point. It'll take me like 30 seconds or less. So like a lot of people say like, well, the airplanes that crash, and I don't want to bring up now, but they say those airplanes couldn't have actually even existed with that force of you used the word friction, the air friction in and itself. Those planes couldn't have been traveling that quickly, and so when so you got the globe spinning around a certain direction and a plane going the opposite direction. How does that not rip the plane apart? That's my question, and that's all.
And also, Globers think that planes fly backwards when they take off against the spin.
Yeah.
But I
I was
mean,
going to
can
get to
they?
that point. So,
Yeah,
ET,
that's all I'm bringing up. Yeah, that's all I'm at.
from
Like, yeah.
So from an engineering perspective, planes are definitely designed to calculate all the forces being exerted to the plane. They calculate the weight of the fuel in the wings and how that's going to bend the fuselage. They calculate all of those aspects, including wind loading, passenger weights, luggage. All of those are factored in because they can't fuck around with this. This is life or death, and you've got a lot of passengers. So in the real world, all the forces are accounted for. But in the imagination, we can assume the ground is spinning, but then also assume it's stationary for the sake of all future calculations. So then they assume it's stationary, work
Wait a
all their
second.
calculations
For
as
the
stationary.
for the sake of stationary, or do we know it's stationary?
We know it's stationary due to 4 scientific experiments, the Michelson-Morley, the Michelson-Gale, the Sagnac experiment, and the Aries failure. Aries failure meaning he failed to detect the Earth's movement through the ether. So these are experiments from the early 1900s that definitively show that the Earth is stationary. Einstein himself said no optical experiment could ever prove that we have rotation. None of your experience of living here has ever shown you anything but stationary. But there has to be this assumption that day and night is caused by movement. So therefore we assume it's moving, but we also like minus it from both sides so we can get it back to zero. So we can continue with our calculation. And then when
Do
you
you
go and
mind
look at
clarifying that point really quick? I don't mean to cut you off, but can you clarify that last point you just made about
okay, so
going to
it's a
zero?
bait and switch. So it's a bait and switch. So they say, all right, so the ground is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, but it feels stationary. The aeroplane that is sitting stationary on the runway now is also moving at 1,000 miles per hour, but it looks stationary. So now what you've done is you've added 1,000 to the ground and 1,000 to the object, which is now going to leave the ground. That's adding 1,000 to both sides of the equation, which means you can now cancel it. Because if the ground is moving at 1,000 and the object is moving at 1,000, those effectively are stationary to one another. Relative to each other, they're quote unquote moving at the same speed. So they would be next to each other and it would look as though they're stationary. Do you understand?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, like the parallel in speed form.
All right. So now what they've done is they've said the ground is moving at 1,000. We can't measure it, but we just believe it's 1,000. So now the stationary plane sitting on a stationary runway must also be moving at 1,000. The moment that plane, so listen, so the moment that plane takes off westward, okay, so you believe that plane sitting stationary on the runway with its ass pointed towards the east where it's rotating, at that point while the plane is stationary, it's flying or it's moving at 1,000 miles backwards. Now it takes off forwards, westward. So it's taking off against the spin of the Earth. The spin of the Earth is now going to start bringing objects towards it.
Okay, I'm with you.
So it was moving at 1,000 while sitting stationary, backwards. Now it's taken off at 300 miles, and you, for the sake of your mathematics, you're going to now say it's moving 700 miles backwards.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think planes fly backwards?
No,
while
I don't.
taking off westward?
Plus, and I also know that Boeings get ripped apart at around 500 or 600 miles an hour, so I don't think that's possible.
Correct. Now, if you take off with the spin, you say the plane's moving at 1,000 while stationary, and then it now accelerates up to 400 miles per hour. So you take the 400 and you add it to the 1,000. Now that plane is quote unquote traveling at 1,400 miles per hour.
We're going in opposite direction of Earth's spin now, right? Correct?
No, I'm saying now with Earth's spin. So if it was going with Earth spin and now it's accelerating even faster.
I never thought about that. You're screwed either way. That's crazy.
You cannot be flying the plane at 1,400 miles per hour.
I never thought about that. That is insane, actually.
Yeah, you're either flying backwards at 400 or 200 miles an hour, or you're flying forwards at 1,400 or 1,500 miles per hour in the globe model.
That is nuts.
Or
and not accounting for curve.
400 and 500 on a flat Earth, just like the odometer, speedometer says.
And when you see that this place is, from a military perspective, all calculations are factored on a flat, non-rotating Earth. It says that in their documentation, flat and non-rotating Earth. So if I need 100 liters or 100 gallons of fuel to go this distance north, I will need that same 100 gallons to go that distance east or west or south. Okay, obviously factoring in a bit of wind.
Couldn't you possibly have couldn't you interpret that as being like that's just their way of measuring it? Like interpret it as being a flat Earth, so we can get a mission accomplished. You know what I mean? Like,
so
just because they said that doesn't mean they actually believe it's flat. They said, imagine that it's flat.
So you're gonna do a simulation of something that's not the actual thing?
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know.
So like I just said to you, if the Earth was turning and you traveled from the USA to India and it were to take you 12 hours and the Earth were turning, you would land back in the USA. The USA would have turned towards where you are.
Let's go back to the helicopter concept.
So the idea is that what we experience in reality is a 12-hour flight northward from USA arrives in India, as though the Earth were stationary, and that holding my northerly vector above this rotating surface was irrelevant. I still landed at my destination. So it presents itself as flat. If I hover a helicopter, the ground does not move below the helicopter. If I release a helium balloon, the ground does not move below the helium balloon or hot air balloon or anything that's going to stay off the ground for an extended amount of time. And the longer it stayed off the ground, the more noticeable this effect would become. So in real life, where the military, the Navy, and all these government documents are actually having to do things, they know it's going to take just as much fuel and just as much effort to shoot in any direction. And they factor those calculations in that the object they're shooting at is stationary and that they themselves are stationary. Because if that object was moving, I would need to lead the target. That's obvious. The sniper's trying to shoot someone on the run. He's got to shoot ahead of the guy to allow the bullet time to travel and for the man to move into the line of the shot. It would be the same thing on the Earth. If the target was moving because the Earth was moving, I would have to shoot in front of the target and the target would move into the line of the shot.
Right, makes sense. Wait, why, though, I have a question. Why do we have this constant situation of movement? Always
We don't.
something's moving.
Never.
We do. Like, look at the clouds, for instance. Like, the sun and the moon. Like, there's always shit moving. Like, things are moving. That's
Everything.
Okay, so
hard.
it's an
Everything.
interesting point.
Earthly.
Look, it's an interesting point, and what we all got taught was that all that movement is because I'm spinning, because the ground below my feet is moving. So I see the sun rise in the east, set in the west. I see the moon rise in the east, set in the west. But logically, they tell us the sun is stationary and only the moon is traveling around us. But if I see the sun and moon both moving on the same trajectory, east to west, it could either be that they're moving or that I'm moving. One of those two. It's relative.
It feels
Either
like they're
I'm
faster than me. Like, I can run across a field of grass, and I can run a decent speed, but it seems as if whatever the hell is going on above me is going way faster. You know what I mean?
it's on a scale greater than you, a celestial scale.
Yeah.
So, but what's also peculiar, okay, no, it's irrelevant to this point. The real thing about the relativity idea is you cannot say with certainty which one is moving or which one is stationary until you go and position yourself at a third person observer point. So if I was on the Earth and the sun and moon were moving above my head, I would see what I see. If I was quote unquote on a spinning planet and all of those things above my head were stationary and all of the movement I saw in them was because I was moving, that could also account for the observation. But then you would be noticeably able to show how this thing moves that I'm on. And all calculations of the place that you live on show scientifically that it's stationary. Now, I think it was the Aries failure actually proved that it was the sky moving and that it was the Earth that was stationary. There was a telescope demonstration set up where he filled the telescope with water. Once the light enters the water, it would be refracted at a certain angle. If that whole telescope was moving, the angle would be right that you would see the star. If the telescope was stationary, you would have to adjust the angle slightly so that the light could still be received. And that full experiment of him doing both options and manipulating them and showing proved that it was the stars above us that were moving and that the Earth was stationary below it. So this is the peculiar thing. If the Earth is stationary, presents as stationary, then it is the sky that is moving above us. That means the sun circles the Earth daily, not the Earth circles the sun every year. And do you understand that that's a mindfuck?
It is a mind fuck. And I'm, to me, like, you just talked about how things like look apparently like how they look visually in your experience. To me, it seems pretty obvious that this thing is just happening 365 times a year. And if we're going to go out there, you would need some very special equipment.
You can't go up there, and neither can I, and neither can anyone in this room.
It's
And
so
no
funny
one
how
can independently.
we're back on the up and down thing. It's so funny. Like, what happens when you do go out there? Like, even if you do think it's up or down or unrealistic or whatever. I mean, like,
container is the antecedent for gas pressure.
man, there is an out there. I don't know what it is, but
So you
it
can go
exists.
out to the container. That's about it.
You don't know that for sure.
A container is the antecedent for gas pressure. I know that for sure.
Well, what you don't know is that there's a possibility that our atmosphere in itself is a container, which is what so many people have a problem realizing.
You demonstrate any possible way gas containing gas.
I could probably. I like to think that one day I could probably demonstrate an experiment where an atmosphere could contain gas. I can't do it right now, obviously, because I'm not a scientist. But I mean, that whole idea about, oh, boom, where's the gas go? So therefore, space is bullshit. Like, come the fuck on. That's fucking our. That's really stupid.
No, I know you've been around for a while. You've heard all the arguments. So
I've heard a lot of them, and I'm just gonna say, man, that whole idea about like gas pressure to contain without a containment, how that's possible? Well, I mean, it's man, it's totally possible. Like once you understand the inner workings of like the atmosphere, it can totally contain, and space can exist too. They can live simultaneously, our atmosphere, Earth's atmosphere, and space at the same time. And how do you, yeah, what do they say? How do you gas pressure without a container? Well, the atmosphere is a beautiful little container which can actually hold in pressure.
gas doesn't have a downward bias.
I don't know. I don't know all the details, but I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know if you guys heard me. I just noticed I was on silent mode, but accidentally with my cell phone. Maybe you guys didn't even hear what I said, but I was just talking about how there's a total possibility of space being totally possible, and we have breathable air down here. I'm not sure if anyone heard that.
Definitely impossible.
Of course.
Impossible, not possible.
Oh, impossible. Well, are you
Impossible.
sure about that? Because, like, dude,
Oh,
people always say, like, they think there's, like, this shell around the world and you can't breathe around the outside of it. Maybe that's true. But we can breathe inside of that shell, and there's, never mind.
yeah, like if I want to barbecue, if I go to the store and buy propane, I'm going to need a container.
Dude, so people are like, how can you have air out there? Or whatever. Like, air. I'll tell you exactly how they do that. Algae grows inside of the ocean, and it comes out into the atmosphere, like lower Earth atmosphere, from the ocean up into the upper realms, and then boom, you got oxygen all of a sudden. You can breathe.
Yeah,
That's how that shit happens.
gas is created at ground level, the nitrogen cycle, the carbon cycle, and then it rises from there, causes a pressure gradient.
Well, yeah, a lot of people think that like you need oxygen from other sources, when in reality, people don't know that a lot of this stuff comes from the ocean, from like breathing tiny creatures, or whatever you want to call them. for lack of a better word. Little ocean creatures create all this oxygen that come out of the water, and then you can breathe. A lot of stuff too. Like,
Earth is a dynamic system, whether it be the nitrogen, carbon cycle, hydrological cycle. They all help us in breathing, in our life cycles.
yeah, and the problem is they're trying to shut down the whole carbon cycle, being like, well, let's get rid of this company because they create too much carbon, and this company, they make too much carbon, and let's just shut down the whole fucking thing. And then basically what they're doing is like cutting off oxygen for us all. Pretty insane.
Well, they're poisoning us in every way possible.
Yeah, exactly. But you
Food,
seem
air,
pretty.
water.
You're very nonchalant about it, but you're honest.
Uh,
That's exactly what's going on.
yeah, it's Codex Alimentarius, death by malnutrition, slow kill, soft kill.
There you go. Yep. At least we're on the same page. I agree. Soft kill, fast kill.
Yeah, boiling frog technique.
Mm-hmm. Problem is, most people fucking can't accept that fact. And so, really, it doesn't even matter that we know about it. If we can't do anything about it, well, we're just as screwed as they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, when you print the money out of thin air, you can pretty much pay anybody in military to murder people and control people by just giving them unlimited money.
Yeah, but I'm done. I don't care about these people anymore. Now I care about me and my family, and we're. See, this is why most people don't, in my opinion, don't fucking care about this whole thing anymore. It's because they think it won't happen to them. You know, it's like it's someone else's problem. It's
It's
not
true.
happening to me, but
People
they
only
can't
care.
understand that it actually is happening to them right now. And like the vaccination rollout that's happening right now is a perfect example. It is actually fucking happening to you now. You might die.
It comes down to people only care. Most people only care about things that affect their lives. They only care about cancer when their dad gets cancer. They only care about diabetes when their mom gets diabetes.
Yeah,
They only
totally.
care about these psyops when their money supply is affected. Once their money supply is affected and they lose their wife, they lose their kids, they lose their job, they lose their house, then they get pissed off or they just
Absolutely, dude.
pop out.
You nailed it. Only thing I feel as if you're one point that you didn't touch on is forget it happening to all those little family members that you listed. You yourself, then you're gonna be really pissed off. You're like, oh shit,
Yeah,
you fucked
that's what I
me,
mean.
and
That's
we're
what I
gonna be
mean.
like,
People,
damn right they fucked you. And now you're like, damn, I wish I would have done something. Or like, maybe you'll be like, damn, what do I do now? Like either or, you're fucked. But that's what's basically happening to every single one of us at this point. You gotta fucking man up and realize that you're under attack, and you got a big fucking serious problem in your life that you didn't want to deal with before. You gotta understand that, because if you don't, it's suicide.
well, they love money, so all they care about is money, and then only when their money is affected, that's when they start caring, or that's when they try to do
Yeah,
something, or they
but
just
try to think about the other side of that though. Like, okay, fine, they got rich. What about the other half? Like the other side, the victims. That's us. So, okay, they got rich as fuck. They got billions of dollars like Pfizer and shit. Yeah, billionaires. Great. Now who suffers? Us, the victims. And we're dying over here.
yeah, I'm talking about regular people, but the Pfizers and the Bill Gates, those guys are athletes, celebrities, politicians. They're all evil and corrupt and sellouts to humanity. So
Yeah, but think about the victims.
yeah, humanity and the citizens are the victims.
Totally. Yeah, and that's not like, I mean, you can just say humanity and like be like, bless your soul. But like in reality, that means like that's you, man. That's your family. Your family. You and your family. Like,
I'm being oppressed. I had somebody. Yeah, yeah. I had a
yeah,
flat earther.
man. Like
I had a
you're
flat
being
earther tell me
attacked right now.
that
My
the government's
family
not
is
oppressing
too.
me.
I'm being attacked. And yeah, you too, and we all are. Like, and
Yes.
man, like it's really fucking crazy. Like, if you talk about all these people that have started these vaccines, probably most professionally than anyone I know, they're like, yeah, there could be billions dead with a B word, billions dead in the next few years. Like, if it's that crazy, like if you can't comprehend that, man, like billions with a B.
Yeah, but
Like
that's
this
Codex
global
Alimentarius
genocide.
is from like 10 years ago, where it's death by malnutrition, and that's why all the diseases are mostly caused by malnutrition and poor diet.
Yeah,
Selling
I know about
McDonald's,
that.
selling Coca
Yeah.
Cola, all this garbage, and
It's some sick.
5 meals a day of high carbs and high sugars, and yeah, and then why am I sick? Why am I 500 pounds?
Yeah, I know it's some sick ass shit, man. But it's very real, and I wish I knew a way that we could stop it. But they're so fucking crazy, and people are so stupid. I don't know
Yes,
how to stop it. That's the crazy thing. I can't.
you
I've
can't.
tried, even with my friends and my family. It's like I can't stop
No,
it. It's fucking
I'm
insane.
I'm surrounded by retards. Everyone
Me too.
in
Me
my
too.
100-kilometer square mile radius, except for one or two people, they're all retards.
You said
They're all crazy.
kilometers. Are you Canadian?
Yes,
Nice. Hold on a second. Where am I on live stream? I'm just trying to find out where I am here. Yeah. What's your name again, man?
northern.
Okay, I don't see you in the chat.
Like Space Crab Rebellion.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I kind of recognize your voice. I think I've talked to you before.
Yeah, I've
But
talked to
yeah,
you in the
man.
baseball like a long time. I know you from a long time ago, like a year or two ago, on the ice wall or in the under the dome, or the
Okay.
multiple times it was deleted.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I have Under the Dome. I just introduced Under the Dome into my list again.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
rarely
not.
talk, really in live streams. So, but
Well, dude, like, they're killing our family and are threatening us with the same thing. So, like, we can joke about it all day long, but in reality, dude, it's like, it's
no, it's
pretty
not a joke.
crazy.
They're already taxing people in Quebec, or they're going to be taxing people in Quebec who are not
Oh, or
citizens.
throw them in jail. Quebec? Oh, God.
So Quebec first, and spread all the rest of Canada after that, and then
Uh,
could be a year.
what do you do when it comes to your province? Like, run away?
I can't even run away because I
What
don't.
province do you live in?
I'm locked down because I don't have the passport.
Which province do you live in? Or are you American?
I live near Hudson's Bay.
Oh, you're on the East Coast. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Central Hudson's Bay.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm more West Coast, but like, I'm worried about what's happening in Quebec. But I'm like, what if that started happening in my province? And I'd be like, I've been
It will
spending a lot of time thinking about what I would
eventually.
actually do.
It's only a matter of time. Just like the States maybe has a bit more time because they have guns and they're a bit more crazy. So
Mm-hmm.
they
Yeah.
may a bit more brainwashing and a bit more psyops, but Canada is an apathetic Zionist state full of coward, spineless, gutless sheep. So we're going to be caving in right away.
I know, that's what I fear. Ugh, Canada. I know. There's a huge part of me that wants to leave Canada, but I don't even know how I would do it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know how you do. I don't even think they'd allow you to leave because they know they'd be like, you don't have the passport.
Well,
We know
yeah,
why you're
well,
trying to leave.
exactly. Like technically, you can't even get on an airport or an airplane or a train without being vaccinated. It's crazy. You'd have to literally break the law to leave the country.
Yeah, so
Which,
they just lock you down. It's like an open air
or,
prison.
Good thing Canada's fucking huge, but I mean, I don't know. Like it's the second biggest country on the planet, so we got that going for us. But you
Well,
better get
why do you
pretty
think
good
they're
fun.
starting with Australia?
Oh
Because
yeah,
it's an
also
island. They have
gigantic.
nowhere to
Good,
go.
good
They have
point.
nowhere to go. It's an island, tiny island. Lock them
It's not
down.
tiny. Australia is huge.
Whatever. It's an island, and you need a boat and tons of money to escape. So, like, it's the perfect proving ground, starting point.
Man, the fact that people are even having these conversations is disturbing to me. I mean, like, how can you escape from Australia or escape
Yeah.
from Canada? Like, that
The
sounds like a
point.
fucking sci-fi movie. Like, escape from either of those two
Yeah. The point.
countries.
In Canada, they like one of some of the southern provinces. There's like 20 RCMP officers for this 1,000 kilometers square mile. So, like, how are you going to patrol all these country roads of all these people and search them? Like,
Okay, can you
surely,
guys get off this topic, please? I don't know how long you've been talking about it. I just spoke to use the restroom, and I've like heard the B word several times, and now we're talking about avoiding and guns and laws, and when in reference to this stuff, can we just change the topic and get back to something we can talk about before I go to bed?
yeah, I never said any keywords, but it's all good.
Okay. But yeah,
How about them Cowboys?
love them Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys. Whoa. Whoa. Gotta love them. Anything Texas, I'm for.
No, just like when you go out to any location or hang out with friends, there's no other topic than what we were just talking about.
Which topic were we just talking about?
The most forbidden topic in the history of mankind.
I don't know what's forbidden anymore. Truth prevails. Fucking jumps in and says stop talking about shit, and then goes to bed. What to do about that? Ain't the first time that happened to me. That old gal. It's weird. She popped in for like 2 seconds just to tell everyone to shut the fuck up. and then just instantly left. Like, what? Why? Makes no sense.
Yeah, it's protecting the YouTube, I guess, but it's weird how certain other rules can mention it and there's no issues, but I'll no comment on that one.
Yeah, just don't waste your whatever you got going on. Yeah, it's not worth fighting them. I remember one time I disagreed with her, and she straight up silenced me for a good while just for having a different opinion. It's pretty pathetic.
Yeah, you question everything except certain authorities, but yeah. So, yeah. Certain people can talk about certain things, and certain people can't talk about certain things. So that's the rules.
Apparently. Fuck the rules. Fuck the rules. Anyway.
And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it.
I feel like the conversation got a little distracted when I can't remember his name. I think it's Get Beget. You know that guy?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay, mate. He's still here. Oh, you are still here. Hey, Get Beget. I just wanted to. I feel the need to go back to that conversation I brought up. Maybe it wasn't a conversation. Maybe it was just me not understanding the situation. But with the SR-71 Blackbird going like 3,000 a mile an hour forward, and then the conversation got really crazy with like airplanes naturally going downward. I really don't understand. But
Yeah, planes never account for dip. So it's
I didn't
something
think
like
they did.
2,000 feet. It's like 2,000 feet per mile or 5,000 feet per mile or some crazy number where they'd have to dip down, and they don't dip at all. So, or they dip the tiniest bit to.
Well, they don't account for it, right? Is the point?
Yeah, like Flyer Solar was saying, they maintain a tiny bit of upward lift to maintain level. But other than that, that's about it. They don't dip the nose down at all.
But wait, what does that not actually support both sides of the argument? Flat or round?
No, because if you dip like the minimalist amount, then you're just compensating for random wind or just like the tiniest bit of deviation. But if it was a ball, you would have to dip the nose down like noticeably, like force it down.
Right. And the plane would have to be programmed to be constantly going downwards, right? In the ball situation. Kinda.
Well, if it was autopilot, it would have to. But if it was a manual pilot, he's just watching the artificial horizon, and it's just staying flat.
I don't know what to think anymore, man. To be perfectly honest, it's like I've spent hours, tens of hours in this room, and I know all the arguments, or a lot of them anyway.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck
sure
to
you know
think
all the
anymore.
arguments.
Both make sense.
But yeah, it all comes down to God or atheism, and that's the choice you have to make.
No, see, with all due respect, I'm not. I don't believe that we have to go that far.
That's what the choice you have to make is. That's all it comes down to. Most debates, at the heart of it, it's atheism versus God.
I know what you're saying. At the heart of it, yeah, all conversations come down to God. But I mean, I'm just saying with the flat Earth versus the around Earth possibility. Where I think it's quite a jump to go right to God. To be perfectly honest, I think there's a lot of little things that could be mentioned, but
creation requires a creator. The Bible says it supports the flat Earth. The Quran supports a flat Earth. The government and celebrities, athletes are proven to be doing satanic rituals and occult rituals and rituals by the numbers. So, like, and the government hates God. They hate the Bible. They hate religion. They promote atheism, evolution, Big Bang. So it's so easy to see. They want you to be a nihilist, atheist, materialist, money lover. But that's one of the biggest hurdles is like to realize that you're going to be accountable for all your actions and deeds. That's a tough pill to swallow. And some people reject it forever.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions, talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition, can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
One more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth in the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it sit the
space away from the sun is the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
From the Channel 4 News, WSMV Nashville.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black if you ever thought of saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sabro, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the black house.
Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
When the shadows interrupt with, I don't give a damn about all that shit.
This is full of shit. Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
And finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr. and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger. We're coming in on Earth.
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Hi, Roger. Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue gas, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
So this will be all right.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen.
Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
the
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight.
Well,
we're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now.
We're asking you to...
Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you please go away?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before.
Mm.
And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique footage.
It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
of what?
Of July, 1969. Do you remember this?
On the 18th?
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such a weekend when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we were seeing. Thank you very much.
Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light. And we only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
Roger, the ATC is working real well. The F-22 looks good, over. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, did you copy, over?
You copied, Charlie.
Roger, your transmissions the last couple of times have been about 2 by, over.
Okay, how do you read me now?
Right, you're 5 by now.
Coastline.
Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that had.
What is your proposition that we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you did. I know for a fact that you did not.
You know for a fact that we did not.
That's correct. And you'll see this tape proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you'll see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off.
You're full of shit.
It shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late, on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th?
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my reaction?
I know for a fact that
that's slimy journalism. Do you realize that?
If
you ought to be ashamed of
If you read
yourself.
the document that I have in here, you'll find that it's not. That this is a personal plea to do what is right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
This is the
time.
document that you want to see. I know for a fact
But
that
what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't believe that?
No, I do not.
Well, then we have a difference of opinion.
This is where you're using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away. We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, someone prompting you when to speak.
You believe in UFOs?
No, I do
Believe
not.
we've been visited by... Well, why do
No, I
you want to
don't.
believe this?
I know for a fact. We've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and and it's dated by an atomic clock at the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why
You
don't
were
you
there.
talk to the administrator in NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not...
I know for a fact that it didn't happen. And this tape would prove it in a court of law. It would.
Why don't you try? Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it.
No one has
Is your
laughed.
camera working?
No one has laughed.
And this makes you the real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the
Well, but you're doing it the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window? It's shot to make it look like.
Look, you can manufacture all you want with
This
these
is
things.
straight. This isn't manufactured.
Sure.
And you know that it
to
isn't.
that of an interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the
Will you
crystal.
give me your
Here's
business
the light.
card?
It's all in there.
Camera controls,
It's all
but
in there.
not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front of
You're
the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Howdy, Buzz.
Who's that?
How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief.
Why don't you just
That's called being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get in the middle
tell
of
him
anything,
to get
but
out of
this is-
here?
This is a hotel.
We'll call
Right, we-
the police.
You cannot
We pay-
solicit. It doesn't-
Come on
you
in
cannot-
here, we'll call the
you cannot
police.
solicit on
You
this
like that?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I have nothing to do with this. But
Okay.
you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
You can't solicit like this on this property.
keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. calling the kettle black if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital.
How you doing?
I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program. It's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11.
Yes.
And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window, turn off the lights in the spacecraft, and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that kind of thing.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys that did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight, to put your left hand on the Bible,
left hand,
raise your right hand,
okay,
and you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future, and if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay, say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Treason.
Treason. No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon. I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon
but you won't
go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treasonous?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
that
about
isn't treason.
Under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason?
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now, you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, yes, from the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in,
oh, yeah, sure.
Pop that one out.
Is that? Can I get the check that Good. Oh, that was stopping.
Yes, take it again.
Yeah, we can edit this that way. We don't have to worry about.
Yeah, just hit play.
Well, it goes in.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep, seems to be.
They get shot a little bit halfway to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks.
That's what you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front of.
Now I thought that was the arm of God moving across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that out.
I suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely, that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There it is again, 130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it's pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That, I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as a gospel of anything except a historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press this, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No, we have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. And as an independent producer,
okay, we're heading out.
Doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You ever get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right: fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies, space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, the same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred. That old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
This is the conspiratorial view of history, as opposed to the accidental view. And it is the conspiratorial view that we shall present in this program.
There is a conspiracy theory that a shadowy elite of international bankers are secretly controlling the governments of the world.
They say that the people that control this world could sit around one large table and have lunch.
The theory goes that these elitists plan to create an all-powerful new world order, a world government that will destroy anyone who disobeys them. It is a theory shared by militiamen and neo-Nazis, and also by an increasing number of mainstream Americans. The message spreads through underground videos and anti-New World Order talk shows.
Is there a new world order?
There's a new world order.
Is there a new religion coming?
A new religion's coming.
This is the story of a family who wanted to escape from the clutches of this tyrannical elite by moving to a mountaintop in Idaho. It is also the story of how their paranoid fantasies came true. Randy and Vicky were conspiracy theorists. They believed that an evil elite of international bankers and media moguls was secretly controlling their increasingly tyrannical government. The move to the cabin was their way of opting out. The Weaver family moved to the mountains because they were panicked by the underground videos they saw portraying their government as out of control and destroying the lives of simple people who wanted to live free.
When the guns are gone and your freedom lies shattered at your feet, 'tis when it will be far too late to say, why didn't I fight instead of sheepishly retreat?
Oh! The family called this shadowy elite the New World Order. They thought that if they couldn't be left alone on top of a mountain in Idaho, where could they be left alone? Some of the things they believed up there might seem crazy, but they were a long way off. It was as if Randy and Vicky's conspiracy theories were coming true. They had moved to the mountains to escape a tyrannical government, and a tyrannical government was now coming to get them. The family took to carrying guns at all times, even the children. They became increasingly convinced that the army of the New World Order was watching them from the bushes. In fact, they were being watched from the bushes.
The marshals were up there doing the same thing they'd been doing off and on for the last 3 months. They had cameras up there. Of course, Randy had found one of the cameras and had destroyed it. And they got too close to the cabin. And the dogs got a scent of them, and the dogs started chasing. The deputies started running down the hill, and then the shots were fired. The deputies started running down the hill. Randy, Kevin Harris, and Sammy Weaver started chasing them down. The dogs started coming down. They got to a Y. The deputies stopped, and shots got fired. The dog was definitely shot.
One of the agents shot Stryker in the back and hit his spine, and little Samuel, who raised the dog from a pup, saw him run around in circles yiping and then fall dead. Sammy opened fire on the agents that had shot his dog and said, "You guys killed my dog," and he opened fire and shot several times. And as it turned out, he didn't hit anybody. But then when they of course fired back at him with military rifles, these automatic fire rifles, and almost cut his left arm off. Now remember, he was about the size of a 10-year-old boy, you know, small. So they shot his left arm to where it was just hanging by the flesh, and little Samuel turned around and ran up the mountain and screamed to his dad, "I'm coming home, Dad." And at that time, my fellow officers took a MP5 machine gun and just sprayed him right up the back as he's running away and murdered him right there.
I think it was right after that, Mom said we gotta go get him. And so Mom and Dad went down, and Kevin went with them. And I went in the house and got Elishba dressed. And I never saw him. They put him in the guest shed, and Dad and Mom went in and cleaned him up and wrapped him in a sheet, I guess.
So Vicky goes to the door while she's nursing little Elishba, pushes the door open frantically because she hears the gunfire, and here comes the whole family running in the door.
The bullet had come through the window in the door, would have went through Vicky's face here and come out this, or let's see, she was facing that way, would have come in here, out here, right over the baby's head, and into Kevin. Kevin's coming in, it went in his left arm, and the main part of the bullet broke two ribs and stopped about this far from his heart.
So that was an excellent shot, but a very sad day for America when one of my fellow officers and soldiers has to shoot a mother holding her little baby.
I turn around, there's Vicky. She's kind of down on her knees and her head.
I think it was Dad picked Elishba up out from underneath Mom and handed her to me. And she had blood and stuff all over her head, and we were afraid that she had gotten hit too, but she was okay. It was just Mom's blood. And that's when we went around and drew the curtains on all the windows.
The family locked themselves in the cabin for over a week. Nobody but the Weavers and the FBI knew that Vicky had been killed.
Baby killers! You're all baby killers, you bunch of senseless bastards! All of you!
2 miles down in the valley, the protest at the roadblock had swelled to thousands. People travelled from across America to support the Weavers. Jack McLam and Bo Greitz were in the crowd. Jack and Bo are both ex-military officers who've jumped ship and become heroes to the anti-government activists.
It was surreal. It was incredible. What we had was, I'd never seen so many FBI, DEA agents, U.S. Marshals, local police, state police in one place in my life. We had armored personnel carriers, and then they were all dressed in military uniforms with Kevlar. This is America. What is going on here? We're trying to calm them down, get them to stop crying, and to focus on something else other than their mother laying up underneath the kitchen table in a pool of blood. And so basically we spent the morning talking to them about the need to come out and take it to court. We knew then they had one fantastic case in court against this government. Oh my goodness. There's something in law enforcement called jury appeal. And when you machine gun a little boy running away from you and shoot a mother holding a baby in the head, you got jury appeal.
Later that night, Jack and Bo came back down the mountain to tell the protesters what they'd learnt.
I want all of you in the vigil to join your hands. I want you to get close, and I want you to get warm. I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is that we went right up to the top of the hill and established an immediate dialogue like I knew we could with Randy. Wasn't any problems at all. This communication is going to continue. I want your hands joined. That's an order. I got a reason for it. The bad news, and get a grip on yourself, is that Vicky was killed. Damn. And most unfortunate thing, apparently she was killed on Saturday. Wonderful mother has had her life taken, and she's in God's hands as we speak.
It was 11 days into the siege that Bo and Jack finally convinced the family to take their case to court.
Well, the door opens and they come out. I tell you, boy, I just about get tears in my eyes now thinking about it. It was wonderful to see these little girls take off their weapons, little tiny little girls, you know, wearing weapons against their own government. I mean, where should that be proper? And it was The saddest days of my life was spent on the top of that mountain when I realized that my fellow police officers and soldiers are capable of that, you see, that I served with. I never would have believed that, never would have believed it, you know. And so it was a great awakening for Bo and me and many of the officers up there, because when we walked down through that crowd, big guys with their military rifles and the tears coming down, streaking the face paint, you know, they were all crying, you know, that the family had come out. So it was a great experience. And that's why there's so many people today in America and people in uniform that are speaking out against this damnable world system that's being set up, that will do that to people at will.
The Weavers moved to the mountains because of their fantasies about a shadowy elite coming to get them, and in a sense their conspiracy theories came true. The American militia movement was formed that week at the roadblock at Ruby Creek, convinced that a shadowy elite plans to do to the world what they did to the Weavers.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Alright, seems like everyone is AFK, huh? That is not good. That is not good at all.
forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order. Rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
This is the conspiratorial view of history, as opposed to the accidental view. And it is the conspiratorial view that we shall present in this program.
There is a conspiracy theory that a shadowy elite of international bankers are secretly controlling the governments of the world.
They say that the people that control this world could sit around one large table and have lunch.
The theory goes that these elitists plan to create an all-powerful new world order, a world government that will destroy anyone who disobeys them. It is a theory shared by militiamen and neo-Nazis, and also by an increasing number of mainstream Americans. The message spreads through underground videos and anti-New World Order talk shows.
Is there a new world order?
There's a new world order.
Is there a new religion coming?
A new religion's coming.
This is the story of a family who wanted to escape from the clutches of this tyrannical elite by moving to a mountaintop in Idaho. It is also the story of how their paranoid fantasies came true. Randy and Vicky were conspiracy theorists. They believed that an evil elite of international bankers and media moguls was secretly controlling their increasingly tyrannical government. The move to the cabin was their way of opting out. The Weaver family moved to the mountains because they were panicked by the underground videos they saw portraying their government as out of control and destroying the lives of simple people who wanted to live free.
When the guns are gone and your freedom lies shattered at your feet, 'tis when it will be far too late to say, why didn't I fight instead of sheepishly retreat?
Oh! The family called this shadowy elite the New World Order. They thought that if they couldn't be left alone on top of a mountain in Idaho, where could they be left alone? Some of the things they believed up there might seem crazy, but they were a long way off. It was as if Randy and Vicky's conspiracy theories were coming true. They had moved to the mountains to escape a tyrannical government, and a tyrannical government was now coming to get them. The family took to carrying guns at all times, even the children. They became increasingly convinced that the army of the New World Order was watching them from the bushes. In fact, they were being watched from the bushes.
The marshals were up there doing the same thing they'd been doing off and on for the last 3 months. They had cameras up there. Of course, Randy had found one of the cameras and had destroyed it. And they got too close to the cabin. And the dogs got a scent of them, and the dogs started chasing. The deputies started running down the hill, and then the shots were fired. The deputies started running down the hill. Randy, Kevin Harris, and Sammy Weaver started chasing them down. The dogs started coming down. They got to a Y. The deputies stopped, and shots got fired. The dog was definitely shot.
One of the agents shot Stryker in the back and hit his spine, and little Samuel, who raised the dog from a pup, saw him run around in circles yiping and then fall dead. Sammy opened fire on the agents that had shot his dog and said, "You guys killed my dog," and he opened fire and shot several times. And as it turned out, he didn't hit anybody. But then when they of course fired back at him with military rifles, these automatic fire rifles, and almost cut his left arm off. Now remember, he was about the size of a 10-year-old boy, you know, small. So they shot his left arm to where it was just hanging by the flesh, and little Samuel turned around and ran up the mountain and screamed to his dad, "I'm coming home, Dad." And at that time, my fellow officers took a MP5 machine gun and just sprayed him right up the back as he's running away and murdered him right there.
I think it was right after that, Mom said we gotta go get him. And so Mom and Dad went down, and Kevin went with them. And I went in the house and got Elishba dressed. And I never saw him. They put him in the guest shed, and Dad and Mom went in and cleaned him up and wrapped him in a sheet, I guess.
So Vicky goes to the door while she's nursing little Elishba, pushes the door open frantically because she hears the gunfire, and here comes the whole family running in the door.
The bullet had come through the window in the door, would have went through Vicky's face here and come out this, or let's see, she was facing that way, would have come in here, out here, right over the baby's head, and into Kevin. Kevin's coming in, it went in his left arm, and the main part of the bullet broke two ribs and stopped about this far from his heart.
So that was an excellent shot, but a very sad day for America when one of my fellow officers and soldiers has to shoot a mother holding her little baby.
I turn around, there's Vicky. She's kind of down on her knees and her head.
I think it was Dad picked Elishba up out from underneath Mom and handed her to me. And she had blood and stuff all over her head, and we were afraid that she had gotten hit too, but she was okay. It was just Mom's blood. And that's when we went around and drew the curtains on all the windows.
The family locked themselves in the cabin for over a week. Nobody but the Weavers and the FBI knew that Vicky had been killed.
Baby killers! You're all baby killers, you bunch of senseless bastards! All of you!
2 miles down in the valley, the protest at the roadblock had swelled to thousands. People travelled from across America to support the Weavers. Jack McLam and Bo Greitz were in the crowd. Jack and Bo are both ex-military officers who've jumped ship and become heroes to the anti-government activists.
It was surreal. It was incredible. What we had was, I'd never seen so many FBI, DEA agents, U.S. Marshals, local police, state police in one place in my life. We had armored personnel carriers, and then they were all dressed in military uniforms with Kevlar. This is America. What is going on here? We're trying to calm them down, get them to stop crying, and to focus on something else other than their mother laying up underneath the kitchen table in a pool of blood. And so basically we spent the morning talking to them about the need to come out and take it to court. We knew then they had one fantastic case in court against this government. Oh my goodness. There's something in law enforcement called jury appeal. And when you machine gun a little boy running away from you and shoot a mother holding a baby in the head, you got jury appeal.
Later that night, Jack and Bo came back down the mountain to tell the protesters what they'd learnt.
I want all of you in the vigil to join your hands. I want you to get close, and I want you to get warm. I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is that we went right up to the top of the hill and established an immediate dialogue, like I knew we could, with Randy. Wasn't any problem at all. This communication is going to continue. I want your hands joined. That's an order. I got a reason for it. The bad news, and get a grip on yourself, is that Vicky was killed. Damn. And most unfortunate thing, apparently she was killed on Saturday. Wonderful mother has had her life taken, and she's in God's hands as we speak.
It was 11 days into the siege that Bo and Jack finally convinced the family to take their case to court.
Well, the door opens and they come out. Ah, I tell you, boy, I just about get tears in my eyes now thinking about it. It was wonderful to see these little girls take off their weapons, little tiny little girls, you know, wearing weapons against their own government. I mean, where should that be proper? And it was The saddest days of my life was spent on the top of that mountain when I realized that my fellow police officers and soldiers are capable of that, you see, that I served with. I never would have believed that, never would have believed it, you know. And so it was a great awakening for Bo and me and many of the officers up there, because when we walked down through that crowd, big guys with their military rifles and the tears coming down, streaking the face paint, you know, they were all crying, you know, that the family had come out. So it was a great experience. And that's why there's so many people today in America and people in uniform that are speaking out against this damnable world system that's being set up that will do that to people at will.
The Weavers moved to the mountains because of their fantasies about a shadowy elite coming to get them, and in a sense their conspiracy theories came true. The American militia movement was formed that week at the roadblock at Ruby Creek, convinced that a shadowy elite plans to do to the world what they did to the Weavers.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions, talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
So if a person believes that the earth is flat, you can't talk him out of that. He knows it's flat. Look out of the window and see. It looks flat. Is to say, well, let's go and find the edge. And in order to find the edge, you've got to be very careful not to walk in circles, so you'll never find it that way. Well, for example, let's see how in other ways that you might realize this. Most people think when they open their eyes and look around that what they are seeing is outside. It seems, doesn't it, that you are behind your eyes, and that behind the eyes there is a blank which you can't see at all. Turn around and you see something else in front of you. But behind the eyes there seems to be something that has no color. It isn't dark, it isn't light, it's just it's there from a tactile standpoint. You can feel it with your fingers, although you don't get inside it. But what is that behind your eyes, you see? Well, actually, when you look out there and see all these people and things sitting around, that's how it feels inside your head. The color of this room is back here in the nervous system, where the optical nerves are at the back of the head. It's in there. It's what you're experiencing. What you see out here is a neurological experience. Now, if that hits you, and you feel sensuously that that's so, you may think that then therefore, the external world is all inside my skull. But you've got to correct that with the thought that your skull is also in the external world. So you suddenly begin to feel, well, wow, what a kind of a situation is this? It's inside me, and I'm inside it, and it's inside me, and I'm inside it. But that's the way it is. This is what you could call transaction, rather than interaction, between the individual and the world. So then, here's the drama. My metaphysics, let me be perfectly frank with you, are that there is the central self. You can call it God, you can call it anything you like. And it's all of us. It's playing all the parts of all beings whatsoever, everywhere and anywhere. And it's playing the game of hide and seek with itself. It gets lost, it gets involved in the farthest out adventures, but in the end, it always wakes up and comes back to itself. And when you're ready to wake up, you're going to wake up. And if you're not ready, you're going to stay pretending that you're just a little, poor little me. And since you're all here and engaged in this sort of inquiry and listening to this sort of lecture, I assume that you're all on the process of waking up. Or else you're teasing yourselves with some kind of flirtation with waking up, which you're not serious about. But I assume maybe you are, not serious but sincere, that you are ready to wake up. So then, when you're in the way of waking up and finding out who you really are, you meet a teacher, the awakener. He's the man who looks at you in the eye and says, oh, come on. I know who you are. And when you're ready to wake up, you're going to wake up. And if you're not ready, you're going to stay pretending that you're just a little, poor little me.
Listening to big drum bag people alert.
Top of the morning to you. Hello, good morning. Top of the morning to you. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm your host, Master Chief. And if you guys have any questions about the flat Earth, or the Earth being flat, or the Earth being a globe, go ahead and feel free to ask. I am here to answer all your questions. Anyways, Assalamu alaikum. Nice to meet you, everyone. And good morning, wherever you are, or good evening and good night. If you are going to go to sleep, then I hope you have wonderful sweet dreams. Well, Scoob, where are you? Shh, Raggy, I'm over here. Sorry. All right. Yo. I'm just gonna go on mute for a little bit. Ruh-roh. Oh yeah, what's up? That's one of my favorites right there. Yes. That's exactly what I was going for. Mm-hmm. Good morning, world. Earth. Earth, flat Earth. The Earth is not a globe. Yes, we all know. And now we're telling you. Stop lying to yourselves. I actually feel nice hearing my voice by myself. Feels pretty good. I'm just kidding. Yo. Good morning, cut the shit. Shit the cut. Ew. Wonder if anybody else is ready to hear my mess. Good morning, pals. Oh yeah, I just logged into the YouTube channel. Seeing all the comments that you guys are saying. I do not listen to any music in the radio. They are not worth my time. Alrighty then, I understand. God bless the mute. Okay, honky donkey. That's alright. Doesn't matter if you don't want to hear my voice. I love hearing my voice. My voice is pretty beautiful, if I so say so myself. Oh, I do listen to music special in Spanish. I like melody. To play to play piano. I like to play guitar, but I don't listen to the trash in the radio nowadays. Yeah, I understand. Totally get it. There's a lot of trash out there. Mi hermano. La siento. I don't understand, brother. I'm sorry. Yo. Yung bagala. Roll up here and see what's saying in the lobby. What are they saying in the lobby? What are you guys saying about me right now? You guys saying something about me? You guys talking about me? What do you guys think? Yeah, the beginning of the nuclear age. Ooh. What were they rebuilding from then? What happened? I don't know. What you guys are talking about? Yoop, yoop, yoop. Nagala. Gamani mo. Yeah, man. Jay Heighton, you are very cool, brother. Honky donkey, do you like to honk on donkeys? Sorry. Yoo. Utu, upu, tupu. Mbagamu. You want to hear an awesome Spanish guitar piece? I don't know how to play awesome Spanish guitar pieces. That was an awesome Good Morning Vietnam. Well, it wasn't me that did it. It was the jukebox. We have a jukebox. Jukebox radio. Oh, ow. I apologize, everybody. I have Tourette syndrome. That's why I make sounds and noises. They're involuntary. I can't control it. So, so I'm like trying to talk here, but at the same time as I'm trying to speak, ow, I'm like making sounds and talking sentences that are probably getting in the mix of the conversation, but it's very difficult to tell. You'll tell, it's just difficult to tell. Yow! Florida is going to be gone. Mark my words. Uh-oh. Don't want to think that. Don't want to have those kind of thoughts. Ew. Yow. Sorry. Wait. I'm going to put myself on mute for a little bit. I like that. I smell something funny with NASA. I think they are having too much pressure from us before waking up. Oh, man. They're feeling all our gases, huh? You asked me a question? I am so sorry. Sure, let me have it. Right? That's what I was saying. Ask me anything. Ask me about your mom. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna say. Don't say that. Sorry. Yoop. Don't ask me about your mom. Hey, y'all. I'll poop. Sorry. Alrighty then. Oh man, cooking. Oh, I used to do cooking. I used to cook. I did culinary for 4 years, man. And graduated, and that was fun. Except it wasn't really all that fun when everybody is not on one accord and following directions. You know, like everybody knows the piece. Like they know how to cook something a certain temperature. They know how long to cook it for. And then like there are like faster ways to do a certain thing. And then and then some people just can't grasp on doing it as quick, right? They can't like cutting potatoes, for instance. I'm just gonna like cutting tomatoes or something. Like it'll be a simple task, right? But they won't be able to do it as quick and sufficient as you want it. And then the frustration like is like, fuck, dude, you're not moving as fast. And it's like, do you even want to work here? It's like, why even do the job if you're gonna do like act, not act, move sluggish. In cooking, you don't move slow, bro. You know what I mean? If it's a job that you don't want to do, then don't do the job. Okay? If your passion is not cooking, don't work at McDonald's. Fucking stop working at McDonald's. It's a fast food restaurant. So what ends up happening is that you have to work fast. If you're gonna sit there and fucking act lazy and don't do the job like and quick and sufficient like it's supposed to, and cook the shit that's like it's supposed to, then don't do the job. Just don't do it. You guys know how fast it is to cook a burger? You guys ever cook a burger on a grill? Go to a fast food and then go to an actual restaurant where they cook the burger. Not like fast food restaurants. No. But it's like you guys want it now? You guys get it now. It's just not gonna be food that's good for your body. I'm talking about health, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to give advice. I'm not a, doctor or anything like that. I'm just my opinion, that's all. You could take it with a grain of salt. Or just leave it right there, Flat and stationary, how beautiful, yes. Sorry, I was going off topic. Yow! It's the flat earth. The earth is flat, guys. Uh-oh, there's no gravity. Huh. Cube. Sorry. Dude, I can totally hear my brother snoring on the other side of this room. That's how thin the walls are here. Shit, I gotta keep it quiet. I deafened myself like 5 times already. Honky donkey, are you calling me Tonto? Because if you're calling me Tonto, then I'm calling you Pumbaa. Just gonna assume, like how you're assuming. I'm fine by being called Tonto. Do you know who Tonto is? Do you know what he does? You know where he came from? What is Tonto? Can you tell me? Huh, hunky donkey? What does Tonto do? Can't answer that question, huh? Ew. Yow. Do you know? Come on, honky donkey. Honky donkey, who's Tonto? Tell me who Tonto is. You don't know? Well, here, let me pull it up for you. He's a fictional character, a Native American, and he was working with the Lone Ranger, a popular American Western character created by George W. Trent and Fran Stricker. Tonto has appeared in radio and television series and other presentations of the character's adventures righting wrongs in 19th century Western United States. In Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish, Tonto translates as a dumb person, moron, or fool. In the Italian version or original name is retained, but in the Spanish dubbed version, the character is called Toro, Spanish for bull, or Panto. Show character Trend grow up in Michigan and new members of the local Potawatomi tribe. I can't say that word, so I apologize. Who told him it meant wild one in their language. When he created the Lone Ranger, he gave the moniker to the Ranger's sidekick, apparently unaware of the name native connotations. Tonto made his first appearance on the 11th episode of the radio show, which originated on the Detroit, Michigan radio station WXYZ. Though he became well known as the Lone Ranger's friend, Tonto was originally created just so the Lone Ranger would have someone with whom to talk. Throughout the radio run, which spanned 21 years with only a few exceptions, Tonto was played by American actor John Todd. Chief Thundercloud played the character in the Republic movie series The Lone Ranger and The Lone Ranger Rides Again. To this point, Tonto had been depicted on the radio series as a somewhat elderly sidekick. This serial established the better remembered image of Tonto as a handsome young tribal warrior in buckskins. The only division from this image since then has been Johnny Depp's depiction in Disney's 2013 film. The Lone Ranger is on its most recent portrayal. All right, if you want to go ahead and continue looking it up on your own, you can go ahead. Be my guest. But I am done reading that. Don't be sorry, brother. I have a story or two about Tourette syndrome. I love your stamina. Thanks, brother. Meow. Yeah, my brother was snoring. He's a big snorer. And then my other brother, he grinds his teeth. Oh man, I hate the grinding of the teeth, bro. Jeez. It's like, dude, you can't hear yourself, or you can't. Oh man, I can't, just can't. He gets it from his dad too. His dad grinds his teeth. Oh man, it's so disturbing. I would wake up in the middle of the night, bro, and his dad is, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, dude, I gotta close my door. Close the door. I called my niece earlier in the morning and I put the song from Chop Suey very loud. Oh man, they still had a laugh even though it was only. Wake up! Grandpa, put a little back up. What you doing? What's shout? I don't know the. I can't say that one verse. You wanna do? Nigga. Oh, guy on VC didn't take his meds, obviously. Oh man, are you off your rocker, bro? Huh, hunky donkey? You want to judge me? Are you? Is it you that's not on medication? You just like to get on stream and judge people and hey, you're off your meds. I think Tonto means silly. Well, what I'm just trying to say, what I was trying to get out about talking about Tonto was the fact that, um, like even though they thought that how much of a fool he was, right? Um, he was uh a shaman, right? As much as you want to make an image, call this Tonto character a fool or a tool or an idiot, as much as you think he is, like he's a shaman who brought a man back to life, which is the Lone Ranger, right? So like as much as you want to call this guy a tool, I wouldn't uh call him a tool because like he's a shaman who can cast a spell on you and like I'm just saying, man, he can curse you, dude. So just I'd be aware, I'd think twice. I still grind my teeth. That's why ex-wife with me. Oh man, that's sad to hear, bro. Hmm. Decisions that people make. Sorry, buddy, I don't have that kind of control here. I don't control the music pod here. Mom, you sick? Feel like throwing up? Click this link for Flat Earth backers. Sorry, I just got back. Alrighty then. I just got back from getting medicated. Yeah, I had my wisdom teeth pulled like 3 days ago. Ooh. So, uh, yeah. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Oh. Mm. Ooh. Sorry. Look at that. Oh man. That sucks. Ooh. I'm just wondering how I can market Flat Earth. I see NASA has the little vans going all over and they are wrapped with NASA messages. Um, dude, go on TikTok. Like, make an account on TikTok and advertise Flat Earth on there. You're gonna get a lot of hate, but dude, that's what I'm doing. Yow. I'm just trying to help expand this. Mm. Hello, Damasta. How are you? Good morning, or good evening, or good night.
Good morning.
Yep, I'm just talking to the YouTubers here on a chat stream.
Another day on the flat earth.
Right. Flat and stationary is how we observe. It's how it feels.
Here we go.
Doesn't everybody know how it feels? I'm playing Rocket League. What you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing. You must be doing something. You can't just be doing nothing. You gotta be doing something. Uh-oh. Allah. Are you standing or are you sitting? Yeah. Look at the Mooney.
And happy birthday to the beautiful Kai.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm just kidding. It's not. It's
I know,
actually
I
my
was
birthday.
just kidding. not Kai.
Oh, wow.
But you know what's funny? Witsit gets it. It is almost my birthday.
Oh, yeah? When's your birthday?
On the 30th. I knew you were going to ask.
All right, bro. I'll try to remember, bro.
For sure. I hope everybody else does. Hey, everybody. My birthday is on the 30th, man. I'm turning 34. I've been in the chat holding it down. Or
3
trying
plus
to.
4 equals 7. Ooh.
I didn't know that.
It's a lucky number.
4 plus 4 equals 8.
Oh my gosh, does that mean that you're 33? You must be a Mason.
I am. I'm 33 right now. I'll be turning 34 on the 30th.
We knew it, bro. We knew you were a Mason confirmed, bro.
A Mace? Nah, not at all, brother.
I don't know, man. That 33 is pretty sketchy, brother. All right, I love you. Love you guys. Stay fly, and we'll catch up with you later.
For sure. I'm here, brother. I'm still here.
That's cool. What's popping in the YouTube chat?
It was heightened. He was like, "Oh man, where's Master Chief? I was enjoying him." I'm still here, brother. I receive lots of compliments when I wear my Flat Earth t-shirt, as well as a lot of confusion, but I would like to wake people up. Yeah, man, as much as possible.
What kind of Flat Earth t-shirt you got?
The one that says it's flat and stationary, or the one that's saying as flat as his chest. I don't know. I'd like to think so. But that's me assuming that Jay Heighton is a man. Male. I hope I didn't offend you. Oh yeah, definitely let Witsit know. Witsit needs to hurry and do the caravan. I want to follow everywhere. I'll take 5 months of vacation if I have to. Hey, that'd be cool. Which is the oldest Flower 8E map? I would say the Glistens. Glistens. I think. Did I answer that correctly? I hope I did. If you were talking about maps, because I have a Gleason's map. I mean, that's a flat Earth map that I have. Uh-oh. Udubu, udubu, udubu. Your mommy allow. Yep. This map was November 15th, 1892. And what about the older 16th century one? I don't know. This one says 1892. Oh, November 15th, 1892. Hmm. Good question. Yeah. Boop. Here goes the intro.
The last day's getting way too wicked. It's just like ancient books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Oh, and just to let you guys know, I'm not a Freemason. I'm actually Muslim. Just to straighten that out there. Because what's it? Had mentioned something. Alrighty then. Nah, man. Just be patient. And you know what, honky donkey, like you a globe head or a flat earther? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, Freddie, answer honky donkey. You a glober or flat earther? Oh, Heighten, Jay Heighten, are you saying you're female? I hope I didn't offend you. Why can't you answer the question? The question, honky donkey. I asked you if you're a flat earther or if you're a glober, dude. Okay, Jay Heighton. I apologize, Jay Heighton. I didn't know. I just assumed. And honky donkey, it's okay if you don't want to answer the question. I understand. You're just scared. You're scared. You're scared to answer the question. A simple question. He's just a troll. That's why. Honky Doc, he just want to be a troll. Period. Yeah, you're nothing but a trolling bitch. I'm gonna be open with you, honky donkey. Like I have very like high respects for Hispanic Mexican people, and because I'm assuming you are Hispanic or Mexican because you were typing Spanish in here. So like I'm just gonna say I have high respects, like because my coach is Mexican, and for you to come in here and then act the way that you are, you are a disgrace, bro. I have very high respects for 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 Hispanics and Mexican people because they're like Filipinos, bro. And for you to come in here and act the way that you are, you're a disgrace. I'm just gonna let you know that right now. From somebody that's disabled and retarded, for you to call me Tonto, just gonna say, like, you think I don't know what you were trying to say about me, bro? Like you come in here very disrespectful, and then you're gonna like talk shit, bruh. See, music, like you're just fucking disrespectful, homie. I'm here trying to chat with people, trying to have a good time, and then you're gonna just come in here and be a troll. You're nothing but a troll. Of course, you're not gonna identify yourself with the flat Earth people because we wouldn't even accept you, homie. You nothing but a disgrace. Nothing but a disgrace. You have no place here.
Yeah, that's all they can do is look away and pretend the earth isn't flat.
Secretly, he's mad, bruh. I know he is. I know what I'm saying is offending him. That's why he's behind the screen.
We got them right where we want them.
I know.
They dug themselves such a big hole, it's gonna be hard to get out of.
Oh, he dug himself a big hole. He can't even get out. Gonna say that he's not a globe. He doesn't believe in the globe, but then he's gonna say he doesn't identify himself with the flat Earth. Man, we don't identify you either. You don't belong here. No, why you even in here, dude? Music. You don't deserve to listen to our music. I'm sorry, Jay Heighton. I got it now. The YouTube messages are coming in very delayed, by the way. You're awesome, Jay Nathan. I said I say your name too fast. Jay Heighton. Sorry. I was looking at the J and the H. I mean the J and the N. The J H and the N. Mm. Yo, what's up? Cut this shit. He said, "Where they at though?" It's my dyslexia. It's I've been trying really hard to practice on reading, and even though I have dyslexia, so like I would read the same uh I will read books over and over until I can um start to read it. It was the pronouncing of words that was very difficult. And then now it's like trying to learn another language. I listen and then try to repeat. Oh, honky donkey, you're nothing but a pervert, aren't you? Uh-oh. Found out that she's female. Oh, what are you gonna try to do? Be a donkey? Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. Yeah, I figured. Nothing but a pervert. Oh, and just so you know, Honky Donkey, like I don't think you have a chance with Jay Heighton. Just saying. You want to know why I know you don't have a chance? Is because she respects herself. She's a woman that respects herself. Right. P1. She has respect and dignity. See, honky donkey, that's what that's why you don't she wants a woman who who wants respect and understand. Look at that. I don't need to say shit. She can handle her own shit. Nah, he's a troll. He nothing but a troll. He trying to do nothing but try to talk to women and get in their pants. Over here trying to talk shit. As soon as he found out that you were a woman, he was like, "Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah. It's a woman on the online. Now I get to talk to her woman. Yeah." Look, you try trying to play it all cool online. You be the judge of that. Exactly, Jay Heighton. Why you gonna be with a man who's gonna be a little man a little punani. He can't even he's a punani. Ooh-wee, yup. Like Allah. Meow. Mm. The honky donkey doesn't know how to answer questions. Do you see the way he texts? The way that he types? Do you see his answers and replies? Right, honky donkey. Beautiful. You just admitted to everybody that you're just here to troll, bruh. I will remember if you are the only person I talk to, but I don't. Sorry. Yup. Sorry if I don't like reply straight away to you guys' messages. Yep. Uh-huh. See? Look at bro. Look at Honky Donkey. These people, man. I'm just gonna. You dug yourself deep, bruh. That's all I'm gonna say, dude. Look, Ace, experiencing, all right? I don't need to go ahead and experiment when I experience that Earth being flat, bro. When I go out to the ocean, water is leveled flat. Like, that is the evidence. I don't need to go ahead and try to figure things out or go ask myself some questions. I already know that the earth is flat. It was told in the beginning of the Bible, bro. In the very beginning of Genesis, the earth has no shape or form. So then when you guys started talking about the earth being a globe, that's when I started raising questions to myself, like, why are they talking about this? This is not true. So you guys been talking about this lie ever since. I've always known that the earth was flat. Ace. You ever been to the beach? You ever been to the beach? Go out to the beach. Like, you guys sit there and fucking lie to your guys' selves. You guys lie to yourselves and then you guys accept that. That's why when I came in here and I started talking to them, like it was like confusing for them at first because they don't know who they were talking to. Always known that the earth was flat, bruh. It was you people who were lying to yourselves that the earth was a globe all this time. Shit, my dad never told me that the earth was a globe. He never even preached that to me. See, how come like 4-4 the truth understands who's actually talking? Like you gonna Ace, you gonna come in here and try to how about you come in here and chat, bro? Come and chat, talk to me, bro. Like who are you, Ace? You a Glober too? Like what I don't get, what I don't understand is why are flat earthers attacking other flat earthers? That's what I don't get. See, that's why I was pointing out in the beginning, like asking questions about Honky Donkey, why he was fucking coming in here and he's gonna talk to chat in here. Like, you guys are just trolls, bruh. So far, I haven't been able to back up my claim. Bro, you guys claim the globe. You guys need to prove your claim. I don't need to prove anything. I went and out and I've looked for myself. Left to right, 3,558.8 miles, bro. In all directions, left to right. Come on, man. You guys lie to yourselves. I like how you like to judge and say that dude has serious issues, honky donkey. You know, you might want to look at yourself in the mirror, bruh. Take the plank of dust out of your own eye before you take the plank of dust out of your brother's eye. And I'm the one that has serious issues? Okay. You guys have no proof of curvature whatsoever. Show me the proof of curvature. Then break the second law of thermodynamics. Prove gas pressure without a container. You can't prove gas pressure without a container. And how about the spin of the globe? Come on, bro. There's no spin. If there's no wind, then where's the spin of the earth? There's no wind blowing. If there's a constant spin, there has to be wind. Be wise, honky donkey. Just saying, bro. Like, you guys don't understand. Yeah, you wanna talk your shit. It's okay. Okay, all good. Talk your shit. Talk your shit. Cause Allah, He's gonna take care of you. Oh, Roderick, what's going on? How you doing?
The Flat Earth train.
What's that?
Are they missing the Flat Earth train today?
I think so. They haven't bought their tickets yet. You know, let me just say this, man. And I'm just I don't hate you guys, but the reason why I was just like wanting you guys and everything, like I believe in Allah. Like I'm an angel of God. Okay. And I'm really like I'm really trying to be nice. And the more like you guys like to come at me and troll me and be disrespectful, like, you know, I'm just here to tell you the earth is flat. You can take it with a grain of salt, whatever. And then, you trying to come in here and then I don't need to prove myself to you. You need to prove yourself to yourself. Prove it to yourself. Because we've already done that. We're just here to spread awareness. And now, like, I really, mm, I'm just telling you guys, like you're being mean to an angel, you know, a God's angel. And then when God's angel comes to you to tell you the news and deliver a message, you you slander them, you talk shit about them, you say mean things, and then you expect the individual or the person that you were disrespecting to retaliate and probably say something mean back. But honestly, when I was trying to talk, as much as you guys were trying to make me frustrated about explaining that the earth is flat and stationary, like I just want you guys to know, man, like when God talks to you and he tells you just know that it's okay, man. I forgive you and just try to be a better person. That's all. I don't wish anything bad upon people, but I will pray to Allah as hard as possible for you to understand and for you to get it because other people don't get me or understand me. I'm what now? In my 30s. I'm trying to be very nice, like from somebody that came from a hard background. Like, man, you guys really do push. And you know what? I know you guys wouldn't ever say that to me in person and all, because in reality, it's like, oh, I I didn't know, and then now you know. And if you know, well, now you know. And if you didn't know, well, now you know. You know what I mean. Anyway, do you guys know that the earth is flat? Well, you know that the earth is flat. But if you didn't know that the earth is flat, well, now you know the earth is flat. Like I said, I'm just an angel of God trying to deliver a message. My name is Idris.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah! Alright, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that clout. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat. But my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different type of same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any sons, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't need to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred. That old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flatter, flatter. Flatter, flatter, flatter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flatter, flatter.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do
is
lose
air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
One more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in a nanosecond. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, all the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Elijah, go ahead.
I mean, I don't want to take us super off topic if we're already talking to someone. I just, I'm on my own time tonight, just observing the moon, and I had a question if no one were talking to the Globers right now.
Yeah, go. Yeah, no one.
So, never mind. I just
never mind. I got
My
one.
bad.
What if I have one? What about that?
Yeah, go for it, Q.
This is gonna be a really good question, man. You guys ready?
Is it gas pressure without a container?
No.
Hit me.
Okay. Go for it.
Yes.
Watch this. Dr. Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy. I see your dumbass in here. Have you seen any fists appearing out of nothing lately? And is Brenda still smarter than you? We all like to know.
Excellent question.
How you like those questions, folks? But that was good.
You know what's funny? Blue and Bob, the fallacy guy, came on. I was talking to them today, and I told them, I said, listen, the interferometers are designed to keep rigidity in space, and they're part of and very important when in navigation to keep the straight path in dead reckoning. And they're like, no, that's lying. And they came out and said a whole bunch of shit, dude. I sent the link to their channel. Like I think I posted the video or the link to you. This is how bad it is, man. They don't even understand the purpose of the interferometer and the gyro is when you're navigating, you navigate in straight lines. And the whole point of these instruments is to keep you on that straight line as best as possible. Right? And I can back it up with documentation and practical demonstration.
Well, thanks, man. Can we get those two questions answered first before we get to the interferometer, man?
Are you there?
Come on, Dr. Bob.
Oh, he's muted.
Oh, he's muted? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wait, never mind. I think it's a local mute, not a server mute. So maybe he can unmute himself.
Go ahead. The questions were, do you see any fist appearing out of nothing? And is Brenna still smarter than you? That's the question. And then the next question is, I want the 4 levels of protein structure. I want a brief definition and an example of each. I'll be waiting here for you. Go ahead and start Googling. Bring a pretender clown numpty dipshit.
Come on, Dr. Bob. Try.
You're going to feel the wrath. You come off mute. You ain't never felt, son.
Bro, what if you guys are just talking to somebody AFK?
No, that's him. Yeah, he's here. He's here. He's listening.
Bro, what if you're wrong? What if he's not AFK?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, what if he is?
What if? And what if he's not?
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I don't know.
He's half
AFK. Listen, we have a relationship with Dr. Bob, and we'd like to continue to keep a certain status.
Is Dr. Bob a
if you have a problem with him, so you know, the door isn't that hard to find.
Is Dr. Bob a Glober? He's talking.
It's okay. I'm a moderator, and I don't know who the hell they're talking about.
He's the Glober next to Mick West. Their wagers.
They all sound the same to me.
They're married.
What's Nias' opinion on the shape of the Earth?
That way he's a bit above his.
If I haven't made it obvious, I'm a Glober.
Yeah, thanks. He's a bit above his pay grade level though, because he's used to going on Jose Digi Retard Show. You're a bit above your pay grade here, son.
Oh, that's
out of your league.
Yeah,
it's a bit too deep.
I'm just here to listen and ask questions.
I'll tell you what, Bob, you got your opportunity here. You got 2 minutes because I'm headed out. I got to take care of a couple things. You can sneak on in here right? And start talking and shit. There you go. There he is.
I'm just waiting for you to come up with something that I haven't heard.
Yeah, right.
Give him hell, Dr. Bob. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, let's try to keep a demeanor and go one at a time and not 10 fucking people at once and fighting to talk, okay?
All right,
then I won't have to mute 10 of you or 9.
All right, let's take it right off the top because we got you. You're on my numpty clips. If Pretender Clown numpty dipshittery was a crime, you'd be on death row calling the governor, son. So let's go with my first question. Did you see any fist appearing out of nothing in the past year? You said that was amazing. That was the craziest thing, the greatest thing you ever heard from Brenda. So I'm just asking. Dr. Bob, did you look up those 4 levels of protein structure yet, son?
Just an interruption. For some of us new people, could you provide some context as to what's going on?
For the new people? I can't give you 4 years of context, son.
Right.
Yeah, give us like 10 minutes.
A summary. Summary, maybe.
How about no? How about we just continue with Bob?
How about no? Go to the numpty clip.
I just don't think you've asked him the same question. I just don't think he's going to respond.
How would you know? You want to play-by-play the last 4 years. How would you know?
I never asked for a play-by-play of the last 4 years.
Who is talking?
It's a new guy, Baked Cheese.
No.
Wait.
That is my bad.
It's another guy. It's nice.
Is this in Cleanser?
I just don't think if you guys ask him the same question.
I don't really care.
Shut up.
You're making a productive conversation non-productive.
Right. Well, he isn't going to do that anymore.
Wait, did he leave? Oh, no, he's here. He's here.
Yeah. All right. You guys can handle this fist appearing out of nothing just till I get back. It'll be like 2 minutes, man.
All right.
I got to go dig up a mason jar.
And by you guys, you meant me, not you all.
And me.
This is Bob here, man. You get a chunk when we're done. What's up, Bob? You still need Mod?
Some of that.
You still need Mod to talk here? Where'd he go?
Bob, all these Globers are waiting for you to represent them. Are you going to let them down, Doctor?
No, bullshit. All these flat earthers can't wait to tear into your ass.
Many have tried.
I'm trying to encourage him.
I think a few have succeeded.
Dr. Bob, you are the one.
Name one.
You are the hero.
That's just my opinion. One just left.
Yeah, I definitely succeeded because you were talking about things way different, flying east to west. Chronological, affirming the consequent fallacy.
You think QE has ever done anything for me?
I do. And Hank, maybe you have to repeat that. Maybe he doesn't have good listening skills.
Yeah, Bob said that things way different flying east than they do flying west, and that's due to the Coriolis effect. And I said that's consequent.
It's due to the Utzos effect.
Sorry, do you mind if I finish speaking?
Utzos effect.
Yeah, if you could give me just a second to finish what I was saying, I'd appreciate it. That would be kind of you, right? So that's the affirming the consequent formological fallacy, right? And that was his argument.
You done?
I think it's obvious.
It's the Utzos effect, not the Coriolis effect.
Does that change what his statement was?
He hasn't made a statement.
He did.
And the what effect? What is it? The utmost? What?
Demonstration. You're just.
Would you like? I'll spell it. Let me go ahead and spell it for you. EOT B-O-S, Otvos.
Wait. So according to you, you believe that he just strawmanned your argument, Bob? Is that true?
I don't play with logical fallacies. You can use straw man
or misrepresent, like misrepresent. You think that he just misrepresented?
Well, Bob,
he said Coriolis, and it's the Otvos effect.
Bob can't prove the globe unless he's allowed to use fallacy. He stated this before.
Okay.
Go ahead and look up the Otvos effect.
So what is? Yeah, can you explain it to us, please?
Sure. The Otvos effect has to do with travel against or with the rotation of the Earth, and it has to do with the interaction between gravity and the centrifugal force.
Yeah, can you demonstrate this effect?
Yes.
Well, so you're already assuming that the Earth is spinning, right? That's what you're saying.
Okay. Well, yeah.
And that gravity exists. Go ahead. So you're already assuming, baller. Go ahead.
Also.
Yes, what you do is you take a reference mass, and basically you fly it east to west or west to east, and measure the weight of that reference mass in both, and it's pretty clearly demonstrated. And I've done it myself. So
there's not other things that affect weight.
Yeah, how did you isolate
specifically like what?
Right? Because we talked about
barometric pressure, weather, winds, crosswinds.
Barometric pressure and weather does not affect weight.
Okay, well, we talked about independent variables last time, right? And I was curious, how did you isolate that this was the cause of it without an independent variable? And what did you say? That you don't need an independent variable to do science. Is that what you said?
I didn't say anything about it. What I said was, this is what happens.
Oh, I got it.
That's the name of the effect. That's the name of the effect, and it's easy to demonstrate.
I thought you said you don't mess with fallacies, and yet you're just full of fallacies. I don't get it. You know what a fallacy is?
I don't really care.
Well, there you go. That's another fallacy.
I really don't care about logical fallacies. Can you name a scientific paper?
And not caring about logical fallacy is a logical fallacy.
Can you name a single scientific paper, theory, or finding that has been invalidated because somebody said it was an illogical fallacy? Just go ahead and give me a citation.
I don't mess with fallacies. Touche, right?
Can you find a single time a scientific theory or observation
to make it a valid premise?
How about this? Because we're talking about whether he deals with logical fallacies or not. So let's just deal with whether or not Hank strawmanned him based on the Otvos effect and what it says right here. The Otvos effect is the change in perceived gravitational force.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay.
Well, just because the consensus doesn't care about fallacy doesn't make it correct or demonstrable.
Could I not finish?
I was kind of feeling the same way, but go ahead, bro.
Otvos effect is the change in perceived gravitational force caused by the change in bro. The Otvos effect is the change in perceived gravitational force caused by the change in centrifugal acceleration resulting from eastbound or westbound velocity. Do you accept this definition?
Bob?
Yes.
Do you accept
this?
Do I accept a definition?
Do you accept what I've read out as a description for what we think the Otvos effect is?
I don't know why QE bothers with you, man. You're such a fucking troll. Fuck.
I'm
so
trying.
You said.
Do you agree with what I just read out as a definition?
Do you agree? That's all I got. Your mic cut out.
Yeah. Do you agree?
Have something about a definition or something that I should be agreeing to?
I read the definition are you okay with how it's defined?
Hello.
Did you hear what he just asked you? He just asked you another question.
No, I haven't heard anything.
Okay. Did you hear him read out the definition of the effect, whatever adverse effect?
No.
Okay. If we're repeating,
can you hear me now?
Bob, can you hear him?
Can you hear me now?
Now, how about now?
This is a regular occurrence.
No.
No. Okay. I don't know. That's weird. I can hear you, Elijah, but
Here, I'm gonna try something again, man. Let's let one person do this and not 9 or 10. Then I won't have to mute 9. Cool. One of you guys. I don't want people fighting over each other just to talk to Bob. If you want to do it, Elijah, then you do it.
I don't. I'm just.
I can't hear him. Let me check and see whether or not I've muted him or something. No, he's got volume.
Well, we'll even come back. It's probably a glitch when you entered the VC. It didn't recognize him.
Yeah, I'll be uploading our previous conversation with Dr. Bob and I that we had a few months ago on my YouTube channel tonight. So if anybody's interested in it, it should be posted tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he read the definition for the word.
You have a definition for the Uthos effect, so go ahead and give it to me in your own words, please.
We read it from, I think it was Wikipedia's definition.
Okay, well, I need it in your words, though. I need your understanding of it so that I can properly address it.
It is the change in the perceived gravity. It happens when you fly east or west. That's when it happens. What is happening? Yes. I don't know. You explain.
Hey, Bob.
I already did.
When the plane banks left or right, is there any centrifugal force pulled on the plane?
Yes.
Awesome. Is the plane...
I swear, I just said this 2 minutes ago now. 3 different people took in turns, Rumpus and Elijah.
What? Am I rumpussing? I just heard him say what the Evitas explanation is.
Uthos effect.
Repeat back to me what I say.
All right, Uthos effect.
Are you ready?
It is
Elijah, can you
I
hear him,
am.
Bob?
The only reason I was interjecting at all, the only reason I was interjecting at all is to identify whether or not he's going to have to get kicked and he's going to have to come back in if he can't hear me, because it can't be me because I've already left.
Bob, can you hear Elijah? Bob, can you hear Elijah? He's talking.
No, I can't.
Can you disconnect and reconnect to see if that fixes it? Or Elijah, can you guys both reconnect?
I already disconnected.
Well, I mean, if somebody wants to ask me a question and can get through to me, that's fine.
Well, you should be able to hear Elijah.
There, I'll do it for you, Bob.
I think he's pretending, because I'm just the thing that I'm doing is I'm actually liking where Hank started. So this is how you keep it on the rails. All I want to do is help him answer Hank's. Well, I don't know if it was a question or if it was a statement. I just want it addressed, right? And he said he was straw man, so I'm trying to figure out how, because if not, then I would like him to address Hank.
Did somebody bring me out of voice chat?
So Data, that would mean if you're going to talk in place of me, I would hope that you're also helping him address Hank, because Hank was the one who originally, he was the last person to actually ask a question that wasn't answered yet.
I didn't hear Hank's. I didn't hear him speak. So,
well, I don't know. Maybe you should ask what Hank was saying originally.
Somehow I got bumped out of voice chat. Did somebody
Dr.
take me
Bob,
out?
can you hear Elijah?
No.
So you still can't hear me? Why don't you?
He's lying.
Yeah, I can hear Elijah. I don't know why you can't hear him.
I can't, and his volume is on my...
I can't hear Bob, man. Is Bob talking? I can't hear that motherfucker.
Click on Elijah's name and see if you have his volume down. Are you on the PC?
I already checked that.
Two can play that. Two can play that game, man.
Oh, okay. So the point is, you agreed with the
I'll be happy to
definition.
go on mute if you would like.
No, you agreed to the definition that was read off. So now we know what you're talking about.
That I stated. I agree to the definition I stated.
Yeah. If you go left, if you go east or west, that's the effect happens, right? And then the weight changes. Is that your? Right.
And it's due to the interaction between gravity and centrifugal force.
Well, there you go. You've already assumed gravity. You already assumed gravity, and you've already assumed the ball. So.
Oh, QE's back. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm
Go ahead,
back.
Keely.
Yeah. Did he answer any of my questions?
And no, I'm not going to, because they're irrelevant.
Well, you made the claims.
I didn't make any claims on any questions QE asked me. Now you asked.
Yes, you did. You're recorded.
Okay. Well, QE, if you want to interrupt me, I'll just be happy.
You're recorded. Shut up. You're at Voss effect. Let's go to something more fundamental. Your science acumen. Let's go there. How about that? Is everyone on board with that?
Yeah,
I thought so. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? That's the question on the board.
Can you repeat the question?
Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
I don't know. What do you think, QE?
I'm asking you.
Wow.
I mean, these are some weird questions to be completely
Can somebody
fair.
erase the doctor from that guy's name, because I really think his name is just Boob.
Can natural science be done by observation, QE?
Can natural science be conducted by experiment is my question. It's a yes or no.
It can be conducted by experiment. It can also be conducted by observation.
Incorrect.
Says
I'd like to direct everyone's attention to...
QE, you can put up...
I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 48 minutes after the hour. Bob said your answer was yes? From... Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry about that, Bob.
Why don't you go ahead and put up the...
Sorry about that, Bob. Just hold on a second. You already had your say. You already said something. You already said something. So you already made the answer to the question. I'm sorry. I didn't post the right citations. That's not a problem. I'll fix that in 1 second.
Citations, because I told them myself.
You would. You don't even know what a citation is, for fuck's sake. So I'd like to direct everyone's attention to nothing just yet.
In the meantime,
Shut up.
Do you mind if I ask Bob the question?
No, I do mind a lot.
All right. Well, you're welcome to come on over to my server, and I'll...
No, we're not coming over to your server. You already answered the question. Here we go. At 50 minutes after the hour, Bob said that you can conduct natural science without experiment. Let's see what we got here. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation, Bob.
So what?
Where'd Bob go?
I'm right here.
From Computational Chemistry, Introduction to Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. Dead twice.
So what?
From Professor Shankar, Chair, Physics, Yale. The only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. You're dead. Richard Feynman. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. From Max Planck, experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry and imagination. Bob, you would fail 5th grade general science. Game, set, match. Is he still here?
Somebody took me out of voice chat.
Somebody took you out of voice chat?
No, they didn't. You've been sitting right there in the same spot. I've been watching. Yeah, he got renamed to Mr.
Where's
Bob
my name?
by someone.
Where's my name?
Where's your name? Check your
Where's
pockets.
my name? Livestream. Where's my name? in
Someone, Kiwi, just to clarify, he's just been renamed, but I don't know who to Mr. Bob, so that's why you might not see him.
Mr. Bob. Well, he's still here.
Return it to the original name.
You just got the
Well, let me just repeat. So your question, if I remember correctly, was, can you prove?
My question, who the hell is that?
No, keep going, Quantum. I'm muting all hecklers.
Yeah.
Okay, so Quantum, I'll tell you something. Every single time I've pulled one of your citations, it contradicts you.
Oh, really? So pull one. Let's see it.
Put up a citation.
You know, I already debunked your pulling of citations, Dr. Bob.
Go ahead.
Don't fucking overtalk me. You know, I already debunked your pulling of citations, Bob. You already aware of that? Did you miss that?
That was laughable.
Fucktard. Yeah, it's all laughable because you have no science acumen whatsoever. What are the 4 levels of protein structure? And I want you to give me examples and a brief description of each right fucking now, or you're out of here.
Take me out.
For being a fraud.
Take me out.
4 levels of protein structure, Mr. Bob.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You lost your doctor title.
Then put it back, and I'll answer.
I ain't putting it back. I didn't take it.
Well, then you're in a conundrum. You're in a
conundrum. You can't even fucking speak.
You are in a conundrum.
A conundrum.
I've got a good idea.
A conundrum, huh?
I've got a good idea. I'll give him his Dr. Bob back. Dr. Bob, if I do this, you have to answer Q's question. If you don't do it, I'll ban you.
Well,
let's go, Mr. Sigma Octaris.
Do you agree?
Are you threatening me?
Let's go, Mr.
No, that's
Octaris.
Sorry. Don't pull that crap with me. I'm here as a courtesy to you. Okay. Well, see you.
All right.
Oh, that solves that question.
Wait, did he say he was here for courtesy? What?
Apparently, he thinks that he's gracing us with his presence.
Because that was, I mean, the only thing I heard.
By the way, QE?
Seriously, the only thing I heard from him was ear trash.
Okay,
I don't know what courtesy he was doing.
We don't want to hear anything.
It was a conundrum.
Conundrum.
It's funny because everyone heard. I actually offered to give him his title back to answer the question, and he ran out. Like he took the first opportunity to run straight out the door.
Is that
Big Cheese? Hold up, Big Cheese. I don't want to hear what you think about my moderation unless you want to go.
So what?
I maintain a civil, uninterrupted conversation. Anybody who doesn't like that, the door is always open. But you will be muted when you interrupt. Get used to it or get gone. We're tired of that bullshit. 20 freaking people on one guy when we don't need help.
Yep.
First of all, put my name.
So what, Mike? So what? So what?
Hold on a second, Bong. Bob is back.
Bong. Where's he at?
I thought you left, Bob, but are you back? Are you gracing us with your presence again?
Put my name back.
Okay, will you answer? 1 second. Will you answer the question if I do?
From you, yes.
Not from me.
Never mind.
Right, see if this gives you some honesty.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your question.
I don't have anything to ask you.
All right. Well, somebody have a question?
I have a question for you, Bob.
No.
Please.
No. We're wondering where your science acumen is.
Right here. What do you mean?
Right here, below 5th grade, because you just got debunked. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
So you think?
No, I just demonstrated it in spades.
How so?
Because I asked you, okay, let's do it again for the hard of hearing and the incoherent. I asked you a simple question. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? You said yes. Yeah, there you go again.
It can be done with observation.
You just got debunked.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you don't think so. Well, because you're delusional.
That's fine.
Yeah,
you think so?
You are fine.
Your
Have
opinion.
you seen any fist appearing out of nothing recently?
What's that have to do with any of this?
Oh, that's what you said. You said that was poetry from Brenda, and you said that she was smarter than you. So I was just wondering if you've seen any lately.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't?
Nope.
Jesus. Have you listened to my numpty
question, QE? You have an actual
If you got
Yeah.
an empty clip, we can play it through the bot if you want, Q. Just to remind everyone.
Now,
Can you do that, Crypto? Let's do that so it can remind everyone. It's Bob and Brenda, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on one second.
If you got the clip,
do you have,
just
do
DM
you
it
have
to me.
a
I'll
question?
put it
I
on the
can't
bot.
play it through the bot, though.
Yeah, well, if you've got it on YouTube, we can play it through the bot, no problem.
It's on Miggy's channel. It's hold on one second.
Yeah, just DM me the link.
So are you saying there are no questions?
Oh, we're still on this one. Just one second, Doctor. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bob.
Use my correct title.
Your title? You lost your title 25 seconds ago.
You're not my doctor. I don't have to do that.
PSAs and questions. 1 second.
Are you my physician?
Hey, Quantum, I want to point out you're a moderator. You can give yourself the DJ role, and then you will have the ability to use the bot.
Yeah,
you have.
He needs to
If
find
you
the
want to
YouTube
ask
link
a
regardless.
question, you're more than welcome to ask me a question, and I'll be happy to answer it.
Well,
Now,
we're on this one. We're still on this one, Bob. Just relax. It's coming.
Okay, so what are you hoping to do here?
I'll go a few questions for you.
Hold on.
While Kiri's looking for the clip.
I'll put it in the live stream for Miggy's channel for now. There's a management restructuring. I'm going to be taking that over, but for now.
All right, QE, this is your chance.
Oh, there it is.
Take care of it. Take care, to try and take care of it.
There it is.
I've destroyed you for the last
Drace
few
put it
years.
in here. You haven't.
go ahead
You couldn't
and- this is
destroy
your
a
chance.
soup sandwich.
Let's check. Okay, guys. In order to hear this, you're gonna have to unmute the bots. Groovy at the bottom. So if you can't hear, it's probably because you have the bot muted. Here we go.
Yeah, don't interrupt, please. Beavis and Butthead, December 2019.
What errors did you make? No, I thought you were flipping brilliant.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
you did a fantastic job.
Well,
your analogy of a fist appearing out of nothing, just that was just sheer poetry. I mean, that was. I'd like to use that someday. I want to quote you on that. That's fantastic.
Bob, you think that her appeal to a fist appearing out of nothing is poetry and fantastic? Oscar Wilde, eat your heart out, eh? Bob, are you snorting LSD-laced shrooms and chasing them with Grandpa's cough medicine again?
But
And this
I
is
just
my
want to make
field, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I think that everything I said is pretty much high school, if not undergraduate level understanding of the current level of science.
So a fist appearing out of nothing is high school and or undergraduate understanding of the current level of science? I think you're overshooting a skosh. This is without a doubt a 5-alarm, full tackle, paddy wagon, horse tranquilizer, straitjacket, rubber room, emergency lobotomy for the both of you.
And you're discussing quantum physics with somebody who doesn't understand that a force has to act on a pencil in order to hit the ground.
How did it know to be food?
Wait, what did you, huh? What? How does the pencil know to be food? Or were you referring to the force or the ground in this scenario? Because that would make all the difference in the world. I got this one. Let's try this. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? True or false? You two bozos better hope a mental health professional isn't listening in on this. I know that for a fact.
How did it know to be food?
What on earth? How did it know to be food for you too, Bob? You just went right along with the shroom-induced coma non sequitur, eh? So, we'll put it to you. Which one knew to be food, Bob? The pencil, force, or the ground? These clowns are insane, man.
Well, the easiest way to do that is the second law of thermodynamics. In order for something to go from small things to big things and organize, you have to put energy into it. Food's energy.
Well,
that's all it is.
So in order for something to go from small things to big things and to organize, you have to put energy into it. Eh? Firstly, you seem to be having some issues with singular versus plural. Something is singular, Bob. Something doesn't go from something to small things unless you chop that something up. Secondly, and speaking of chopped up, so we're going to pile up 150 bananas, TP style, douse the lot with gasoline and fire it on up. Because we added energy to small things, as you instructed, Bob. According to you, Bob, we'll get an organized big thing out of that. What do you think we'll get, Bob? I bet it'll be more substantive than the horse shit between your ears. I know that for a fact.
Anyway, Bobby, I appreciate it because you know that my basic orientation to a lot of the people in here, there are people in here with real engineering and scientific degrees, which I don't have, but I do talk a lot. So
You're smarter than I am.
I always check with people that I feel know more than I do to make sure that I'm not screwing up, and I am open to being corrected by other people.
Oh, really? So, Mrs. Observed Phenomena, shoe. Hypothesis, it's a shoe. And measuring the time in a cubic meter depends on how quick on the draw you are with a tape measure is smarter than you, Bob. You see, what we have here, including these two knuckle draggers, are hordes of delusional clinical-level Dunning-Kruger mindless wiki-discovered channel patterning pretender clown muppets that best case scenario should be picking up cans along the side of the road, supervised. But they're out here posturing and pontificating on topics that would make actual 5th grade general science graduates blush. Listen, fellas, you two bozos, I'd suggest getting on your knees right now and start praying ceaselessly, giving thanks to the rocks, pond scum, whatever, for the autonomic nervous system. Because if you had to think to breathe, you'd be in big trouble. My word. So, Dr. Bob, have you seen any fists appearing out of nothing recently?
I have no idea what that jumble was about. It looks like you took parts of various conversations.
Oh, is that what it looks
together.
like? Yeah, it didn't. Everyone heard what you said, Dr. Bob.
Yeah, and you took parts of different sentences and
really
put them together.
Like what?
No what you're even talking about.
Everyone heard you say it was sheer poetry, Bob. I didn't cut that.
You didn't cut it, but I have no idea what context it's in.
Oh, what context it is? It could be in dolphins with fucking beluga whale context, and you said fists appearing out of nothing is sheer poetry. You fucking delusional idiot.
John, if you have an actual question...
John, don't call me by my first name. My friends call me by my first name. You are not one of them. You understand me.
Do you have a question?
I already asked you. Where did the fist come from?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Second law of thermodynamics, since you bullowed that. Please give us the equation for the second law of thermodynamics in a brief explanation right now.
Certainly. You know what entropy is, correct?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't. I'm the one asking the question, Bob. Your question's next.
All right. So look at the second law of thermodynamics. If
you just fucking stop stalling and put the equation in a brief explanation right fucking now, Bob. 10 seconds.
Has that been 10 seconds yet, Q?
Yep.
Okay, great. Now, may I continue?
It better be in live stream.
Where am I now?
Live stream? Nope.
Where am I now?
You should be in live stream voice text posting that shit, except you're just delaying the inevitable here.
I'm not posting equations for you.
What is the second law of thermodynamics In equation form and a brief explanation.
I'm not going to put it in equation format. I doubt you'd understand it.
Why? In equation format, it is an equation, you dumb fuck.
Okay. Now, the second law of thermodynamics has to do with entropy. And a good example of entropy is taking two.
I didn't ask you for an example of entropy. I asked you for the mathematical equation and a brief explanation, not an example. Pay attention.
If you interrupt me again, QE, we're done talking.
Shut the fuck up. You're toast. Go back to primary school. You're compromised. Get out, Bob. Go back to Jose JG Retard Show. Thanks a lot, because I'm going to be using this for your next numpty clip. Appreciate it.
Huey, that guy, he's also on Gems a lot, talking a lot of shit, too. It's good to get some comeuppance.
Yep, we got him right here.
Wow.
But he's still here, I think. Oh, he's just muted. Never mind. Go ahead.
Too much microaggression.
He's really got a problem against flat earthers. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. A high vocation, but yet the guy cannot speak professionally and like.
Oh, he's unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. So, if you'd like to talk about the second law of thermodynamics, I'm more than happy to do that. And I'll show you.
I didn't ask you to talk about the second law of thermodynamics, Bob. You need to answer the fucking questions put towards you. You've delayed long enough to get the answer. We want the equation for the second law of thermodynamics and a brief explanation. This is really simple. Not your stories, not an example. Answer the question that's put towards you. No tricksies. It's very easy if you knew what the fuck you were talking about. But you don't. We know you don't.
Are y'all still there, or did you mute me again?
Mr. Small things turn into big things if you add energy to them. You'd fail.
You're not muted. We can hear you.
Grade general science.
Well, I asked a question. You want me to explain the second law of thermodynamics and the
No, I didn't ask you that.
Gas pressure and
I didn't ask you that, Bob. Straw man, I didn't ask you that.
It's a yes or no question.
I did not ask you that,
you guys don't hear
sir.
the answer.
And I will get a mod involved if you don't answer the fucking question put towards you.
Okay, hearing nothing. I guess I'm done with that.
Bob, he asked you a question, bro. Just answer it, man. He asked you for the equation in a simple explanation, not a story.
I don't
not
have
a story, bro.
For it.
Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it in 20 words or less?
Yeah, vacuum chambers.
That's
refrigerator. Get the fuck out of here.
Steve, Bob, the problem is you got a high school dropout questioning if you're a real doctor, and you got actual people with higher education also questioning the same thing. So all we're trying to prove is that you're an actual educated man. If you can help us out with that, that'd be great.
Well, first, I have nothing to prove to you. Second of all, I have demonstrated it with my statement of vacuum chamber. Now,
Bro, you said that observing things. You said observing things is science. So if I'm watching porn, am I doing science? You fucking idiot.
Where on earth would you come across with that being science?
You said observation.
What
you said observing things is observational science.
Yeah, so?
So watching porn is observational science, right, bro?
How are you coming across with the idea of watching porn
How are you
being
coming
science?
across science being just observing things? Have you ever heard of the method? What is a method?
Yes, have you? Have you?
It's like you're talking about doing the Heimlich maneuver, but you throw out the fucking maneuver, bro.
All right. Well, first of all, is there one definition for the scientific method? Let's just start off with that. So if
you're asking us questions and you followed.
We'll come back to one.
You're asking us questions. You don't get to ask us questions after you failed 3 in a row in science. You have no idea what you're talking about. Why should we allow you to spread your freaking pseudoscience horseshit here, Bob? You don't know the second law of thermodynamics. That was clear. You think fists appear out of nothing. Brenda is smarter than you, and you're going to ask him questions? I don't think so. Maybe go back to Jose JG retard show. How about that, Bob? An observational science is a composition fallacy. Mr. Cygnus Octaris. What a clown.
What?
Well, I don't like the guy, but the last time I spoke to him,
it's a composition.
Somebody server muted me, so
who cares, Bob?
I guess I don't have anything else to say.
Dr. Bob, can if it's okay.
Every time I attempt to talk, it's like 5 people can't wait to get their way.
I don't think he can hear you, Elijah.
Am I server muted or not?
See,
Elijah, you are coming in pretty low, bro. I can barely hear you, and I've got you up like 150%. So.
Bob couldn't hear him before Crypto.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying, like,
okay.
even I'm having trouble with hearing Elijah.
Now, I asked a very clear question. If I Google what is the definition of the scientific method, we'll come back.
That's what you are, a wiki Google scientist. If you Google it.
Go too tough of a question for you guys.
The fuck? What?
If it would be okay to ask Dr. Bob, what science or part of science do you study or have studied?
He doesn't know what science is, man. We already showed that in spades.
I don't see Dr. Bob listed in the list, so apparently I'm not here.
I don't know where the fuck you're at, dude.
Yeah, Big Cheese, could you direct your question to Mr. Brenda, please?
Mr. Brenda. All right, so I'll repeat the question. What type of science do you study or have studied in the past?
Well, I suggest you ask Mr. Brenda that.
See, Bob, in here we're all equal, right? I'm a high school dropout. You may be a doctor, but who fucking knows the truth, right? Because we're all avatars, right? So it doesn't fucking matter.
I figured out I think he's actually a quantum mechanics expert because he appears to be in a superposition where he's neither Dr. Bob nor Mr. Brenda.
Oh my God, what a numpty dipshit he is. I can't believe he come on here to get embarrassed. He's still here.
Yeah.
When you guys are done being childish, I'll be happy.
Childish?
I'll change his name back again. Just for the record, I didn't change your name either time. It was actually, which it normally isn't. So I feel like I have to say that.
Well,
Fair enough.
Let's go. He doesn't know what science is, natural science. He doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. I mean, what's left?
Okay, now, did you guys want to talk about
can you open a gumdrop wrapper on your own?
And clear up this problem that you're having or not?
Perhaps the Big Cheese can ask his question to Dr. Bob now that he's been observed, and so he's has one.
All right, thank you. So, Dr. Bob, my question again was, what kind of science did you say? What field of science did you study? If you studied at all, or are you a doctor in another facility?
Biological science and medicine.
Oh shit! I'll take over, Big Cheese.
All right, I have a question here.
No, hold on. I'll take over. He said biological
Netherlands.
science.
Excuse me, this is King of the Netherlands speaking.
Wait a second.
I have a serious question. I am William the First, King of the Netherlands, Prince of Orange, Grand Duke of Luxembourg, and my question here is, what?
We're going to cut your head off.
Excuse me, communists. Listen here. All right. As I was saying earlier, what is the argument that y'all are possessing in this Discord? I just want to hear it.
The Earth's flat, measurably, observably, and practically used.
Okay, that was
a rude Excuse me, I am talking. Thank
Where is he?
Now, do you believe in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
Okay.
I also believe. Yeah, I was just about to do that.
Yeah, we're done with that.
I believe in mute powers.
Yes, Big Cheese, you asked him the question, and he said biological sciences. That just allows me right in. Can I take over, please?
I'm still here, and I'm more than happy to answer a question for you.
Okay. So, give us the 4 levels of protein structure and a brief description of each with one example. Mr. Biological Science.
None.
Let's go.
No questions?
Yeah, see, you're busted again. That was easy. How many enzymes are in the Krebs cycle?
Well, that was your chance.
How many enzymes are in the Krebs cycle?
I think he has QE muted.
Yeah, I'm not interested in listening to QE anymore.
Oh, then you're muted.
What the hell? Just answer questions. Give your best guess. Do something.
You can't mute the moderator, dude. What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't know. Hey, Crypto, it's your call, man. But you can take over. He's got me muted. He's not going to listen to me because he's been embarrassed. So,
Maybe we should tell him to pull out the Scrabble board and start moving some letters around. Maybe then it can give us something.
I mean, we've got other people to talk to. Maybe we can move on to another person. Don't know really. Looks like Matthew Learns has left. Extremis
To the Archduke of.
Extremis left.
Yeah, talk to the William I.
You guys really want to talk to the King of the Netherlands?
Yes. So Matthew Learns hasn't left. He just gets his name always. People think it's funny to change his name on. But
I'll be honest. That is normally me. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, it's okay. I was having fun listening. I don't have anything to add.
Okay. I'm more than happy to have a pleasant conversation with you guys without name calling and such. And, if you've got a question, I'll be happy to do my best to answer it.
Bullshit. You don't know something because your pride and ego is inflated.
Can I just ask you, Bob, what's some of the main reasons you think it's a globe?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
He wants to know why you think the Earth's a globe.
Because, first of all, it's verifiably a globe, and it's measurably a globe, and we've seen it.
But that contradicts. We've got measurements that contradict the globe maths.
Well, go ahead and give me one.
Who's we?
It's been many with the laser test, infrared, long distance.
Go ahead and give me one. We'll be happy to have a look at it.
Isn't that 21-mile laser test?
Okay, what's the 21-mile laser test show?
The latest one everyone's talking about.
Okay, is that the one that Jaron did? Where he had to actually move up to find it because of the curve of the Earth?
Okay, wrong. Wrong. He didn't use a laser. It was a flashlight. Okay? So you don't even know what he did. So why don't you start over, man, with talking about something you actually know something about?
All right, well, let's see. How about 195 kilometers to Mount San Jacinto and J-Tolan Media 1? Would you like to discuss that one?
Yeah, if you want, go for it.
Sure. Okay, well, I've done a complete thing on it. We see exactly what we should see on the globe with that. We just see the top of the mountain. Really?
Incorrect. Go watch the video I did on it with all measured angles, everything, dude.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are. And
I'm Indio, and I know who you are.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't see who you were. Okay. Well, I'm quite happy with my analysis of it.
There's no way it could possibly match. You know why there's no way it could possibly match?
Yeah,
because the horizon, the horizon is 5 miles too far. So you can see the marina, right?
The horizon is 5 miles too far. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. The horizon from that elevation is supposed to be 15 miles away, but you can see the marina inlet, which is 20 miles away.
So? What
that
can
means
you see
the
on
horizon.
Who cares about the horizon?
There's stuff.
What do you
Listen,
see
there's
of the
stuff.
mountain?
Listen, because what do you see in the? There's stuff in the way. So what's the? Before you get to the mountain, what is the highest peak? What is the highest thing in between the mountain and that location?
Off the top of my head?
Yeah, off the top
I have
of your
no
head.
idea. What
Yeah,
can you see on the mountain? What can you see?
You
on
can't
the
see the mountain because you can't see the bottom of the mountain because there's things in the foreground that are in the way.
Yeah, the horizon. But the lowest
No, not the
point on that
horizon.
show me a point. India, show me a point on that mountain that is below 6,000. Show me a point on that mountain that is below 6,000 feet in elevation.
You're a retard. You can't because there's stuff in the foreground that is in the way.
Is
I actually modeled it out in
feet high?
algebra. Listen, No, it's in the foreground. So you don't have absolute sizes, you have angles. So the angles subtended by objects in the foreground are larger than the angles subtended by 6,000 feet, 123 miles away. Because those objects are only 20 miles away.
Is there an object between you and that mountain that's 6,000 feet high?
It doesn't have to be.
Okay. So
it doesn't. In other words, Bob, you're being stupid now. Okay. You're
so
just
in other words,
stupid. And I'm going to ban you for being stupid. Okay. You're not this dumb. So don't act this dumb. You know that an object, my thumb can block the Empire State Building, right? I can stick my thumb in front of my eye and block the Empire State Building, right? Why is that, Bob?
It's irrelevant to the discussion we're having on Mount San Jacinto.
You're fucking retard, dude. You're literally a lying retard.
You cannot.
You guys really let him in here?
Hey guys, Paul on the plane back here with you. Welcome to episode 2 of Faking Space, now in our second season. Today we're going to focus on the Himawari geostationary satellite, which we're told is something like a mind-boggling 22,000 miles away from the Earth, sending us a real picture every 10 minutes. Did you know the Himawari ironically means sunflower? So, yeah, there's proof of the heliocentric sun worshippers model right there. So why are we picking on the Himawari today? Well, defenders of the heliocentric model love to point to the quote-unquote almost real-time images from the Himawari as proof of a globular Earth, since it allegedly gives us a picture every 10 minutes, and the weather data seems to be, pretty current. Well, unfortunately for the ballers, we're going to debunk that completely here, simply in the next 5 minutes, and show you how they fake it all. Let's cut right to the smoking gun to start. Here is the website anyone can go to and see this all for themselves. On a side note, the Himawari is operated by the Japanese Meteorological Space Agency and brought to us by the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's GOES geostationary satellite server. And I'll include the links here for all this stuff in the video description, so you can check it out right now if you want. Okay, so when you're at the FTP site, click here for the site description. So when you do, a text file comes up, and you can see right here, they tell you that all of the images in the archive use the underlying colored land images from the NASA Blue Marble dataset. Yep. So the Himawari is actually totally debunked right there. These aren't real pictures coming from a satellite in a geostationary orbit above the Earth getting snapped every 10 minutes and being beamed down for us to all ooh and ah over. They take the Blue Marble data set, which I'm sure you remember. They admitted years ago was a flat strip data pieced together by an artist named Rob Simon in Photoshop, because it had to be, right? But to move on, and then to just briefly show you how they generate a picture every 10 minutes with what appears to be accurate and current weather. This is basically what they do. Now, don't take my word for it, as I always say. Go check it out for yourself. Number one, they have already created and stored transparent images of the weather over the oceans using climate simulation software, which they openly admit right here that they've done climate simulations up to the year 2095. But it's actually the year 2100 on this FTP server folder, and here's one of the images. And following some of the other images that you can find where the land masses are transparent, and they use all this simulation software to come up with the weather over the oceans. Since our weather data comes from our ground-based Doppler radar, and it's impossible to use ground-based systems to cover the entire vast oceans, so that's where the weather over the oceans comes from, their software simulations. Number two, now for the weather over the land, the NOAA has supercomputers that take data coming in from all over the world, Doppler radar feeds, and crunch it all together and combine it with the weather simulation data over the oceans, so they come up with a complete composite weather quote-unquote map, which is then wrapped around a ball in their 3D modeling software programs, just like we've shown countless times in our previous episodes with the Earth and the planets, etc. So, then what we get are composite images like this that are created in the 3D modeling software, the current Doppler weather data over land and the simulated weather over the oceans, and it looks like this. So this particular image is on the FTP server and is date and time stamped with October 11th, 2017 at 11:05 a.m. I just chose one randomly. Notice the image shows you the weather for the whole ball and not just part of the ball that is lit by the sun at this particular time. No Terminator line or anything like that, right? Okay, now here's the kicker. Go to the other file folder, which is the images that we get to see and are told are real pictures from space. But what they've simply done is taken the weather map picture of the whole ball they created, and they superimpose it over the Blue Marble data set, just like they said they did. So what you can see here is the final version of what we're spoon-fed and told is a picture taken by the Himawari from space, 10 minutes ago. This is the image from the same date and time, October 11th, 2017 at 11:05 a.m. And you can see that the weather is exactly the same. Watch it closely. There's your weather map comprised of simulated and Doppler radar being used to complete a composite image. They do this with the Discover satellite too, the epic camera from 1 million miles away, they tell us. Ridiculous. Okay. Now, also notice the final image has a Terminator line added in to try and make it look like a real picture from space, which drives a nail in the coffin of the Himawari because the weather data shows it over the whole ball completely. But they have to add a Terminator line to show the Earth only partially lit by the sun based on the time of day that the photo is allegedly taken. So if this is a real picture, how did they know where to put the clouds and weather on the part of the globe with no sunlight? It's completely dark there. It's all right here, guys. They are faking space. Hey, we all fell for it for a long time with their Doppler radar and weather simulation software, building a current weather picture and wrapping it around a ball in 3D software and pasting it onto a black background like they do with all the others, adding a Terminator line and calling it a real picture from space. Himawari debunked once and for all. This has been Paul on the Plane. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. What up, everybody? As you can tell, I can't play the video because it got copy striked immediately. So, copy struck. So, they can't let us get the truth out there. You got to know better than that. So, as you see, I'm about to respond to this clown named Simon Dan. I'm sure he's probably in here lurking somewhere because he lurks in all the flat earthers chats. But anyway, we'll see how this goes. So yeah, Simon Dan, you made a video talking about, like, I don't remember, flat earth, new breed of flat earther or something like that. I'm gonna go ahead and apologize in advance, but we're gonna watch the video and respond to it. So you're gonna have to hear the cringy parts of it. But since I know you're probably lurking there, Simon Dan, I challenge you to a debate since I'm so stupid, but you will of course never accept that because you would get thoroughly embarrassed, and we all know it. But anyway, let's check out what this Gamma's got to say. Just because thousands of trolls flooded my channel after this. So as you can see, a new breed of flat earther.
I've been doing this for 3 years in December, and along with the usual suspects, every now and again, a new flat earth hero enters the fold. And it's always the same. They've got all the answers, they know the real truth, and they are the hero that the flat earthers are looking for. No.
A new flat earther enters, and it's always the same.
No prizes for guessing what we're going to be looking at today.
Yeah,
it is literally the same as the old one. Arguments with no evidence, personal incredulity set to max, and an absolutely staggering misunderstanding of physics.
Self-projects much?
Let's delve into his video, The Earth is Still Flat.
I just wanted to cover the basics real quick about why it's provable that the Earth is flat, because it's been a while. So yeah, we were all indoctrinated and told that we live on this tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe. So I'm going to break this down for some Globers, and hopefully they grasp the magnitude of what I'm saying.
I'm sure we all will, buddy. Will you have anything new to say, though?
So it's commonly known and accepted in intellectual forum that when you make a positive claim, you have what's called the burden of proof. You have to substantiate your claim with evidence.
Yes, but the Earth being a globe isn't a claim. It's a fact. People have seen it with their own eyes.
So far, the dude who actually talked about fallacies has effectively done nothing other than reaffirm and reify what's actually in contention because he's remedial.
The globe Earth is a positive claim. Not only that, but it's a positive claim of specificity. Okay, it claims axial rotation of 1,040 miles per hour east of the equator. It claims a circumference around the equator of 24,901 miles. It claims a radius of 3,959 miles. So it's a positive claim of specificity. Okay, it claims orbital trajectory, that we're in the fabric of space-time. It claims a lot of things.
A lot of things that have all been substantially proven.
Okay, let's just stop there. Again, I know you're lurking, Mr. Gamma Dan, but I challenge you to a debate, but you could never do that because you would just dismantle and have to delete your channel. But anyway, they've been substantially proven, huh? So what were the claims that I just said? Because you seem incapable of voicing contention of specificity with any substance because you're a clown, I guess, because that's how debate works, right? So you said that it's been proven that we have gravity as the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Please enlighten me. I'm guessing you're talking about atomic clocks, which you probably don't even understand, with the degradation of cesium atoms, and they look at the oscillation rate, presupposing the causation of the change in the rate. But that doesn't substantiate that concept's been, bud. So there's literally no evidence of any of the claims that I pointed out, and that's why you're reading off a script, still stuttering, looking down, editing the video, and still not responding with any substance. It's because you cannot.
They are facts.
And so, being that specific positive claim has a very specific burden of proof. The issue arises when you go seek out the proof for this positive claim.
Yes, it is an issue. You guys don't accept any evidence we give you. You hand-wave dismiss it.
Oh, that's what you're doing right now. You're just hand-wave dismissing all the very specific contentions I'm voicing because you're incapable of responding with any type of specificity. You're literally self-projecting your tactic, which is to hand-wave dismiss me and appeal to authority and incredulity.
So to clarify or to preemptively, discuss and use fallacious arguments from globe earthers, the globe earth has the burden of proof. If you start trying to poke holes in some flat earth model, that is called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
But you've just said it yourself. Making a positive claim with specificity means that you have the burden of proof.
Guys, look at this dude. He's so nervous. And dude, he wrote a script and edited it, and he's still nervous and has to look down.
Shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
But you've just said it yourself. Making a positive claim with specificity means that you have the burden of proof. You claim the Earth is flat. Positive claim with specificity.
Okay, yeah. We claim the Earth is flat. I don't know if you understand, but flat's not a shape claim, and that's a general descriptive claim of the surface of the Earth, which we can actually back up with empirical evidence that's verifiable and repeatable. Falsifiable. We went out and tested the supposed claim of the size of a radius of 3959 and then the convexity rate of terra firma inherent within that claim. And guess what? It isn't there. It's not there anywhere. So yeah, we support our one positive claim with physical empirical evidence. Now, you still need to substantiate the original claim that's being tested and falsified. So once again, you are literally shifting the burden of proof, which is a fallacy. But watch him still not, say anything.
The burden of proof is yours.
The burden of proof is literally not ours other than supporting the claim that the Earth is flat, which is just a general description of the surface of the Earth. You claim all kinds of things, that the Earth is a ball where water bends convexly around the exterior of a sphere that spins in a vacuum, and that level means curved, and that gravity is the bending and warping of conceptual abstractions, one of which is a privation, so that's a reification fallacy. You claim the circumference and the radius, you can't back that up. You claim orbital trajectories, you can't even offer a viable mechanism for that to actually take place. You make very specific claims, yet you don't back any of them up, and that's why this clown opened his video by saying, it's not a claim, it's a fact, so he didn't actually have to voice any evidence, and that's what all the globe earthers do. Appeal to authority. Why does the lamp keep going off, bro? Appeal to authority via vague, non-specified, like BS nonsense. That's all he's got.
Flat Earth doesn't actually claim a definitive model. We don't have all the information required to make a model.
Oh, right. You want us to accept that the Earth is flat, even though you can't explain any of the natural phenomena that we see.
You're an idiot. So we're not allowed to go past the 60th south latitude freely and privately there, Simon Dan. So for us to claim a model, which would be an entirety of the Earth claim, well, that would be intellectually dishonest. So falsification is independent of replacement, and in fact, we can explain all observable phenomena. I actually have a question for you, though. How do you explain the magnetic field on your globe Earth? How do you explain waterfalls? How do you explain the fact that things go up? How do you explain the fact that we have the stellanillion eclipse, where it's a geometric impossibility where the sun and moon are both above the horizon, but you claim that the Earth is physically obstructing the light, casting a shadow, even though it comes from the wrong direction? It seems like you can't explain observable phenomena, my man.
Right. Oh, hang on. You do have explanations for things, but the trouble is they all contradict each other. Over here in reality, of course, the globe, and by extension the heliocentric model, perfectly predicts everything.
Oh, except for the stellanillion eclipse, which literally contradicts the very claim of causation for eclipses in the heliocentric model, which says that because of a three-body relationship, even though there's not even a three-body equation that exists, it's the three-body problem, that the globe Earth blocks the light from the sun, casting a shadow onto the moon. Yet, literally, the phenomena contradicts that. It's called the impossible eclipse. So, I must be missing something. You can't explain anything. It can't even explain the magnetic field, bro. You're trying to explain a monopole, which is literally hypothetical and doesn't exist. But of course, all this is over your head, which is why you can only read your scripts to an edited video response to my freestyle rant on my couch while I'm effortlessly responding to it, yet again, freestyling in a live stream because you're a clown.
Without fail.
Okay, so that's a shifting the burden of proof fallacy and a straw man fallacy, because no model that you try to poke holes in can actually be a genuine flat earther's position, because we don't claim a definitive model, because we don't have access to all the information required.
By your own admission then, the flat earth has no evidence.
Think about the level of stupidity coming out of this guy's mouth. So intellectually being honest, we don't claim a model because we literally don't have access to the information to formulate a model, because the governments of the world have all conspired together and told us little peasant humans we're not allowed to freely traverse the earth. You're actually advocating the oppression of the people via monolithic rule because you're a loser, and you're still shifting the burden of proof away from what's in contention.
Good start, matey. Good start.
Another common...
we're 5 minutes in. This guy hasn't said one thing. He hasn't made one specific rebuttal.
Fallacy that globe earthers use is a reification fallacy. So what they do is they postulate things that they consider evidence that require the presupposition that the earth is a ball.
Oh, here we go. Examples?
They also do this with gravity. They reify gravity. So
what do you want examples for?
The presupposition that the earth is a ball is that they consider evidence that require the presupposition that the earth is a ball.
Oh, here we go. Examples?
Yeah, geodetic surveying, a calculative ideal based on the presupposition of sphericity and presupposed dimensions. Supposedly Aristophanes determined the Earth was a ball by presupposing it was a sphere, utilizing spherical trigonometry, then assuming a distant sun. Then, supposedly Al-Biruni figured out the radius of the Earth by measuring angle dips in the horizon, assuming the Earth was a ball. Every single claim that you make assumes the Earth is a ball. You claim different layers going to the core, though we've only gone 7.5 miles down, but you presuppose that the Earth's a ball, and then you just make up what's going on. You look at different vibrations in the Earth via seismology, then you fit it into your presupposition, Literally every single aspect of your model requires the basic presupposition of the spherical nature of the Earth itself, the presupposed metrics and dimensions of the Earth itself, the presupposed axial rotation. For example, whenever you look at a pendulum and then it precesses, you presuppose causation. When you look at a gyro and there's a precession utilizing the Sagnac effect, who the person that discovered it said it was because of a vortex of energy within the ether field and it has a drift, you have to presuppose that it's because the Earth spins, even though that you literally can't prove that, and it fluctuates based on altitude at the same latitude, which literally disproves the notion that it's axial rotation on a sphere. So yeah, literally every aspect of it, bud.
They also do this with gravity. They reify gravity. So that's a reification fallacy. Those are the three major ones. If you ever try to debate a globe earther, that they're going to pull out: the shifting the burden of proof fallacy, a straw man fallacy, and a reification fallacy.
Right, okay. Let's keep all of that in mind as we continue to review this video.
What's up, Karen? Karen B is a legend. Go sub to Karen B on YouTube.
No thanks.
Okay, but she is a legend, so go sub to Karen B on YouTube.
So, here's the deal. Axial rotation has never been substantiated. They tell us that we're spinning around 1,040 miles per hour east, but it's never been substantiated.
We substantiate it every day when we see the sun rise and set.
Oh, so you don't require the presupposition of sphericity or the very thing you're claiming to prove ever. Can you even name one? But the very one time you made any positive claim in the whole video so far, you literally presuppose that the reason that the sky appears to move is that it's not actually moving, it's the Earth moving. So you're reifying your presupposed axial rotation that's actually antithetical to the default position of all observable phenomena. I already know you can't respond to this video because it's all going over your head, though.
And very recently, a giant underground motion sensor has detected Earth's spin and tilt. Romy uses extremely accurate laser beams traveling in opposite directions around angular piping that becomes stretched and squashed by incredibly small amounts. The mismatch between the wavelengths of the lasers reveals the speed and tilt of Earth's rotation.
Oh, you mean utilizing the Sagnac effect, looking at light, which you don't even understand because it's presupposed materialistic nature of particle physics, which is not true. And then you take away the Sagnac effect and the actual causation of the vortex and the drift within, which the guy who discovered it said that was the cause. Then again, you reify and presuppose the axial rotation, a tilt of 23.4 degrees, which of course subtracted from 90 is 66.6, probably just a coincidence, as we go 66,600 miles per hour, and then we continue to rotate on this axis. You presuppose the entire model, then you fit it into your observation of light. What a cool story.
I'd like to see you explain those results away.
Took about 30 seconds, you clown.
A Foucault's pendulum. It doesn't have an independent frame of reference. It isn't consistent. It has a window of error, and it doesn't correlate cause and effect. Science is the correlation of cause and effect. So what that means is you have an observable phenomena that is the effect. Okay, you have to correlate the cause to the effect, which means you have to have an independent variable that is manipulated so that it differentiates the effect.
Someone's been listening to Nathan Oakley. You can't hijack the meaning of science to suit your own agenda.
Okay, well, actually, I understood what science was when I was, I don't know, about 10. I didn't have to listen to Nathan Oakley to understand the scientific method or scientific experimentation. We're not hijacking science. That's what your side does. The reason that they do this is because there is no actual scientific evidence that meets the empirical parameters of what science is, which, of course, that's the study of the natural world, natural science. You have to fit into the parameters of the scientific method. That's what it means. And that means you have an observable phenomena, that's your dependent variable, and you have an independent variable that you manipulate. Simon, and please pull out your crayons and take notes before you make another video, okay? You must manipulate and vary the independent variable after you propose a cause and effect relationship test, and you're going to validate the cause of the naturally occurring observable phenomena. That is science. Your side had to hijack science and conflate it to pseudoscience, saying that you can just observe things and make up theoretical stories and say that concepts bend, and somehow that means science, because you cannot prove the globe Earth without conflating pseudoscience to science. You're again self-projecting, but then again, I don't even think you have the competence to understand that's what you're doing.
The Oxford English Dictionary defines science as the following: knowledge about the structure and behaviour of the natural and physical world based on facts that you can prove, for example, by experiments. My 5-year-old son never...
This dude literally just now debunked himself and his model and doesn't realize it because he's incompetent.
They collected worms and snails and put them in a bucket and then put a load of different vegetation in there to see which ones they would eat. That is science. The countless videos on the internet of people putting Mentos in Diet Coke. That is science.
This guy's parameters for science is really high. He's really setting the bar real high, as you can tell. This guy's killing it. He's literally reading a script, which means that he sat down and wrote this out. Wow.
So having a giant telescope that's orbiting Earth, taking pictures of deep space, that is science.
Oh, appeal to the authority of space agencies because the government can never lie, huh?
And then you can validate that that is the cause. Okay, that's what the actual scientific method is. Yeah, you have the dependent variable, the effect, the observable phenomena. You have an independent variable that you manipulate to validate the effects. Okay, to validate that it is the cause of the effect. It's very simple. The globe Earth doesn't do this ever at all. So there's literally not one single piece of scientific evidence for the globe Earth.
Well, you think that based on your own warped definition of what science is.
And when you say that, you're once again self-projecting the fact that you have warped the objective definition of what science is. Science is independent of any predisposition that you have derivative of emotional connection to your religious little belief system created by grabblers that hate you and know that the Earth is flat because they write about it in all of their literature. Yet you can't actually provide scientific evidence. You literally read a definition that said science proves things, yet your side claims science can't prove things and nothing can be proven because there is no proof. So all you have to do is appeal to the authority of cartoon images. You're really crushing it, dude. The first 7 minutes has been epic. I really got high standards for the rest.
Conclusive, is it? So very simply, Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove axial rotation because, again, it doesn't have an independent frame of reference, an inertial frame of reference. It's still connected to the Earth. It doesn't have an independent frame of reference. And it has a window of error. It isn't consistent. And it doesn't correlate the cause and the effect. So it is not in any way valid postulation for evidence of the globe Earth spinning.
Yet you can use one to figure out almost your exact latitude on the planet.
Because the latitude is literally synchronized with the sky itself, and it has a drift within the ether field, like all the people that discovered the actual mechanism that you're using to then, pervert into the idea that the Earth is spinning, because it's relative to how far you are out from the center. But again, I'm sure that's going over your head.
If the Earth was flat and motionless, could you do that? Or would the pendulum swing be more random?
Okay, they'll bring up a gyroscope. Incredibly inconsistent. You do not get 15 degrees of precession every time that you make a reading with a gyroscope.
Bob did.
Oh, so don't respond to the fact that you don't get it every time. And then y'all needed the flat earther in the 21st century to be the only one in the history of mankind to prove axial rotation. And of course, Bob disproved you. Documentation coming soon, you clown show. I know this is going to go over your head too, but please, dude, just keep your crayons out. Just keep them out. Don't put them up, okay? So whenever he manipulated the altitude at the same latitude, he got over a degree and variance of precession, falsifying the claimed causation of axial rotation. Write it down and look the words up.
A 15 degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
So the next thing that we set out to do was to encase the fiber optic gyro in what's called a zero Gauss chamber to see if we could actually do that.
It does work, for one, and again,
I'm not listening to him straw man what really happened. Bob literally disproved the claim that you're picking up precession of axial rotation, but I just don't think you comprehend things, bro. Like it's pretty pathetic, bro.
Have the same problem. It doesn't correlate the cause to the effect. And post causalities, claimed causalities, are just that, they're claims. You have to validate them. Okay, so we were all indoctrinated and told that we lived on this tiny speck of dust that's spinning and shooting through space in this ever-expanding universe, and it was brought to you by Jesuits, the Vatican Church, literally. Okay, and also a Jesuit priest came up with the Big Bang Theory.
Actually, Edwin Hubble was the man who first discovered that space was expanding. He was raised a Christian, but ended up having little or no religious beliefs.
Okay, so objectively, it's like George Lamonte or whatever. He's the one that proposed the Big Bang Theory. He was a Jesuit priest, but this guy doesn't understand his own religion, and it's very uncomfortable for him to claim a materialistic, nihilistic worldview void of any type of acknowledgement of creation, while simultaneously having the very creation story or origin story that he holds to coming from a religious priest.
So one of the most corrupt establishments ever, if not the most corrupt establishment ever, brought you this fairy tale story that you evolved from apes and that you're on a tiny speck of dust and there has no evidence. So we've established axial rotation literally has no evidence. And globe earthers will bring up Foucault's pendulum, which is from 1851, and then like 70 years later, in 1922, Einstein said, I've come to the conclusion that, the movement of Earth will never be detected or can never be detected with observable phenomena or optical phenomena. So it's pretty crazy. Like one of the little leaders of their religion that they prop up, the incestuous grabbler known as Albert,
who was an ethnic supremacist also.
Albert Einstein himself knew Foucault's pendulum wasn't a sufficient postulation to substantiate axial rotation.
God, you must be tired wits it gets it from all that quote mining. Interesting that you omitted the later part of the sentence of that quote. Here is the full sentence for context.
Thank you.
Oh look, the omitted part there says, though the Earth is revolving around the sun.
Once again, Simon Dan, demonstrating how incredibly incompetent that he is. He doesn't understand what a hostile witness is, and the only time that you can say that I'm cherry picking or quote mining would be whenever I propose something and then the very next part is contradictory to what I said. Now, the remedial person may think that's what this is, which is why you did, but it is not. My point was he admitted that you can't actually detect axial rotation with any form of optical experiment, but then he reified his belief non sequitur to my point, which is that he admitted you couldn't actually detect it with experimentation. You're a clown.
Naughty, naughty, Witsit.
Stupid, Simon.
So it's a clown world whenever the Globers just regurgitate that because they heard somebody like Muktoon or Quite the Tight Shirt say it. And they don't know what they're talking about. They just regurgitate things. Okay, so there's tons of evidence. Traditional Glober, no specificity. Feel free to provide some actual evidence. And maybe you should listen.
I'm talking to some like Globers that were trolling the chat, like spamming it.
Okay, so axial rotation has never been substantiated. Literally. It makes a claim of curvature. Inherently, if it's a ball, it's going to curve, right? So what we did was we went out and tested the claim of curvature. We have long-distance observations that are literal impossibilities on the globe Earth.
All of which have been debunked or explained.
We have.
Okay, so Sideman's response to the fact that we have debunked the claim of convexity of terra firma was to just say that he debunked the evidence.
Claim of curvature. We have long-distance observations that are literal impossibilities on the globe Earth.
All of which have been debunked or explained.
Oh, that's crazy. So please explain to me how, based on what the Black Swan observation demonstrates, is that 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, we should see the geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which means that at 1 foot it should be 1.2 miles away. The geometric horizon, of course, being the Earth curve, which would be a tangible, physical, literal, physical obstruction that blocks your view, yet from 1 foot off the ground, we saw the horizon 10 miles away, which would require the radius to be 264,000 miles, so over 250,000 miles, like the distance to the moon, supposedly, yet they claimed it was under 4,000 miles. That falsifies the radius. With the falsification of the radius comes the falsification of the entire model. That's why your response is void of specificity, because you can't rebut it.
We have observations of 273 miles. The Black Swan was done from 1 foot observer height. The geometric horizon should be at 1.2 feet. In the circulation of the mean, we gave you 5 feet. That means the geometric horizon, the physical, literal, tangible piece of land that should cause obstruction.
Oh, sorry, I haven't actually really watched this video, but one time when it first happened, I forgot that I explained that. It's my bad.
Of view can be no further than 2.73 miles. This isn't a debatable number, okay? This is necessitated by the geometry of the Earth that they told you that you live on, because you take the radius times 1.225 of the observer height and you get the geometric horizon. We tested it. We
square root of the observer height.
Saw that the horizon was beyond the rig that was at 9.42 miles, and it couldn't be any farther than 2.73 miles, a literal impossibility on the globe Earth.
The Black Swan has also been thoroughly debunked many times.
Oh, look, he didn't tell you how he debunked it. He just told you that he did, because he knows he has religious globe zealots as his subscribers. And as long as they just have their bias confirmed by having this remedial clown show just affirm their bias, then that means it's true, because Simon didn't dismiss it. You literally opened your video by saying that all I did was hand-wave dismiss things, and that's literally all you proceed to do through the entire video.
And we have long-distance observations everywhere. All the time, 50 miles, 60 miles, 200 miles, missing a mile of curvature. A mile of curvature. We have observations where there should be a mile of the Earth blocking our view, and there's no curvature there. Really take that in. Okay. And of course, Globers have been indoctrinated and trained to just regurgitate the word refraction. Void of specificity, there's 5 effects of refraction. They don't even know that. They don't actually even invoke a specific one that's relative to the postulation. They also don't seem to understand the concepts that looming, for example, is a phenomenon relative to the horizon. Objects loom relative to the horizon. We're discussing the movement of the horizon. They don't understand the idea of empirical means, verification.
All right, real fast, by the way, when they claim refraction, inherently has to be terrestrial refraction, because they're claiming the terrain itself is fluctuating, which is, of course, the begging the question fallacy. Thus, actually a concession, because it's a manipulation of the R value. 7/6R is how you calculate terrestrial refraction, according to the subject matter experts on your side, bud. And, well, you know, that's a category error. You don't fluctuate the literal dimensions of the Earth. So not only is it a category error and a begging the question fallacy, but it just has no bearing in reality, and you're actually literally reifying the very thing in contention.
Experimentation, replication to actually verify their postulations. It's a clown world. Okay, it's pathetic. It is so pathetic, honestly.
Wow, he went a bit word salad there, didn't he?
We're all absolutely shocked that he still didn't respond with any specificity.
It gets its video, goes on for another half an hour. So we're going to return next month and have a little look at that section of his video.
Which he did not, because he realized he couldn't even respond to the first half. And funny enough, you sat there and watched a flat earther that you say is stupid randomly put a camera on his coffee table and ramble for 45 minutes. What a loser.
No, he won't be going anywhere. Right,
wait, before that we get into this, look at the background here. This guy's got like fake little cartoon satellites in the form of like Legos. Like, look at this guy, bro. This guy's such a textbook gamma male. If you ever want to know what a gamma male is, literally just go examine this guy's behavior. He thinks he's a little secret king, but he'll never step into actual confrontation to back up his claims in intellectual form or intellectual exchange, because this real dumb flat earther that dropped out of college would dismantle and decapitate you in my sleep. You're a clown, and obviously you just do this and you just regurgitate the mainstream consensus and the mainstream propaganda so that you can continue to get subs and get propped up by the algorithms, because, well, you're a loser.
Brings this week's episode of Flat Earth Friday to a very satisfying close. Thanks very much for joining me. And thanks very much for watching. If you enjoyed it, then please do like and subscribe for join. That brings this
guys, I had to do this. I have to break him down. Read his body language right here and look at the lack of confidence he has in like touting victory in this conclusion. Just read his body language. Again, I ranted on Facebook. I'm responding to it live right now. I haven't watched it since the first and only time I watched it. He scripted a whole entire planned video, wrote out a script, edited it, and watch his body language.
On for another half an hour. So we're going to return next month and have a little look at that section of his video. He won't be going anywhere.
You're right.
Right, that brings this week's episode of Flat Earth Friday to a very satisfying close. Thanks very much for joining me. And thanks very much for watching. If you enjoyed it, then
what is he looking?
Thanks very much for joining me. That brings this week's episode of Flat Earth Friday to a very satisfying close. Thanks very much for joining me. And thanks very much for watching. If you enjoyed it, then please do like and subscribe. It'd be thoroughly appreciated. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a fantastic weekend. And I'll see you on Tuesday, where, if you can remember him, you'll be very happy to know that Hans is back. See you then.
All right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry you had to sit through that, but you know, it's a long time coming, to be honest. Just a sec. All right, so so Simon Clown Show. As you can see, you obviously cannot debate me because you have no idea what you're talking about, and your condescending, secret, keen arrogance is derivative of nothing other than an appeal to authority and appeal to consensus. So really, all you have is an illusion, a facade, right, of accuracy based on just presupposing your worldview must be true because your leader has told you to do it. And I suppose that if you operate appealing to majority, then we should still have slaves, right? Or maybe we should have just kept slaves, and slaves weren't immoral back in the day because if everyone agrees on it, then it must be true because 24 people claimed to go past low Earth orbit in the history of all mankind, and they said that Earth was a ball, even though one of them actually said that we didn't go to the moon and went to drunk, and they all refused to promise on it, but I digress. So clearly, we know that this is a pipe dream because you're a clown, but I challenge you to a debate. You pick the platform. You can come on my channel. I'll go on your channel. We can stream them simultaneously. And I would obviously just dismantle and decapitate you. So how about keep my name out of your mouth, right? Because you're a gamma male. You would never talk to me like that in real life, nor would you talk to anybody like that in real life. So I would suggest that what you do is not make another video talking in any way about me, or I will continuously dismantle you. You're a clown show. So again, keep my name out of your mouth unless you want to step up to the plate like a big boy and actually debate live with fair moderation, void of fallacious reasoning, which that means you can't debate. So keep it pushing, my guy. All right, what's up, this? Thank you for the super sticker, that flat flow, much appreciated. I did have this other one. He has, I guess we can look at it for a second. Trust me, I cannot listen to that much more of that guy. Like, it's super, super exhausting. That dude's just such an idiot. But anyway, I'll show you some of this other one. This is a recent one he did. Of course, at the beginning, all he's doing is plugging his little advertisements because he's a shill.
Okay, back to today's video and the Flat Earth Prince himself, Mr. Eric Debay. Has he proven NASA wrong, or is he talking hogwash as usual? Let's find out.
So you asked the question, what are some of the easiest ways that you can prove that the Earth is round? Because apparently this is something that we're debating. I have no idea why. If that's
because the Earth isn't round?
a hard thing for me to even start talking about because there are so many
because you're not very smart.
proofs that the Earth is round.
Except there's not one proof at all.
It's difficult to know where to start.
Well, how about you start with empirical evidence?
And it's not okay to think that the Earth is round.
Actually, it's perfectly okay. I don't need permission from people that don't know how to brush their hair and looks like crazy people.
This is not a viable argument.
It's literally the only viable argument. You can't even explain the magnetic field, okay? So, good try.
To begin with.
Basically, my point was just to make here that clearly implicit in his little hit piece on Eric Dubay, because that's all that Gammas can do is do hit pieces on people. People can try to interpret this as a hit piece that obviously is not right. I didn't have any interest in this clown show, Gamma Male, Secret King, but I had to respond to him because he's a Gamma and he put my name in his mouth. But basically implicit in his hit piece on Eric Dubay is that he supports and agrees with Michelle Thaler. So I guess that he must think that this makes sense. I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. This is the person that you're propping up there, Mr. Simon Dan. This is your leader. This is your role model here. The woman that says when we go hiking in the mountains that we're looking at our cousins and she's a complicated rock. Okay, that's a cool story.
If you truly believe the Earth to be a triangle,
I'm not gonna watch all this. I'm gonna play a couple seconds to show you how stupid he is. We all know how stupid he is already.
Or a dodecahedron, that is most certainly okay, and you're right to do so.
Absolutely agree, of course you do. But the second you start imposing that belief on someone else, then it's not okay.
Oh, you mean like they imposed the cosmological belief of the fact that we're a magic spinning cartoon ball in a natural law defying medium since we were little children? So let's take this back. Now let's listen to his stance and let's think about the real situation.
It's most certainly okay, and you're right to do so.
Absolutely agree, of course you do. But the second you start imposing that belief on someone else, then it's not okay.
Okay, so imposing it onto someone else. Flat Earthers do not impose their beliefs on anyone. We don't have beliefs. We simply want to allow people the free opportunity to actually make their own decision when they have actual unbiased, representation of the information and the empirical evidence. We are not converting people. We are not a cult. The Globe Earth is a cult. It's a religious cult. Like literally, that's literally how it was started. A religious cult, a cultic practice, right? But ironically, we're allowed to have lies embedded in our mind and imposed onto us via indoctrination at our most malleable states at 5 years old, and it's okay, even though it's clearly a lie. But for us to go out and speak against that, that makes us the bad guys.
We all have the right to our own thoughts, beliefs, experience, intuitions, and discernment, regardless of how common or widely accepted they are. Telling people up front that having an alternative perspective from yours is, quote, not okay, is incredibly narcissistic, abusive, and an attempt to infantilize the listener into accepting the fallacy of appeal to authority.
Preach.
Okay, but she did say that there's a debate on the topic of the shape of the Earth, which as
that's crazy, because in the video that we just watched, you said that it isn't a debate because it's not a claim, it's a fact. So you don't seem to keep up with your own double-speaking nonsense.
Well, no, Eric, it's because of flat earthers. She was referring to the influx of YouTube flat earthers who are spreading this misinformation, which again is not okay.
Oh, so basically implicit in his claim is that we should be censored because we don't agree with his religious leaders. That's enough of that clown. Basically, to summarize everything that we just covered, if you're late to the show, this is what it was. Yep, that's about it. That's about what we get from this guy. That's his arguments. All right, I'm gonna come chat with y'all, and then we'll just take it from there. I'm gonna move up some. I can't go all the way up. But if y'all got any topics I want to talk about, hit me in the chat, homies.
I'm Mitchell from Australia, and this is the #1 Flat Earth proof. The premise to this starts with the sextant, and how we use the sextant in celestial navigation. We look directly through the sextant at the horizon. But if you live on a globe, what horizon are you actually looking at, Globers? Is it the Earth horizon? The water horizon? The horizontal reference plane? The visible horizon? How about the sensible horizon? The geodal horizon? Or the celestial horizon? Well, it's certainly not the geometric horizon, Earth curve. No, that was debunked by the Black Swan over 18 months ago. But now the globe-believing zealots tell us that their horizon is refracted. It's not an actual horizon. So how do we have a tangent to a refracted horizon? When you're viewing a star on a globe, how are we measuring an angle to the horizon if it's refracted? You will never ever get an angle to a refracted horizon. This is a major problem if you think you live on a globe, because celestial navigation would be impossible. So what have you done to keep your religion of a sphere Earth semi-plausible? You've presupposed that that line, 90 degrees above your head, the zenith, actually runs to the center of your presupposed spherical Earth. And 90 degrees from that, you've made up a new horizon, the celestial horizon, which you say is a horizontal plane passing through the Earth's center, perpendicular to the zenith. So, after presupposing all these things, you can now use your sextant. But globe believers, realizing that their visual horizon is refracted, can't yet look at the horizon through the sextant. So yet another horizon is needed to be fabricated. They use the bubble level in the sextant to create the artificial horizon, which we are then told is parallel to the celestial horizon, essentially taking away the curvature of the Earth. Because even globe believers know you cannot measure an angle to a curved surface you think's beneath your feet. Look at this. You're pretending you're living on a globe, but in order to measure angles, you need to pretend you're living on a flat plane. This is cognitive dissonance, globers. You can't have it both ways. So now they can actually start and take a measurement from their 0 point of the artificial horizon to the celestial body. Look at what the globe believers are doing. They must treat what they see as flat in order to achieve an angle. But there's one more step, and this is where it all falls apart for the globe. They then have to measure from the artificial horizon a dip angle down to the visual horizon, the only actual horizon that we have. Remember that horizon that you said was Earth curve that is now refracted? Do you all realise now how devastating the black swan actually is to the globe? It has taken away your R value, the radius of your globe, and then it took away the curvature of the Earth altogether when it forced you to say that the horizon was refracted. And together with the sextant, it's now taken away your ability to navigate. Since January 1, 2020, the globe has been dead. So now it's time to prove where we actually live. May I present to you the number 1 flat Earth proof. Here in reality, we live on a flat plane. And this may be news to people. We also have a flat sky plane above us where the celestial bodies exist. From the vantage point of our flat plane, when viewing the celestial bodies, we perceive their position and movement as a dome. This is purely our perception from this vantage point on our flat plane. It's not actually a dome above the Earth. All celestial bodies rise in the east, move in an apparent semicircular motion above the sky, and set in the west. Now don't get me wrong, our Earth is measurably, observably, and obviously contained. But it just doesn't have to be a dome shape, or any shape for that matter. But I digress. Looking at this flat celestial plane above our heads, we can see that everything rises in the east, moves across the sky, and sets in the west. We just perceive a motion of a dome shape. So let me give you a real-world example of how this works. This is Lake Woolloomboola, quite fittingly the breeding ground to black swans, and, I kid you not, located on Black Swan Way. Now, relative to the horizon, if you look up, straight up above your head, 90 degrees, to where my drone is sitting, right there, 90 degrees, what will happen when that drone moves straight ahead in its own flat plane? It's not going to change altitude, it's just going to move straight ahead. From my observer point, what's going to happen? The angle is going to change. The drone has not changed altitude at all. It's just changed the distance from where I'm observing it. If it moves again, the angle changes again down to 25 degrees there. As it continues to move away, or if I move away from it, it'll travel towards the horizon, lowering in its angle, and eventually it'll get so far away that the angle will be too small for me to see, and it will appear as if the drone has set. This is all relative to the observer point. This is all apparent. It's not actually lowering. It's just getting too far away and the angle is decreasing. This creates that dome motion and movement that we see in the flat plane of the celestial bodies. Now that we understand that the flat celestial plane above us presents itself as a dome to our perspective point down here on the plane that we exist, we can understand how the celestial navigation actually works. Every star in the flat celestial plane has a position relative to our flat plane where it will be 90 degrees. This is called the geographical position, or the GP, of that star relative to our flat plane here on Earth. When the observer is at the GP of the star, it appears 90 degrees above their head. Celestial navigation works by using a sextant to measure the angle of that known star and using its relative GP, geographical position, to know where you are. And I'll continue to point out that measuring angles to celestial bodies only works if we are on a flat plane. Now, if one observer measures 30 degrees to a star and another observer measures 30 degrees to that same star, we can conclude that they are both on what's called a circle of equal altitude. And this is another killer blow to the globe right here. Everything on that circle of equal altitude is exactly that, equal altitude. No matter where you are on that circle, you're going to measure 30 degrees. And through being able to measure an angle to that star relative to the horizon, everything on that circle, in between that circle, in the area of that circle, is absolutely flat and level. By doing this once with a sextant, you know you are somewhere on that circle of equal altitude. To triangulate your actual position, you need to repeat these steps with other stars. Your position is where all these areas of equal altitude meet. This is how celestial navigation works and has always worked on our flat level plane, using the celestial flat level plane. Let's use this small scale example on Lake Woolloomboola. Instead of a drone, we're going to use a star. So if observer A measures an angle to the star, and observer B measures an angle to the star, the same star, both angles are the same, 30 degrees. Knowing the GP of that star, they can conclude that they are on the same circle of equal altitude. Distance between observer A and B and the area inside that circle is all in the circle of equal altitude. It is all flat. It is all the same level. This is the killer blow to the globe. Not only is our world observably and obviously flat, it is measurably flat, as I'm about to show you in this next large-scale example. The rule of thumb with celestial navigation is to use stars over 15 degrees in elevation, because under 15 degrees we start getting a lot of refraction, as you can see in these moon images. And this is real refraction, where something moves relative to the horizon, not the actual horizon itself being refracted, as anti-flat earthers would like to tell us after seeing the black swan images. So, if an observer was looking at Polaris from 15 degrees latitude, negative 60 degrees longitude, here near Dominica, they would measure 15 degrees to Polaris. And if another observer was on 15 degrees north latitude and 120 degrees longitude, they would also observe an angle to Polaris of 15 degrees, because we know the distance between these 2 points are absolutely flat on the same circle of altitude. We can measure between them and we get 10,375 miles of flat earth and ocean. And that's been nice to the globe. We can definitely see Polaris on the equator and even sometimes below the equator, which is a much larger distance of flat area, earth and sea. Let's do this north to south now. If someone was at negative 75 latitude looking at a star with a GP on the equator, we would be on the same area of equal altitude as someone looking at the same star from 75 degrees latitude. Knowing that between these 2 points has to be absolutely flat, let's measure between them. 10,375 miles again, with an area of 84.5 million miles. Absolutely, measurably flat. But it doesn't stop there. Look at this map with all the GPs of the navigational stars on them. And the reason why this is the #1 flat Earth proof is because using just one area of equal altitude proves that that large area that we're navigating on is absolutely flat. But by doing this multiple times to create multiple areas of equal altitude, we can literally measure our entire world as flat. Just so you understand the enormity of this proof, we can literally measure our entire world as flat. We are living on a flat Earth. 2020 was the year of the Black Swan. 2021 is the year of the sextant. There is no more debate. The globe has been killed. The flat Earth has been proven. This is the #1 flat Earth proof.
Wow.
Hey guys, it's Mr. Post, and on today's video we'll be checking out a quick little topic called gas pressure. Now, pressure is simply the result of a force displaced over an area. Now, right now you could be standing up. The force that you're exerting is the force that gravity is pulling on you, and therefore your weight would be considered your force. The area, if you're standing up, that your weight is distributed over would be considered the 2 feet you're standing on. Now, you can change your pressure by changing your force. You can change your force by perhaps maybe wearing a backpack or putting on some weight. You know, you would actually increase your mass, and therefore, increasing your mass, you would also increase your force. Now, increasing your force would definitely increase your pressure. Another thing you could also do is to reduce the area that your force is being distributed over. If you reduce the area, if you say stand on 1 foot, now you're going to double your pressure. One thing you're not going to double, you're not doubling your force. The force is your mass, all right? Gravity's pulling on it. You're going to change the area that your force is distributed over. When you do that, you change your pressure. It'd probably get, a little tiring standing on 1 foot for a long time, and your foot would probably hurt after a while, which is often why people will stand on 2 feet. Okay? After a while, people might even stand on 2 feet and then relax and recline against the wall, perhaps, to take some pressure off of their feet. All right? So, therefore, the wall would be absorbing it too. So, we're going to look at gas pressure now, but we need the framework of what pressure is. All right? So, gas pressure, when we look at gases, we need to have that same formula. We need to have a force and also an area. So, gas pressure is the force of the gas particles. Here's a key word here. They are colliding with the walls of the container. So where is our force? Our force is coming from the gas molecules colliding with the walls of the container. What is the area? The area is going to be the wall of the container, in this case. Now, perhaps you're sitting watching this video at your computer, then the area is going to be maybe your body, because there's gas molecules in the room that are going to be colliding with you. And perhaps your body is considered the surface area. But once again, there has to be a force, and there has to be collisions of the gas molecules with something in order to have pressure. Now, one thing we need to look at is which direction does this gas pressure flow? Okay, there's a good can of WD-40. All right, there's usually a warning on here: contents under pressure, caution, as well as flammable too. When we look at a weather map, we see high pressure systems and low pressure systems. So the question is, does gas flow from high pressure to low pressure, or from low pressure to high pressure? Okay? Because winds are generated by this. The winds that we see here are generated by this. Winds are going to go counterclockwise around the low pressure system. Okay? And I'm going to notice that I'm going to have spray coming out of my WD-40 can. Well, if I know that inside the can there is high pressure, therefore, outside the can must be low pressure, and if everything is coming out of the can, up the can and out, it must be flowing from high pressure to low pressure. And that kind of gives me an idea of now where wind comes from. Wind comes from on a weather map. If we check this out, I have a high pressure here and a low pressure here. Wind is going to leave my high pressure and go into my low pressure. Same way, wind is going to leave my high pressure and go into my low pressure as well. And that's how wind is formed, actually. You know, and the bigger the difference in pressure gradients, if this is a very high pressure system, this is a very low pressure system, the greater the wind speed will be. All right, so the key here is that pressure, gas pressure, flows from areas of high to low. Okay, so therefore, if this dude gets a little hole in his spacesuit right there, what's going to happen to him? Okay, now we understand from the last slide that gases always move from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure. Okay, where do you think the high pressure is? Inside his suit or outside in space? Now, space is also known as a vacuum, meaning there's no molecules, there's no air there. It's an absence of molecules. In an absence of molecules, space would be considered a low pressure, and inside his spacesuit would be considered the high pressure. So therefore, if he gets a little puncture, all the air is going to leave his suit and rush out of his suit, and the poor astronaut will be left with no air in his spacesuit. Okay, so once again, the general principle here is that gas molecules will go from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure. And that's where we're going to end this short video, just covering over what exactly is gas pressure, and actually where does the pressure flow, and it flows from areas of high to low. Okay, guys, hope it was helpful. Have a good day.
I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now if you're listening, NSA, CIA, I'm available, okay? If you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother.
You guys are gonna hate me for this.
What?
You know what I want? One example, Eddie, of why we should believe the Earth is flat. That's what I want.
Are you kidding me?
You son of a bitch! I want it so bad, and I am high and drunk.
Listen. I don't. We can
and
talk
you
about
guys want
flat
it
Earth
too.
as long as it's a joke and it's funny.
I'm cool.
Because if it gets angry,
Dude,
then it's not fun.
I'm not married to that. It's round.
If it's jokey,
I'm not married to it.
And I want you to-
Jokey. Convince me that it's flat.
There's no way I could do that, man.
God, really? There's not one example?
It takes about a year and a half of like one.
Year and a half? That's too much.
It's very hard. The indoctrination's so strong. You look at your son's cartoons, it's all space. I look at all my shit, all the shit my son likes. His everything is there taking space.
I'm doing research on this currently.
Space.
I want to direct everyone to hashtag space is fake. Because I've been doing research on space being fake.
Is that real? That's a real site?
Yeah, hashtag space is fake is something I'm investigating for my next hour. I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. Hashtag space is fake is something I'm investigating for my next hour. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for legitimately looking deep into people
flat
that
Earth, there's
flat
so much
earthers
material
mock
there.
them. Flat Earth is like, what? Space is fake. What?
No.
You dumb
You
motherfucker.
flat earthers like
Flat
flat
earthers
earthers.
walk away
No,
from
it's the same thing.
Okay.
You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Is
everybody that
I've
believes
got to
the flat-
think this is
everybody-
not very organized.
Nobody that
I've
believes
got
the
to
flat-
think this is not
everybody-
very organized.
No.
I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time.
What I'm saying is,
I got to think I
everybody
couldn't
that
have it
thinks-
all wrong.
No,
There's
everybody,
no way.
anybody that thinks the Earth is flat, they totally don't believe what we're taught about what's above us. So when
the
people say
sun?
space
Wait a
is
minute.
fake,
What about the sun?
They mean all the information we're getting. You're lying about that shit. That it's not that it doesn't exist. Of course it exists. We see
Right,
it.
of course.
But space is fake sounds ridiculous. Like there's
something
we're
up
looking
there.
at it and it's fake. That's ridiculous. That's
just
not what
the
it means. It
Truman
means
Show.
that all the information we got about all
We're
those
off.
lights in the sky.
Yeah, something else.
They're lying
NASA's
to
lying?
us. They're lying to us.
Why would NASA lie?
And there's a reason,
Well,
and
why
I can sit
wouldn't
here
they,
and tell you,
Brian?
but you guys don't want to hear it.
Hold on.
So I don't want to talk
Can you
about
give us the cliff notes?
The cliff notes are, man.
Have you studied any kind of a
He doesn't need to be. Let's hear just a few of it.
The goal has always been for the most powerful emperors is a one world government. They always wanted a one world government. All the Roman emperors, they try to figure out, they try to do different combinations. How about and they would fall, and a new emperor would come and go, you know what? I'm going to fucking rule
world
the world
domination, in other words.
I'm not going to let my soldiers get married. That way we'll have a stronger army. They have different philosophies. Everyone believed different shit. But they all wanted a one world government. There's no way to have a fucking one world government. Nobody's into that shit.
Right.
Not even other rulers from small countries are like, one world government, that's going to put me out of a job. Fuck your one world government. People that don't know shit about politics don't want a one world government.
Sure.
There's no way you're going to sell a one world government. It's impossible. The only way to make a one world government work is to have the people embrace it. They have to want it because nobody wants it. So the trick is to make people want it, to embrace it. There's only one way.
I gotta pee.
There's only one way.
Joe, this is very
You're
important.
gonna miss
I've
out
heard
on
this.
I know this. Okay. I don't know.
The only way, and they've known this forever. The Vatican knew this. The Vatican, the Pope wanted to rule the world. They all knew it, but they couldn't do it. They all knew it, but they knew one way. But there's no way how they're going to pull it off.
What's the one way, man?
The only way is if there was some extraterrestrial threat from up above us. That would be the only way to have everyone embrace the one world government. They all knew that for years.
But it didn't work
That's
so far.
the plan. They could never
It's a
make
shitty
it
plan,
work.
though.
They didn't have the technology 500 years ago. The Vatican knew about it. They wanted it. And you go to the Vatican, you see paintings of like
Have you been there?
UFOs with aliens in them. And back when I used to believe in UFOs, but before I figured out that UFOs they want us to believe in UFOs. They're preparing us for a fake alien invasion. That's always been the plan. A one world government. The only way to do it is to get us to embrace it. And the only way to embrace it is from an alien attack. Ronald Reagan talked about it many times at the UN, CFR. He talked about it because wouldn't it make, he looked at all the leaders of the nation, of the world, and said, wouldn't it make our lives easier if we just had some kind of extraterrestrial threat?
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
He said that shit. He said that in front of the UN. Like he's trying to get everybody into
I don't think he ever said that.
No, he said that many times. It's on video many times.
Ronald Reagan?
Ronald
Ever
Reagan.
heard of him, Brian? Ever heard of him?
George
a lot of
Bush
speeches.
was vice president.
Right.
He was talking about, and there's many videos of him saying, what lies before us. He's in front of the nation doing a State of the Union address, saying what lies before us is the opportunity to forge a new world order.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
A world, an order, because he's talking about like it's
Do you think
time.
that means the space is fake?
Yes.
No. When people ask me, why would they fake space? It's always been about a fake alien attack. You can't have a fake alien attack.
I've never heard a politician ever talk
about
about
a fake alien attack without space.
But I've never heard a politician
You
talk
have to have
about
space first. So they always, you know who promoted space more than anybody? Who wanted
Nazis.
Who wanted Nazis?
Russians.
But before the Nazis, you know who wanted space?
Aztecs.
No, the Vatican.
Mayans.
The Vatican. They have all the biggest. They have all the astronomers. All Jesuit Vaticans, all of them, all the ones that are giving us this information about space, they all come from the Vatican. The Vatican has the most powerful
Vatican said
telescope.
that the Earth-
You know what the name of the
Wait a minute. The
telescope
Vatican
is?
doesn't have the most powerful
Yes,
telescope.
they do. You know what its name is?
What
It
is
has
it called?
the most powerful telescope, the Vatican. And you know what name it is? I've
What?
done the research on YouTube.
On
I have the
YouTube.
links.
But
you know what the name of this? Do you know
Isn't
what the
the biggest
name
one in
of
Chile?
this? The most powerful telescope in the world. It's in the Vatican.
What
Do
is
you know
it?
Lucifer?
Lucifer's
What?
dick balls.
Lucifer?
Lucifer's dick and balls.
I've never seen this fucking telescope.
Yeah, it's legit, dude. I think the biggest one's in Chile. I think they have to be in high
It's in
altitude.
the Vatican.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the Vatican.
You guys didn't. So when people ask me, why would they fake all this shit?
Well, I don't think that's the biggest telescope.
This is
Eddie.
just a crazy theory.
It certainly is.
We're
Now,
talking
I've
a
never
theory.
heard-
It's
Here's the
funny.
thing. It's
a funny theory.
But Eddie, these new Chile Very Large Array telescopes that they're creating are fucking gigantic, and they
This
take
guy's
over
no-
enormous pieces of land.
Listen, I was with you.
Google
I
the
was with
Very
you.
Large
Listen, I was with
Array.
you. It's called the Very Large Telescope. I watched the documentary with you at your house. It was like 2001, and
Yeah, I
it said
think-
in 5 years
Yeah.
there's a documentary about them putting together the Very Large Telescope in Chile, and they're talking about. Year 2005, we're gonna have 3 telescopes linked with a computer to make us. We're gonna see further into space than ever before. None of that shit came.
What are you talking about?
None
I
of
think
that shit came.
Is that
They
up?
said-
Is the Very Large Array up yet? Nope,
No, it's a very
not up.
large telescope.
But I know they have they have them in Hawaii. What's
Isn't
that?
it weird? Isn't it weird that every space documentary, all the series, I had them all, Joe had them all, we watch them all the time. I try to remember all the shit about a neutron star and a supernova. I was balls deep. Me and Joe
Hypernova.
were balls deep into space. And then
So
every
high.
now and then we'd watch this documentary after documentary. Morgan Freeman got the universe. We had
that
all
shit
that
was
shit.
good.
I DVR'd all that shit. Anything that said space.
Will Smith
I
has
was
a new
fucking
one.
ball. I thought I was better than people and shit because I knew so much about space. And every now and then I'd watch all that shit and wonder what. This is all cartoons.
Eddie, why not?
This is all
hold on a
cartoons.
second.
And then I go, okay, whatever. And then I keep watching. All DVDs on space are all CGI. There's nothing real. And everyone watches that. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us and what we're on, we're being lied to. Once you go flat, you never go back. Listen,
This is a campaign.
Listen, they're lying to us about everything,
Yes.
dude.
Who is
it's
they,
not about,
though?
It's not about.
Who are
it's not
they,
about
Eddie?
belief.
Eddie, who's
here's the one
they?
thing. This is the one thing I want to say.
Okay.
It's like it's not that we believe something ridiculous and you don't believe it. We're gullible. We're gullible. We believe some weird shit about the flat earth. We believe some weird shit. You don't believe it, you're smart. It's not about that. It's about we actually don't know what we're on, and we always say that. We don't know, but based on all the shit that we got by the mainstream, we don't believe that.
Here's what
you believe that. So
think-
it's not that we believe something crazy and you don't because you smell it, the bullshit.
But isn't there a
It's like
scientific?
you-
isn't there a
we look at
scientific
it different.
tradition?
We look
Eddie,
at it
hold
totally
on,
different. We look at it as you believe
You use
all
this.
the
Hold
shit
on,
from
Bubba,
NASA.
you
Hold
use-
on. And we don't believe any of that
Yeah,
shit.
but you use
So
that.
we don't
wait,
believe
wait,
that
Eddie,
shit.
you use that microphone. You use a cell phone, right?
It's science.
Hold on.
I believe in it.
That's science.
I believe in it.
Okay, why do
I
you believe in
it.
that? And
because
why don't
I
you
don't
believe?
need a study. I don't need to read something to verify.
But you
It's
benefit
not
from you
scientism
benefit from
because
science.
I experience
You
it.
benefit from
I know
science
it.
every day.
I know. I love
listen,
science.
So why wouldn't you
I
believe
wanna-
that
I
those-
think we
I
gotta
love
cut
science.
this off. It's 10 o'clock.
Man, we gotta get out of here.
It's
I
10
love
o'clock.
science.
Come see me in Vancouver at the Vogue Theater and in Salt Lake City at Wise Guys March 1 and 2.
I love science too.
I
And,
love science. I want to fight. I want to laugh about it. I'm an idiot. I believe in flat earth. I'm crazy. That's all you need to know.
looks like it is that time again. Let's get a correct microphone check, though. 1 second, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere on the plane of existence.
Like Glat Flobe says, do not touch that dial. The moment you've all been waiting for, 1147 west of the Rockies, south of the 37th parallel, which is the Judgment Scar. Here we are, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord, live. Let's go to the YouTube chat right quick on this beautiful Monday morning, January 17th, 2022, a day which will live in infamy. Multi-Tom-Tom in the chat. We got Godzilla37 holding it down with the koala, of course. One and only Glat Flobe moderating, as usual. There's my sock account, Crimson Tide. Don't bother him. Oh, and of course, we got a couple of trolls out there as well, still spiraling down the drain as the entire magical cartoon Outer Space Religion gets flushed down the toilet. Every day here, where it, of course, will be Groundhog Day, just desperately looking for one single piece of the smallest claim for evidence for the outer space cartoon religion known as your television. All right, that looks like it for the chat. A couple of repeats out there, and a very big extravaganza of not only evolution debates right now, currently going on right now, but also sailing around the plane of existence. Apparently, this just in, Glat Flobe and myself were doing some research today. Godzilla might have been there, Triple for the Truth as well. What, question mark? Science works in mysterious ways. Possibly her eyes on level. Witnessed this morning somebody asking how could they fake the numbers presented that there is supposedly a sailboat race where boats with sails, this gets a little confusing if you're an atheist, boats with sails using wind, okay, go around supposedly from Europe, the European area, so that would be the Atlantic Ocean, sailing southward to the outer parts of the plane of existence, and then going supposedly in a circle. Well, the first thing I did, and Glat Flobe was my witness, I typed in white bread sailboat race. I guess it's called white bread. I don't name these things. I could have thought of a better name if you ask me. How about white shark? I thought that would have been a better name. But no, white bread racing around the world, sailboat racing. Let's see if my link is still up. I typed in where we are. Okay, here's my lungfish from earlier. Okay, white bread racing. Type in white bread race route distance. Just do this for me. Do a real quick Google search if you got a second, or 3 seconds, or 9 seconds. White bread race route distance. Click images, and you'll notice that there are no pictures of any globes. Supposedly, there's this consensus, right, that we're trying to expose, which in millions of people believe because of their television that they live on a magical globe. So, of course, the question today that was proposed to us was, are they faking these white bread races where they're sailing around? I wish somebody could, there's a lot of visuals. Somebody just needs to do a screenshot. There's a 2-hour and 30-minute video, white brace racing around the world. You know, like when I used to ride my bike around my neighborhood when I was a kid. You can do that on a flat surface. You'd be amazed how easy it is. Just don't forget when you're going to long distances that you have to correct for northern corrections. So you have to correct for the north, which means if I'm going west, that would be a right-handed correction. And if I'm going east, kids, what would that be? A left-handed correction. Very good. Yes, I knew this was going to be a smart audience. I'm going to put one picture in the chat real quick just to validate my own findings. So this is what I continue to find. Let me just post this right now, 51 minutes after the hour. Boom, right there. Turn your attention to the YouTube screen. There's me right there. And there's the posting. So if you notice we're coming from where the blue part of the earth is, passing down past Africa, the green part, and then we're going around. To me, that doesn't look like we're going around on the bottom of a ball. And that's another thing. How do we have a bottom of a ball? I thought there's no up and down in space, and nobody can. Don't worry. But here we are. These lines, these red lines are the routes, you see, and I go down from the blue part, down. Okay, here I go. I'm making a left-hand turn around the bottom. Looks like I would say that would be Cape Hope, Africa. Left-hand turn, that means I'm going what direction, kids? That's right, east. And then, boop, come through the Pac-Man portal of the flat map that we have to use, because, of course, we're not using an AE map. Of course, the people that live on a globe, for some reason, can't use an AE map. They have to show us this projection map. And here I go. From now the left side of the map, I'm still heading east, by the way, just in case anybody's confused. If I'm going in a circle, still heading east in a circle, and there it is. So that's not a globe anyway. If you type in that, go back to my google.com, new format of Barcelona World Race, Scuttlebutt Sailing News. Okay, so that's one of my sources. ESA Barcelona World Race. Here's another one. 1989, 1990, white bread round the world. New solo nonstop around the world record. Back to the white bread race. Mini globe race. Okay, you know what? Watch this. How funny is this? I have to do this as well. Download image. Go back to the Discord chat. I'm going to post one more picture. Please put your attention to the screen on YouTube. 53 minutes after the hour. There's going to be a problem here. 117 kilobytes. There you go. All right. As you see at the top of this photo, I was just able to copy and paste from Google. It says Mini Globe Race 2024. Well, that's interesting because you're saying globe race, but you're showing me again another flat projection map with a route that does not make any sense. Oh, look I went around again the Cape Hope of Africa, went above Australia, came back around from the left side, still going east, and then apparently through some sort of opening in between South America and North America back to Europe. Well, again, that's not going around a ball. So I don't know what to tell people. If there was a claim that somebody could please inform Glatflobe that there's even a claim that they went around the bottom of a magical cartoon ball, maybe I'd have something to discuss. That might be a nice talking point. But apparently, from what I heard this morning, again, this was a source, outside source, came into the YouTube chat. We won't name any names because I don't want them to be embarrassed. They said, how do they fake these numbers? So apparently, call me crazy, somebody went on Wikipedia and typed in, the race is only such and such a distance. Well, the first number that came up for me when I typed in the white bread race was 33,000 miles. And then another source said 45,000 miles. If the equatorial distance of this cartoon ball is 25,000 miles, how would it be so that if I went around the bottom of the ball, which is a much smaller circle, how would it be bigger than the largest part of the equatorial distance of this so-called ball? I don't know if you're not thinking about the words you're using, but that doesn't make any sense, guys. Okay, now if you're asking me, how could they fake words on Wikipedia? Wow, you got me there. I have no idea. This is Glatflobe is going to have to help me out. Somebody in chat, multi-tom-tom, Gourdzilla, triple for the truth. Who can help me? How would you possibly, this is a good one. I don't know how they would fake this. How could they possibly go onto Wikipedia and hit edit and then edit the information to say that it was on the bottom of a magical ball Earth and it was much less than 33,000 miles to 45,000 miles? That I cannot prove. How the heck could somebody possibly hit edit on Google and say it was only a 10 to 12,000 mile race? Wow, that is beyond the scope of understanding. How somebody could use a keyboard like that and get away with it, I don't know. I have no idea how they would fake that. If somebody could tell me, how could they fake using a keyboard, typing in numbers?
I could probably say something about this, but I'm not 100%. But my friend
okay, looks like we have a live one in the chat. Vanny103 is speaking up in defense of this so-called belief system. Vanny103, you have the floor. Continue.
Thank you, sir. My friend was once telling me that that they will actually go in there. Like some people who don't believe or they want to change something. I'm not going to be talking for long. I don't really know. So, but and they did it with something to do with McDonald's. They did it with something to do with Burger King and all of them. I'm just saying that.
Ooh, yeah, I'm with you. I'm all ears, yeah.
Kid, what are you talking about?
Burger King. I want some chicken nuggets.
No, yeah. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
ahead. And they were somehow able to press edit or something, and they managed to either go into.
Oh my gosh! How could they do that?
Oh, I want some French fries.
How could they? Wait, that's what I'm saying. Godzilla understands what I'm talking about. This is a major hoax. I mean, how could I disprove this hoax? How could somebody possibly go into Wikipedia and change numbers? I mean, this is going to shut down the server, guys, if we don't find an answer. This is unbelievable.
There is the thing called the source code that you can go in and change stuff written.
No.
Oh my gosh! Like they used the keyboard and they typed it out on the keyboard and then they hit save. I can't. How do I debunk this, Flat Globe? I don't know what to think here. This might be the end of the server.
Yeah. Wikipedia is one of the most popular search results used when anybody searches for anything. That doesn't tell people, though, that doesn't tell people much because they don't have common sense anymore. They just figure, oh, thank God I don't have to keep searching for this information. It's the first result. And since it's Wikipedia and everyone uses it, and everybody has successful lives using Wikipedia, right?
I mean, this could be the end of the flat Earth internet movement because I don't know how to disprove. How could they fake that though? How could it be a hoax that somebody put the wrong numbers in on Wikipedia? I just don't. Does everybody have their bags packed? Because this could be the end of the server.
Here's the thing. Would you rather have Encyclopedia Britannica or Wikipedia? Because remember, encyclopedias defend evolution. Wikipedia doesn't have to.
Okay, I don't know. This is going to take some further research. This could be the end of flat Earth. If we can't prove how people could edit Wikipedia and use a keyboard and type in numbers, it's the end, guys. I'm sorry.
Or edit stories. Yeah.
Right. Here's the point. Reality no longer matters. Reality doesn't matter. If I can edit Wikipedia, that's hardcore evidence, guys. I'm sorry.
What specific evidence are you talking about? Are you just talking about Wikipedia in general? Because in general, I find that it's the same no matter what. It's just total horseshit.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you, Godrock, is that somebody said that on the internet, there's numbers that are typed into the internet that say that there's a race around the Earth and that it proves it's a globe. And I just don't know how they'd fake that. How would they fake typing numbers on the internet? Like, this might be the end.
Race. What do you mean a race around the globe?
A boat race, a little sailing.
They obviously race boats and they obviously run around the bottom of the globe because there's words and numbers on the internet that say so, Godrock. And what are you talking about? How could they fake that?
Just like click, enter.
Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. That's not how. It's not that easy. You can't just do that.
Let's go in and change them for our benefit. Let's just change it to make it look like a cube-shaped Earth or whatever, and then everybody will start believing that.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. This could be the end, guys. Scary. I don't. If that's the best answer you have, Godrock, and it's not going to cut it.
Hey, I think that there is plenty of video evidence that boats sail, right? That's my first point. Boats sail, right? Can we all agree on that? Boats? Yep. Okay. Does boats sailing mean the Earth is a globe?
No, it means just the opposite.
Yeah. But wait a minute though. The words on Wikipedia say they sailed around the bottom of the globe and it's only 12,000 miles. How could they fake that though? You're not answering the question.
By entering 12,000 miles and go and clicking enter.
That's a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy. Come on,
no,
you can't just do that.
I know. I'm a conspiracy theorist for sure. So I'm going to have to go with that. I'm sorry. It's a conspiracy that they're out to get us, and they're going to do it no matter what they have to do. They're going to lie. They're going to cheat. They're going to get Neil deGrasse Tyson to say that it's a globe, and now he's going to change his mind that you can see curvature from a drone.
I think they have to get rid of Neil soon. You know what I mean? He's fucked up a lot. And,
he's like the.
You know what I'm saying, dude? It's not good. It's like when Joe Rogan switched and truthers had to stop listening to Joe Rogan. It's the same thing.
Somebody's making a claim. We got a claim right at the top of the world here at exactly noon on west of the Rockies, where I'm at right now. They're saying that it took 103 days to go around Antarctica. So again, how could somebody type 103?
How could you fake
right
those
then?
numbers? Those numbers
Right,
are so specific,
Yeah,
and they spelled
103.
Antarctica right. So come on.
How could you fake that? How could you hit 103 on the keyboard and hit enter? How could you fake that? How could that be a hoax?
I literally hope I don't meet any of you Globers or anti-flat earthers in real life. You won't like the experience.
Now, wait a minute. Now, does refraction taking place? How do we know those numbers are actually real? Is refraction taking place? Because now, wait a minute. I don't even know if I'm seeing that correctly.
Well, you know that's what's happening. So there's no sense in arguing.
Wait a minute. Gourdzilla just did it again. He just confirmed that he just hit 103, hit enter. It still says it. So how could you explain this, flat earthers? Gourdzilla just did it again. It says 103. How could you fake that? Oh my gosh. I don't know how to explain this. Are you saying 3 people are in on the conspiracy? They all just 3 typed in 103. How could this be a hoax, guys?
Why did they think something being tracked by GPS means a goddamn thing? Sorry for that word, XO. Why do they think that it means something?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is that, with the solar winds and,
I love that solar winds thing, dude. So satellites are also sailing in space because of solar winds.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Duh. I mean, how do you think you get around in space?
It's thermals, right? Just like on Earth.
Sailing. Yeah, you're sailing around. Duh.
Those solar panels are actually solar sails.
Duh. Haven't you ever seen the video where NASA shows you the giant sail and they blow up nuclear explosions in outer space and eventually it propels the machine to like the speed of light? I mean, how could you not understand how this works?
Oh, I do understand. I completely understand.
Now, they're still saying GPS. Go ahead.
It's just global mentality. And if you understand that, then it all makes sense.
Oh, you mean those... Okay, do you mean those buoys that are out in the middle of the ocean that we actually just talked about yesterday that are actually attached to underwater cables out in the middle of the ocean?
And they're repeaters. Yeah.
Right, in a row. They're lined up in a row where you have to go to a specific location in a pathway and waypoint out in the ocean or you don't have signal. How could that not work without, obviously I still need satellites above me if I have the buoy right next to me. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's almost like a well-written Beethoven new song. It's going to take some work to figure it out, XO. It's going to take some real mathematicians and some real anti-globers to go in and discover why and how they're doing these things. We're going to have to send a squad out, hire a squad, investigational squad.
Yeah.
Don't send me. I'm not very smart, and I still get the flat Earth. I still understand reality.
Well, here's the cartoon diagram. If you type in satellite buoys in the ocean, type this into Google, satellite buoy in ocean, I found this was one of the first things that popped up, and it shows that the buoy is attached to an underwater cable. It doesn't show that there's any satellite actually at all. So, it's not looking good, guys. I think we're going to have to change directions and go back to reality now. Sorry. Plus, I'll just show you this as well. And I really was interested about the number. You won't believe how they numbered this one, Godrock, and you'll see what I'm saying. Here's a really giant buoy out there with my number on it that they are powering by the sun, not satellites. It's solar powered. And so I don't know what to tell you. There's another one right there. That's how you get communications in the ocean. That was easy.
That looks like another oil rig we could use for long distance observation to me.
I would say that's 25 feet tall. I mean, that's a big one. That is a big buoy out there. That's going to stretch out, 50, 60 miles. And that's how I'm going to get my cell phone service and get your Netflix when you're working out there.
It's probably taller than 25 feet. I'll bet you're closer to 50.
It's big. That's a big boy right there. That's several tons. And that thing's a heavy bastard. Here we go.
Hey, Roadman Bruv.
Small dinghy. Little
even
dinghy one
if,
right there for you.
Go ahead. What do you say?
I was just showing there's also these little dingy ones out there also that are also solar powered to, of course, give communications to these things called boats that are in the ocean. Yeah, they're getting them from those things.
Yeah. And I would rather get my signal from something coming from relatively close to the ground or sea level than a satellite thousands of miles away between tens of different mediums.
And and tens of different rows of radiation, and
Yeah, we don't even have to give them all that radiation stuff. We can still just say, well, there's layers of atmo as you go up. And
there's a new word out there. It's called atmo radiation. It's actually radiation that's within our atmosphere. They haven't told us about it yet, but it's coming.
Yeah. Roadman Bruv, listen, even if it's a simulation, which we don't claim, it measures flat. So why are you talking about a simulation? Who cares?
Could you at least acknowledge the fact that you're experiencing a flat Earth simulation, just like all other simulations, like flight simulators that we simulate in reality? I mean, this isn't too complicated, Roadman Bruv.
Are you trying to say it's a flawed simulation and reality, like where our minds are located in a vat of goo, is actually a spherical Earth or something else? Yeah, anyway. Matrix 4 came out. Watch that. Shut the fuck up. Bring back some globe evidence, please.
You haven't seen Matrix 4 yet?
I have.
Oh, yeah.
I was just kind of making a dig at conspiratards, because I used to be one. And Roadman Bruv, I don't have any disrespect towards you, but that is a conspiratard thing to say, is that we live in a simulation. No offense. I'm saying, if you believe that, don't go out talking about it.
Yeah, there's mental institutions for people like that.
Well, what experiment did you perform to demonstrate that it's a simulation?
I'll ask my cat what he thinks about this. I'll get right back to you. Sorry, I have to put.
Cool.
Chat. Thanks.
See, we talk about the shape of the Earth, the surface of it. So it doesn't matter if you believe in a spherical or flat Earth. The topic here is either of those things. No one wants to talk about a simulation.
Yes, Roadman Bruv or whatever your name is. Actually, that name might not even be your name, right? Because you can't even verify you have a name. You can't verify that you're using a device right now or a computer. You can't even verify if you're actually listening to my annoying voice right now, Roadman. So the problem is that you don't even have a claim. That's another way of trying to hide from morality. So you're still trying to justify your weirdo, cringy lifestyle that I don't want to know about. So you suffer from the same mental problems that atheists and Satanists do anyway, Roadman. So you're no better off. You're still just hiding from the Creator. So please get some life experience. No, you don't know if you're listening. No, you really don't know if you're listening, Roadman. You don't have a claim. You're not getting it. I can play this game too. You don't know anything. You didn't even type that right now. No, you're not listening to me. You don't know that my name is the XO. No. You don't know anything. You see how this works? It doesn't. Thanks.
Is it you that believes in the simulation or your avatar?
I thought once you entered into your avatar, then there was no longer, it became reality. Is that not true?
I don't know. When I was a kid,
enter into your avatar and everything is real at that point.
I think that's the plan anyway. Two things. One is my personal experience, and it's just me. when I was a kid, I'd be on the playground, and I just discovered curse words, so I went to the other end of the playground to scream them, so that nobody heard me. And in doing so, I was taking deep breaths, and I was thinking, and I don't know why it popped in my head, but I thought to myself, I'm the only real person in this entire world. Everybody else is robots. Everybody else is fake. And I was like, what the fuck? Why do I think that? And then I kind of dropped it. And then the more people talk about simulation stuff, and then like you got your Truman Show, and you got your, what was the other? Dang it. Well, anyway, there's a lot of those movies where you're just put into a situation where everybody's fake.
God mode.
Real quick, before we move on to the topic, again, to Godzilla discussing this ridiculous, asinine topic to hide from reality, I just took a screenshot earlier. Let me just send it in right now. The first thing that came up was 33,000 miles, and Ocean Race Wikipedia said 45,000 miles. If the ball has an equatorial assumed distance of 25,000 miles, how is the race at the small end of a ball almost twice the size of the equator? Are you retarded? Like, what is wrong with you people? It says 45,000 miles. Bro, if you're making the argument, you're already brain dead. You're just trying to hide from reality. Godzilla, you got to find some competition. These people are just walking dead. These are like the Suicide Squad. They have a bomb strapped to their chest and they're coming at you. If you answer a stupid question, you become stupid as well. It says right here, the Ocean Race, Wikipedia. That's not my claim. They claim 45,000 miles. I'm sorry that crushes your magical cartoon globe. Thanks for.
Do you?
What? So I'm curious. I'm curious to know the circumference of the southern tropic.
All the way around
the real
Antarctica?
measurement.
Okay, banana.
Huh?
Yeah, it's a banana. Yeah, banana split with icing on top. That's what it is. Yeah. Thanks.
You mean the circumference around Antarctica?
No. The equator is the ball diameter at the middle of it. Yeah, like sectioning in half. And couple of degrees north and south, we have the north and south tropics, which are concentric circles, but on the globe, both of them, they are smaller distance than the south and north pole, but also they are smaller in circumference than the equator because they have a smaller radius from the axis of that ball. You get me?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
I don't think we can because this is all
You'd have to show us.
Nonsense.
See, I told you I'm stupid, and I read picture books growing up to learn everything.
Hold on, I got to go back to the chat here because now, hold on 1 second. I have to address the chat. Hold on, can you listen to me for a second? I have to address the chat because we're here to discuss this topic and find out why people are scared to death of their own religion. So again, shout out to Godzilla, who is having this conversation with somebody. The guy he's talking to now says, "How do you propose to measure the curve?" Okay, it's not our claim, and now you're asking us how to do your job. That's the point. So again, you are conceding that there's no such thing as measuring Earth curvature if in 2022 you're still asking how to do it. You can't be this stupid, bruh. This is an abominable retardation event. WETODDDID. Thank you.
All we need is curvature measurements. I will not stop saying it.
My gosh. Again,
I thought we had them. I thought they were called refraction.
How do you come to flat earthers and you ask the people that don't think you can even measure Earth curvature, how do you find Earth curvature? That's a concession. You're admitting that you don't even know how to find it. Thank you for conceding there's no Earth curvature. That's the topic.
Well, they just didn't finish the sentence. They didn't, instead of saying, how do you find Earth curvature, they just forgot to finish it when They should have said, "How do you find Earth's curvature when it doesn't exist?"
So now,
Just
what?
3 little
Correct.
simple
Now,
words
correct.
they just left out.
That is correct, God Rockin'. So let's look at Godzilla, the man of conscience. He actually can help these people. He's in the chat right now. He's standing by to help these psychopaths. He is the room psychologist. So Godzilla says, and in fact, this is obvious. We always have to answer their questions. He says, just get a friend, a known distance, separate, and see that the necessary curve that should be there according to your cartoon belief system is there. Bet it won't be. Want to wager. That's it. Again, as usual, the skeptics of the cartoon religion have to show atheists how to do their job. Again, welcome to Groundhog Day 7,500.
Yeah, I posted a diagram, Glass Flow.
Oh,
Did you
cool.
see it?
See, let me look, dude.
So it's the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn.
Yep.
On the globe, both of them, they are smaller circumference than the equator line. The equator line measures like 25,000 miles circumference diameter, and those tropic lines, they are smaller because they are upwards and downwards from the equator. One is towards the north and one of them towards the south, below the equator.
You want to
You
know?
get it?
No. You want to know the measurement of the Antarctic Circle? The blue line?
No.
Fucking A. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that would be interesting, but
This is how I was in school, man.
yeah, this is
Teachers
a
hated it.
diagram on a supposed globe, you know?
Right.
And the southern tropic circumference is shown to be smaller than the equator, but on a flat world, that tropic line, the diameter is going to be much, much larger than the equator.
Why?
Because it's a circle with a bigger radius.
Oh.
Towards the south. Yeah.
Oh,
The
I got
further
it.
you're going to the south, you're describing a bigger
Is
circle.
the equator still in the same spot, though, right? On Earth, it's still... All of those, like the frigid zone, the tropics, and the other frigid zone, they're all... It's all real, just for a different... Like a flat
the
map.
equator, yeah, the equator they will call like the middle between the north and south.
Right.
Distance, you know. But once you go further than that middle towards the south, then you are describing a much larger circle than the equator.
Okay,
and
I got
those distances are much bigger. Yeah.
Okay, the Antarctic circles say 63 degrees is at latitude or longitude, and 30. So it says 66 and then 33. Obviously, we love those numbers, love them. But are they different because Earth isn't a sphere? Are those numbers based on the sphere? The 66 and the 33?
I will be guessing yes.
Because it just so happens to match up with reality. You know what I mean? So that's a problem. So maybe just the globe ones don't really, but maps do, because all maps are flat.
Well, it's just circles, you know.
Right.
Whether they are on a globe or on a flat map, a circle is still a circle. It's the same.
Does the sun technically orbit over the flat Earth? I think it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in winter, when the sun is in the southern hemisphere, on the Tropic of Capricorn, it will be traveling a much longer distance, you know. And it will also move faster in the sky. So the days are shorter.
Okay, now I'm getting it, because it's laid out differently. It's spread out big.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's something with the sun have a constant velocity.
Yeah, unless you're looking right at it, then it doesn't fucking move. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, but I think it's
just kidding.
about the velocity, and when you increase the radius to maintain that those ratios and stuff, the sun should be traveling faster, to accelerate.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay, so about 22 minutes after the hour, midday here west of the Rockies, it looks like we're still looking for an actual attempt of someone that's going to bring evidence to the table regarding the outer space religion, because so far there isn't even a claim. Again, all the boat races show that they don't even go around a ball. They all show a flat projection map for some reason. It's coming from, here we are, Europe, down around Africa, and then back from the west because they're heading east. I know that's a crazy notion. Yes, so they're going around in a very large circle. Thus, the numbers are 33,000 miles to 45,000 miles, which doesn't help your magical cartoon ball. Sorry. If you'd have any slice of evidence whatsoever, please come to the chat. Come to the VC right now. Join the Discord. Link in description of the YouTube video right now. Here we are, live for your non-entertainment and for deprogramming reasons mostly. So please, any sycophant psychopath in the chat right now that wants to propose evidence for the cartoon ball, join the Discord by clicking the link. I know this is a little complicated if you're an atheist. Again, the link is in the description of YouTube video right above the chat you're using right now. As you're trolling, instead of trolling, think about scrolling. Scroll up to the description of the video, click the link in the description, join the Discord server right here. If you come to the VC, I can even be put on silent mode, and I'll let you talk to somebody else that's a little bit more comforting for your atheist, evolutionary, binary, robotic needs. Thanks.
If you don't have the Discord app, you should be downloading it also. Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
It's
Wait a minute, we have Get Beget here. I got a confusion. I got to take that back. Is this Get Beget or Sasha? Because we have both of you. That's Get Beget, I'm assuming. Right?
I'm Get Beget.
I knew it. Every time I see, I look down, I see Sasha's name, but his icon is not lighting up. So I'm like, oops, that's Get Beget. Oh, I did it again. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So
I think it's incredulity on the Globers' part. They don't understand how we can think trusting authority figures is a bad thing.
Well, what is
Hold
stronger?
on, we got a non-claim in here talking to Godzilla again. We have tons of videos of it. But whatever, you'll never look, just like you'll never answer my only question. Right, so Godzilla is proposing a question to the magical outer space cadet in the chat. Of course, he's not going to answer, so the only way that he can reply is to another ask Godzilla a question in order to hide from the question. So his question from the religious zealot that lives in a cartoon to hide from morality is, 24 minutes after the hour, is something is blocking the bottom of boats. What do you think that is? Well, let's see.
Refraction.
I wonder what that could be. Is it elephant feathers? No. Is it tortoise? Is it tortoise nail clippings? No.
No.
No. Okay. Well, would you like to show a picture, Jezza? Because there isn't even a picture of anything blocking the bottom of the boats. You're speaking about a hypothetical, contextually imagined principle in your little cartoon brain. I'm not seeing anything blocked. I can't even get someone to show up to the server to present any evidence or picture. Yes, when a boat is on the surface of the water, do you know that the surface of the water is making contact with the boat? I know this is going to sound crazy, guys, especially if you're an atheist. The surface of the water, by the way, that surface, the face of the water, is literally attached to the bottom of a boat. You see, the bottom of the boat is actually in the water. So I bet boats don't usually float above the water. Last time I checked.
That does service for when that's actually the case. But when there's like windmills that appear to be half gone, someone can easily take another globe believer and use that to dispel the real truth behind it, which is actually there's only one claim that's hardcore made about the bottoms of those boats, and that would be the geometric horizon is blocking it. Do we have a geometric horizon is dictated by the heliocentric model and the globe math? That answer is definitely not. So what could it be? I don't know. We would have to actually investigate. Seeing as it's not that, but if it's just a photo and there's no other information about it, that would be kind of hard and kind of ignorant to try and answer when there's not enough information, wouldn't it be?
Well, I say it's about an observation. So we are talking about about physical light, vision. So that disappearing of the boat from the bottom up is caused by refraction. Because when we use high optical zoom instruments, we can bring back into view those boats or buildings which they appear to disappear from the
What kind of
bottom up.
refraction would that be? Is there a textbook definition for this? Because I know Snell's law, but when you just say refraction, I kind of don't understand. Angular resolution limit, I get that because that's detailed in the Rayleigh criteria. But
yeah, it's actually both. That's why I use the term the physics of light. It's not just refraction by itself alone.
well, you need two mediums for refraction, as far as we know.
Yes.
Unless you're redefining the term, which makes everyone very, very confused.
Two mediums, yes, but we can see, for example, in very salty water, if we shine a laser beam, that it's curving downwards, and that's because it encounters it's going into a medium with a high refractive index. So the higher the refractive index of a medium is, the higher uh, those light propagation angles will change. So we observe it as the light is curving down, and they fallaciously call it bending of light. It's not bending of light. That means that for every, I don't know, 600 nanometers of that wavelength of that light source, each light source has some wavelengths, electromagnetic wavelengths, and for each those blocks, there is a change in the angle of propagation trajectory. And it will look like it's being bent, but it's not bent. It's a change in the direction of propagation. And it happens also in the air. We can read the refractive index of the air. Is not the air that we breathe is not a perfect transparent. It is very it has a very low refractive index, but yeah, it's not a perfect transparent. So
Doesn't the angular size of the boat versus the waves in front of it explain most of it?
That explain a whole lot also, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, from 5 kilometers, yeah, we can start. Things look, whatever day it is, when you look 5 kilometers far away in the distance, you can see it starts to look like foggy mist, blurry. Uh, Everything that you see at that distance doesn't look very well contour defined, like high definition things that you see very, very close to you. And that's loss of resolution, yeah. But that boat disappearing bottom up is definitely not what we see when we are moving over a hill. You know,
It's not even in the right place that it would have to be for it to be what they're saying it is, so it's game over.
yeah. And I hate it because they completely ignore the latest technologies that we have today, like infrared cameras. They use to, we use them to make observation in the spectrum of light, which is not visible with the naked eye. We do not see this kind of light with our eyes, naked eyes.
Well,
But this
I
kind of
provided an
light
example.
is the less refractive, actually. So yeah, and that's why the military uses, because yeah, they can target through these cameras. They can take a target in sight like 100 kilometers far away.
Get how many kilometers to miles is that? 100 kilometers is how many miles? Take your time on that. I just put an example right in chat again that the person that Godzilla is talking to. Godzilla, please direct him to the GIF I just posted 32 minutes after the hour. Why is it that when I zoom in over the water, the boat comes right back into view? How does that change my angular resolution by zooming in? Does that mean the zooming lenses is some sort of witchcraft device that can just magically see through water? Wow, that's amazing technology. How come the military doesn't know about that? Does anybody want to help him explain that? Godzilla, please do me a favor. What is about 65 miles, 65 to 70 miles? I'm going to guess about
62 miles.
Oh, well then I got a demonstration for you then, bruh.
Yeah.
Have you not seen the shiny tiger yet?
I think not.
I think you have. You just
Yeah, give me a reminder.
Okay, I'm going to give you a reminder right now.
Sure.
Where now, if I could just find this darn, you have 30,000 pictures on my device here. Where is it? Copy and paste the video.
Wow.
Where is
That's impressive.
Which one?
The GIF you posted, the zoom, the
Oh,
high
the first
zoom.
one. Yeah, the first one's a big zoom. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. I don't see the second one you put. Not yet.
Right there. So there's the video 36 minutes after the hour. There I am in Kingston, Washington, looking south past Seattle, Washington. Want to take a guess how
I
far
know
away the
this
mountain
one.
is?
Yeah,
Yes, you do.
I do know this one. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
longer. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
longer than 100 kilometers. Yeah, the bottom of the
Wow.
mountain is past 100 kilometers. In fact, it's several miles
Wow.
past. It's over 70 miles at the bottom of the mountain. So I can see the bottom of the
Wow.
mountain 70 miles away, and I'm 20 feet above the water. Thanks for
Yeah.
playing. I'm only missing 4,000 feet of curvature. Yeah, just another absolute massive death blow to the magical outer space.
True.
There it is. So I found the proper GIF that I made for it, or the proper picture. There it is. Seattle, 15 miles, Mount Rainier. Yeah, the top of Mount Rainier, it's about a 6-7 mile wide mountain. Make no mistake, this is pretty interesting size and scope here. The bottom of the mountain is 70 miles away. The top of the mountain is actually about 72 miles away. I even took a little shot here on Google just to make sure my distance within the margin. But again, it's never about evidence. We're scared to death of evidence anyway. You show them their sources, they don't believe their sources. Look at this. Hold on, it's going to load right now. All right, get what's it say? Right there. 39 minutes after the hour. What's the distance from Kingston, Washington, all the way to Mount Rainier? Zoom in, you can see the line as the crow flies. Right there at the bottom left. There's your distance right there.
Yes, 73 miles. That's huge distance.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's nice.
On
Yeah,
a
it's
globe.
so big. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No chance to see that on a globe.
Not the right. I can see the bottom of the mountain. Yeah, there's an entire one full degree of tilt. The entire mountain would be literally tilting. The top of the mountain would be tilting more than an entire degree of tilt. That's you know what that is? That's infinity more than zero. Yeah, the difference between 0 and a full degree is infinity. It's literally ridiculously asinine how stupid you have to be to believe in this outer space religion. Yeah, the mountain would be tilting away. It's not. I can see the entire bottom of the mountain, and it's still perfectly straight up. The exact same profile. The profile of the mountain does not change. That's one of America's largest mountains. That's Mount Rainier. It's a volcano. It's a very particular profile. It's very easy to spot. I've actually seen it over 150 miles away, driving from Oregon.
That distance you were supposed to, at that distance, that mountain was supposed to be like at least half of it to be hidden.
Well, close, and it should be tilting away. The entire mountain would be tilting and hidden, at least 1/3 of it hidden, and it would be tilting away. You can't make this up. It's too easy. If you also notice, it's the opposite. The bottom of Seattle is actually optically or apparently lower than the bottom of the mountain. The bottom of the mountain, that's 45 miles further than the city, is literally apparently optically higher, which is only possible on a flat surface.
Yeah. And Not even refraction. I mean, you need a very high refraction index to hide all that. You know?
Yeah, there's no such thing. I mean, that's railgun territory. We're actually into the limits of railgun accurate distances here. That's
Yeah.
how freaking far that is. Yeah. I really like this number too. Get. It says it's 117 kilometers to the top.
Oh.
Yeah. No big deal. No big deal. Get. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like to say that belief is much stronger than truth.
You know what this is called? Get.
Huh?
This is called a hack and slash. It's a freaking hack and slash. You can't make this up. There you go, Godzilla. What?
Yeah.
Into the break. 73 miles. 73 miles to the top of the mountain. 117 kilometers away, missing 4,000 feet of curvature from Kingston to Mount Rainier in Washington. Thanks.
Yeah, but
Yep.
your camera could be fake. It's not properly registered. You're not a journalist licensed, licensed photographer.
I could be a magician.
So yeah.
How do you know I'm not a magician?
There's something a trick you did there. Yeah.
I could be a magician. Let me tell you. I mean, how else
Yeah.
could I read the minds of atheists anyway? I got to have some sort of magical powers. Come on. Yep, no Zoom, just your camera phone's all you need, folks. Just get out there, look at the world, get on a ferry, get on a boat, and watch things from 70 miles away. And I can see it farther. This is just that's the limit of the bay that I was in. You can see it farther. You can see it from over 100 miles away easily. Oregon to Washington. Yeah, you hear that sound, get?
Which sound?
That sound right here in the live stream.
Oh,
that
the
is
silence.
The sound. Yeah, that's the sound of inevitability.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the sound of no evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Yes. They say that. Listen, here's the point for you. Listen, Master Chief. They tell me that I can see 3 miles out on the water. Here I am looking at 70 miles at the bottom of a mountain. 70. They told you 3 miles was your limit. Here I am in Kingston Harbor in the Puget Sound looking 70 miles out on flat land. Remember, there's about 50 miles of flat land after that water, so you can't say the water's magically refraction when the water is nowhere near the mountain. Light doesn't work that way. Light requires a line of sight for me to see anything. There's no way around it. Refraction also requires a line of sight, and refraction limits your view. It does not increase your Thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, I live on a mountain or on a hill. Don't really know how high I am, but I'm 5 miles away from the ocean, and I can still see that horizon. And it's still the claim that they make is it's yeah. There's no. It doesn't add up. It's not 3,958.8 because I'm seeing that from left to right. There's nothing but flat. From my backyard, nothing but flat ocean.
Why do all listen? Look how stupid these idiots are. Why do all satellites show the Earth as curved or a globe? Oh, it has nothing to do with yeah. Why do they all show a shape-shifting Earth of the Earth going from concave to convex every time we get one of your sources? You don't even have a claim. And apparently, when you get the space in a camera, space is so thick you don't have the ability to turn around like a 7-year-old. You actually are stuck in place, looking at something, fumbling with tools in your hands, not even doing anything. That's what these spacewalks show. They can't even turn around or act like a human being. You're stuck. You're literally stuck like you're a cartoon character.
Man, I was trying to talk to these guys earlier this morning, XO, and still, no, nothing. No evidence earlier this morning. No evidence now.
Okay, well, Orion pointed out a big factor. I want everybody to put their attention back on my picture 37 minutes after the hour get, and of course, Master Chief. If you look at the Seattle city, right, you see the buildings, and then to the bottom right, Orion pointed out that you can see the Space Needle. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that needle is the Space Needle. Don't pay attention to the mountain 100 times taller. That's the Space Needle right there under the word miles. Thanks. That's how stupid. I think that's Where's my Betty Bob basket? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Space Needle. Oh, we're still looking for a claim here. I can see that the person in chat that Gordzilla's been talking to for the last 45 minutes is scared to death of course, our presentation that we just gave. Again, we're not interested in evidence. Just hide from. If you could just show us one video from space that you trust, Mr. Reddy, that would be a really good improvement from not being able to show us. So far, you have shown nothing, so anything more than nothing would be an improvement.